so yeah, it was very telegraphed and easy series.
What do you think now after playing against them, playing against 100 Thieves, watching 100 Thieves today? What's the score of the VKS 100 Thieves series?
I mean, I think if both teams will play the same as like we already played this week, then I think 100 Thieves is gonna win quite easily. But I mean, it's still 1 week away, and it's gonna be as well on a way different stage, and so you never really know what's going to happen. I think VKS best player is their mid laner, so same I guess as 100 Thieves. So I think it's gonna be a lot about the mid lane, and who knows, maybe Quid will not have his best day, best series, and the series will go to VKS side. But overall, I think 100 Thieves is for sure a favorite.
Yeah, overall, I'm really happy you guys defended the World slot. That was like the biggest clutch. I'm sure you're happy to be going back to Worlds as well. We were talking earlier, 5 elimination series that you've had to play. I still feel like if I go back in time to when you subbed in, 100 Thieves was 0-4 in their game score. You then lost the next series anyway, right? So you started the season 1-6. But now you're the #2 team from the North. Like, that's just such a crazy turnaround. FBI, how do you feel like that journey, what has that journey been like?
Yeah, I mean, the start was obviously pretty rough. I think that when we had Sniper, our side lane macro, or just the game in general, didn't really flow properly. That's the best way I can put it. And I think bringing in Dokla was obviously really great for us. I think he has a good idea of how to play his role and just do his job. So it made the game a lot more comfortable for us to play. And just the rate of improvement really skyrocketed, as we can tell. And I think we always knew that we had really good players on the team and a lot of potential. It's just, we were just a bit too bad before the change, yeah.
Dokla, do you feel like coaching for what was essentially a couple weeks or about a month, did that change the way you played afterwards?
Initially, it did. Maybe like first 2.5 weeks, and then after that, I kind of just went into like my habits. But I was more aware of like just the outside POV of how what I'm trying to tell Sniper in the game. Like I should just look at it from like a top-down POV and think about like the team play holistically more instead of just like individual 1v1.
Yeah, because
that's pretty much it.
Seemingly weak side like every single game.
I don't know.
It's how it feels. This is at least what we were going over with prep. So like game 1 in this series, you swap bot so FBI can solo lane as Corki. The Ambessa game, you're defending 3v1 dives. The Scion game, a little bit different because you just completely dominated them in the lane swap and you're able to just win on every side. But at least in most of the laning phase, I feel like you're almost taking one for the team so they can give gold to FBI and Quid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the ninth team All-Pro. I know my role.
I personally don't really think so. I think that we're just kind of playing what our champions' roles are. Like, obviously, if he's going to be playing Scion or Cassante or something, you don't really want to put too many resources unless you can kill their enemy top laner. But like I said before, I think Dokla just does his job really well. So, very stable, consistent player.
Yeah. You're consistent?
No, I don't know about that, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I want to just talk about this a little bit while we have the time, because you were completely teamless, and then you joined a 1-6 team, and now you just won 5 elimination best-of-5s in a row. Like, that's got to be pretty satisfying.
Yeah, I think most people don't know this, but Lyon also offered me a spot like midway through the split because of their top lane issues. So I had a choice between going to Lyon and 100 Thieves, and going to Lyon for like double the money. And I thought the rosters were like kind of comparable, but I just knew everyone here at 100 Thieves like much better. And I just made a decision to stay here, and it just ended up paying off.
Do you feel like it was a big mistake by teams to not have you signed at the start of the split?
I mean, kind of, yeah.
You could say yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it feels
I
like
think I came into like the perfect scenario in terms of like if I were to handpick a team I would want to join, it would be 100 Thieves, because I just think, I mean, I'm just friendly with everyone on the team, and yeah, the environment's like really good, and I think that's like the biggest factor. Like I wouldn't want to really go to many other teams. Yeah, so I think I just got really lucky in how everything played out.
Yeah, you've won the split before with FBI on energy, but do you feel like this is the best because you said Quid's the best mid laner you've ever played with. Do you feel like this is the best team you've been on?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's not really...
Even better than the team that won the title, BG2, made it to quarterfinals?
Yeah, I mean, skill-wise, I think we're better for sure. I mean, at the time we were good.
Yeah.
But I think you just get better as like time goes on. Like everyone just improves. So, yeah, I think currently we were better than like us previously in NRG. Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to take some time to give you credit because I feel like you specifically, I know I Will Dominate made like a short video on this as well, but like you have been on a lot of bad teams. But then almost the instant you get put on a good team, you're like instantly top of the league. Yeah. So, and I think also just because the teams, like this team isn't necessarily playing around you, but you're playing such a crucial role in enabling the team to work and then still being, good macro, good in team fights. So just, congrats, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good job. I want to talk about Geckos. He played, like, I was a little concerned with Geckos playing because in the 2 games that we'd seen him on Rumble, and that's all we'd seen, we'd never seen any of the scrims behind the scenes, he looked pretty lackluster, but he was winning every lane and then doing pretty well in team fights. How did it feel for you?
I mean, I think the game was kind of easy for him to play this weekend because everyone was in a good spot in the games, and I think he had also good drafts. Like he always had a decent matchup that enemy couldn't really do much, I guess, to punish him. So it was just on him to get the lead because I don't think any of his lanes were really losable. And I think the games he played before, I think he was playing Rumble in at least the Shopify series. I think it was a really hard angle for Rumble to play. And I think overall he did fine. I think he just misplayed some team fights in that game. And the first game he played, I think it was against Castle, which I think is a really strong top laner. And I think Castle played very aggressively that game. And he did coin flip some plays that we're thinking that he will not disrespect, I guess, us. I remember there were situations where an M jungle was spotted on both sides of the map. They knew I'm in the top side of the map, and Castle was still going for an outplay and killed Geckos twice, I think, barely. So I think Castle just played very well that game. And maybe that's why people had that perception of Geckos. But I think he's doing fine in practice. I think laning phase is his biggest strength. I think when it comes to mid game, side laning / team fighting, I think he's not that good yet. But he's improving, and I think just getting feedback from Bwipo helps him a lot because I think Bwipo is actually the opposite. I think his laning phase is not the strongest, but I think his team fighting and side laning is pretty good because he's a creative player. So I think it's good for Geckos to have someone like that helps him with this stuff. And yeah, overall, I think he's doing good.
Yeah, he smashed those games. You guys get a chance to watch the series yesterday to see Geckos?
Bits and pieces, yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he had a pretty solid Aurelia game. I mean, personally, I don't think Aurelia's a good champion.
Managed to win.
We've had some bad games with Aurelia picked, so I was happy to see it do well. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it seems like they just had a good comms for him. Ivern with Aurelia, you just buff the Aurelia, play around Bork spike, and then you're just gonna win. He had a good lane. I mean, he did his job fine. I think people take the first 2 games out of context. He's pretty good. I think he's very solid mechanically.
Have you played against him in many scrims? And then kind of question for you, how many scrims is he actually getting throughout the year?
Before this week, he was just playing 1 scrim a day, and right now he's playing all the scrims for the past, I don't know what, 1.5 weeks. I don't know how long we've been scrimming.
Yeah, but he's good in solo queue. Played against him a few times, so yeah, I think he's good.
Yeah, still super young too. We got to listen into some of the comms during team fights, and I do feel like not having Bwipo talking made the comms really quiet. I didn't hear Geckos say a single word in any of the replays or any of the team fights that we had. It was you about 60%, Busio probably 30%, and then Quad or Masu would say thanks or nice or gone.
Yeah, I mean, I usually try to remind people in the team fights, especially Masu, to not get too aggressive because he has this habit of when he stops auto-attacking for 2 seconds, he feels, I don't know, at least in my mind, he feels like he's not doing something well. So he just keeps trying to auto enemy champion even though the fight is slowly winning and we just need to wait a bit for our cooldowns. So I just try to remind people in the team fights that it's going our way, just don't overplay. And I think that's why I usually speak. And yeah, I think the others don't really feel the need to talk that much. I think everyone just calls their cooldowns and that's it.
It just felt, I mean, you guys were never challenged, so it leads to the comms being more calm, but that was probably the least chaotic I've ever heard, at least in our listen-ins, a pro team. Because a lot of times it's chaos when like 5 people are just screaming like this player, this player, this player, this player. So really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I heard Team Liquid comes, I just couldn't believe it. Like,
They scream.
that team, I just don't know how is it possible.
I can't think while I play if I.
Yes,
if that
like
happens.
whenever I see Team Liquid comes, like they were spamming so hard, like all of their players were just screaming. I don't know if there was ever a different team that I heard comms off, and I heard someone scream this much.
Like, how can you focus? You actually can't focus because it's like someone's telling you like, oh, go this champ, but like you just can't. You just have to play what's on your screen.
Yeah.
So everyone just play what's on your screen, play normal. Good things will happen.
Yeah, FBI, I do hear Trimby is here, which means you can sub out. But
we
don't
don't like
leave
it
yet.
that
Don't leave yet. You have to say one final thing. You're going to Texas next weekend.
Yeah.
What are your expectations? How are you going to do?
Well, I'm obviously hoping to get the FlyQuest rematch. I think that the last series that we played against them, games 3 and 4, were disappointing in the sense that we ruined our own game from early game. It was not really playable after early. So just want to have a good series against FlyQuest. I think they're obviously a really good team. And yeah, I mean, got to get past VKS first.
Yeah.
They're not bad, I think. And then hopefully we have a good grand final.
And then Worlds.
Yep.
How you feel about going to China again? Because you were 1-6 like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I did kind of feel like we were going to be able to make Worlds pretty early on, even before we played any of our actual best of 5s. I think in the 2 weeks of practice that we had before the Lyon series, I felt a lot more confident in our team, and I felt that our team play was actually playable now. So, yeah, I was always really confident that we'd be able to make Worlds again, and looking forward to versing some Eastern teams.
All right, thanks for joining us, FBI.
Thank
We're going
you.
to take a quick break and then we'll be back with Trimby. We are back with Trimby. You need to tell us what happened. You were at Universal,
Yeah.
and now you're here. Where were you at Universal when you realized? How did this happen? Why are you?
I mean, okay, so we preemptively bought the tickets, right? No matter what would have happened yesterday, right? Of course, after the series against FlyQuest, not everyone wanted to go afterwards, I would say.
Out of time for celebration.
People definitely wanted to play some more solo queue, but I think it's important to have like a little break from the league, you know, make sure that we can be rested and try to go again, you know, practice it all week. So I'm happy we went, and as well, right, I was, I guess, kind of asked if I could come here today.
Yeah.
And that's why I was a bit late, because I was enjoying a bit too much over there, I would say. So, yeah, that's why I'm here, and I'm happy to be here. But it was also pretty nice at the Universal, I'm not gonna lie.
And you're going back again after. You're just, you're just daring LA traffic.
Yes,
all
I
day.
was told, yeah, it was quite a long one, but I was told I'll be back there, so yeah. I'm happy to do the work now and then enjoy something
Get the
a bit
right
later.
helicopter.
Definitely, yeah.
Ship them in. Okay, we've already been talking about the weekend's games, so I just wanted to kind of get your perspective of what it's been like here in LA, because you guys have been here for a couple weeks now scrimming, and then also some of the things that are disappointing to you about the series you played yesterday against FlyQuest.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, the first thing, of course, the fact that we can be here is like really amazing for every single one of us, I would say. Like I'm more of a guy who is like well-oiled with like just being internationally on stage with like different worlds, but most of my teammates like never got the experience, right? And I think a really good part about this LTA conference thing is that we could actually play against FlyQuest, which in my opinion is like one of the best, if not the best, Western teams right now. And I do think it's good to get manhandled like this before Worlds, because I just feel like if we would go straight to Worlds and this would happen, I felt like we would be really not in the greatest mood, you know, to like actually go further to play. I feel like now, since we got our reality check and we know now that we're nowhere near the level we want to be, I think that's gonna give us a lot of like power and actual like feeling of revenge, right? That we want to get back to this finals, we want to fight back FlyQuest and actually play somewhat a decent level of the game, you know, because first game was okay, but to be fair, like we didn't really do anything much, you know, like FlyQuest had a really good scaling comp and we're kind of just playing it out. Like we didn't really do anything that we thought would be good in the game, you know, we just were like, oh, we're somewhat winning, but you know, then 25-minute mark came in and we're like, oh shit, we lose the fight and it's lost already? That feels pretty bad, and that's pretty much what happened. And I really don't want this feeling to, you know, happen again.
Yeah, did you hear Inspired's interview after the game?
I was not really in the mood to check
I can spoil it for you. Basically, you were saying he felt like he you were telegraphed in what you were doing, right? Like if they wanted to fight us, they were grouped as 5, and then we could easily disengage them, and then otherwise they were kind of letting us go wherever we want. You felt the same thing in game?
Sure thing. I mean, the thing is, like, I think our side lane game was, when we were playing in LTA South, was pretty, I wouldn't say it was like the best, right? We always played pretty similar way, and it felt like we always could get, we would never get punished with the way we played. It just felt like we could go 3 lanes all the time, just play our game, get as many resources as possible. But while playing here and screaming here, it felt like, you know, we actually need to think more about who to use where, how to make things work. And I do feel like we're struggling when it comes to how to get resources somewhere while giving the resources to the other side of the lane, you know. It's really basic stuff, but at the end of the day, that's something we didn't get punished in LTA South. So, you know, I'm really happy with the fact that we can now focus on the stuff more here.
Yeah, that makes sense. And have you been, who have you been scrimming against?
I mean, the first week, we didn't really get many scrims outside of, I think, one time of Shopify. I think we scrimmed them one day, I think, and then it was just pretty much Pain and Red. And then second week, right, we scrimmed 100 Thieves quite a bit, like 2 or 3 days,
Yeah, I was gonna
maybe
ask.
2 days, I think, and then maybe like a night block. And I think we had 2 night blocks as well, or something of the sort. But yeah, of course, we couldn't scrim FlyQuest, right? Like we were playing against them. So yeah, we are supposed to scrim them tomorrow, but as far as I heard, might not be possibility anymore, because there's a chance we won't be able to actually play tomorrow because of, like, right, we're at the arena, but PCs might be, I think they'll be moving stuff,
Moving
you know,
to Texas possibly.
which is completely understandable. So if we don't get really a place to play, I don't know. I think we're asking different teams like Shopify, Team Liquid, if you can get to their place to play. If that's not an option, right, then probably you won't be able to scrim as well. So it's not really as ideal as we would like it, but, you know, at the end of the day, that's, you know, there's always going to be like the unfortunate situations, like things that is out of your comfort zone, and you just have to, you know, you just have to feel it. Yeah, you just have to have a feel for it.
Yeah. Scrims matter and they don't matter, but I'm just like genuinely curious. How do the scrims go?
We got
against
0-5'd, and then we 2-0'd in the night block. And then the next time we played, we went 5-2, I think.
I think so, yeah. Something of the sort.
Okay.
So yeah, we played bad on the first day, and then we're like, wait, these guys are actually good. So we kind of locked in after.
We had, they're a bit like 100 Thieves. One thing is like nice is like both FlyQuest and 100 Thieves. I feel like they're playing way faster game. It was something that Shopify as well showed us. I think first time we came here, because we didn't get to scrim. I think first time we came to LTA Bootcamp, not this time, but
there was like an MSI.
Yeah, between split 2 and 3, we didn't get to scrim, I believe, C9, FlyQuest, and 100 Thieves. We scrimmed everyone else, and I felt like only Shopify was actually truly playing the game somewhat faster than others. Everyone else was just like, you know, filling in, trying to. They were playing, but it didn't really feel like there was any like pressure. But Shopify was the first team that I think truly showed us that we were playing really slow game, and we tried to like play around it. But yeah, now playing against 100 Thieves, and probably if we get scrims against FlyQuest and now the series yesterday, it does feel like, you know, even if we want to play our game, it's just way too slow, and we don't really truly do what we should.
That's interesting. I definitely after this weekend, it's deflating in the North versus South because it was like a 6-0, but it is actually pretty interesting to hear that the scrims against 100 Thieves were pretty close. I know FlyQuest probably wins like 80% of their scrims anyway, but of the Southern teams you played, how did you feel like the scrims were going at least?
I don't know. Recently, we've been playing. I think we played Red like twice. I think we lost a couple of games to them, and we are mostly screaming DSG all the time because they're practicing for their relegation game. Yeah, and I think it's going not as good as I guess people would imagine. I think we're winning like 60% of our scrims. We are losing some games. I think we are just inting a lot, so I'm not really satisfied with how the scrims are going, but it went final stage, so I guess we'll see how it goes, but there is a lot of really weird decisions by us in scrims, so yeah, we're not winning most of the games.
I feel like it's always a little bit concerning when you're as dominant as you guys have been, for like complacency and also for scrims to be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the graphic we ran on show, but your domestic win rate, FlyQuest domestic win rate, is like 79.7, almost 80%, which is higher than any other of the 5 major regions' domestic win rates this year. Yeah. So you're around 80. Genji's like 78 or something. This split, you actually lost a few more games.
No, this split we lost 2 games in best of 5s. Like I think we won probably like I don't know how many games we played. I assume we played around 20 games in total, and we lost 2 during the best of 5 series. So the winner seems to be like 90%.
Yeah, your win rate this split is insanely high. Across the year is the highest of anyone. But like at the same time, because you're winning so much, we're saying you've played 3 best of 5s, I think, or 4 best of 5s, and then 100 Thieves is sitting here with 7 best of 5s. So they're
suffering from success.
They're suffering from success.
Yeah, I guess
Do you
so.
feel like, how are you fighting against that, and how are you staying motivated, hungry, trying to improve? Because you've been kind of winning nonstop ever since the upset loss to 100 Thieves in split 1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me personally, I don't really think about the result that much as just for the game itself. I think every game is different, and even yesterday, I think we showed it pretty well that even though we are playing against a team that in theory is worse than us, we can still pick a scaling comp and we'll still just not make mistakes for 20 minutes, or at least try to limit them as much as possible. Like maybe some teams, like 100 Thieves, for example, will make it way more spicy than we do. Like today games, it felt like they were in a good positions, but they were still throwing a lot, and Red had even goal leads in like game 2. It looked like they are in control of the game. Honestly, I thought like, oh, it might actually go to 1-1, but then in 5 minutes, full turnaround, and 100 Thieves is already winning the game. So it didn't really happen that much in our games, because I think we just treat the game like just game by game and just focus on it. Doesn't matter if we won the previous one or that we won like all our series this year. It's just a new game, and you start with an even game, I guess.
Yeah, game 2 was the a little bit of trolling in game 2.
We're definitely trolling for sure.
You walked into Braum at level 1.
Yeah, we got carried away.
Spook
for
said
sure.
that, like, the last thing he said is don't walk into Braum at level 1, and then I saw him in the hall and I told him you did it, and he was like, "Are you trolling me?"
No, yeah, we I don't know. We're just trolling. Like, yeah, I don't know what to say. You can't defend it. I mean, I wasn't part of it, so the level 1 fiasco wasn't my fault. But yeah.
All right. Okay. Dallas is coming up. Trimby, you've played in a lot of different arenas, but how are you looking forward to this one coming up, knowing that you're also now like the European on the Southern team, but you're also the last hope for any of the South going up against 100 Thieves and FlyQuest?
Yeah, I mean, on the American soil with American fans, yeah, I don't know how they will like that, but it's really interesting. I just feel like, we can actually show some good League of Legends, and I really hope just to actually play the game, because I do think, like, sure, I agree with Inspired with, like, right, the fact that they just pick outscaling comment, they just outscale us. It's really diminishing, in a way, because we in LTA South, it just felt like even though we would play maybe a bit less scaling comps, or like even if we would scale, we would fight a lot, we'll still win those fights. I feel like here, we legit just got Goomba stomped, It was like not even funny. I felt like every fight we would take was just bad, and as he said, right, it was really telegraphed. I don't want our games to be as telegraphed as they were. Just feels like, I just feel like I want to make plays that actually make sense, but also feel like we can actually think of something better than just what, it's like the standard play. I feel like we have a lot of standard plays that are just not good, and we just do it, and it worked before, but now it's not gonna work, I think. So, but I do feel like, since, right, we have I feel like in my team it's 3 rookies pretty much that are like, it's their first internationals as well. So I treat this tournament as like the, proving ground in a sense, like a way to show them that we really need to still step up, right? We won the South, but it doesn't really matter if you truly want to play proper League of Legends international. And I do know that we're gonna be the people, the team that will be looked down the most, Like if somebody matches us, like any LPL team, any LCK team, they'll be the happiest people alive, for sure. I know this for a fact. They'll be really happy to see VKS, like when they play against them. But that's something that I want to abuse, right? I want to make sure that if they do this, like they'll not know what's coming, right? And I think, I hope to show this against 100 Thieves, because as we both said, right, the scrims were a bit even. I do think like later, right, 100 Thieves played way better. And I think we also were trolling really much like past week and a half, I think, in our scrims. So we didn't have the best, I would say, mood coming in. But I don't think it matters. I do know how it feels to just change the environment and play a complete different game, because that's also what happened to me in Rogue when I won. We were not doing really well in scrims, and we got really fisted by well, not the best word to use, but yeah, by G2.
We've had a few. Sven taught all the Koreans on Cloud9 that word was fine. So
Really?
they've said that so
Anyways.
many times on broadcast.
It's fine, honestly.
It's fine.
At this point, it's fine and okay.
Free speech.
So we did get fisted in 3-0 by G2 the week before we won against them, and everyone just looked down on us. And then we just changed their environment. We went to Malmo, and everything just clicked. So it can be like this.
Yeah.
I truly don't try to think that it's gonna happen, but I just wanna have some good games and show the boys that we can easily fight back against teams. Because NA is good. I do think they're better than us right now, but I do also know that it's easy to. I think it's easy to learn from the mistakes we did in our series against FlyQuest, and there's quite a bit of them. So I hope we can learn from some of them at least.
I want to look forward a little bit. I know Dallas is the most important thing in the immediate future, but you're all going to Worlds. Like all three of you are going to Worlds as well. So I wanted to just kind of go around the table and talk about expectations for the World Championship, because I'd say, like Dokla, you weren't on a team like 6 weeks ago. Now you're heading back to Worlds once again. You had a good showing last time you were there with Energy. What are you hoping to have happen? You got Swiss coming again as well.
I'm more focused on the final two. I think honestly that's more important because I feel like even if you win a few series at Worlds, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Sure, it's nice, but I think winning domestically has more value. So I'm focused more on the weekend in Dallas, and then I'll think about Worlds when I get
and then
there.
afterwards. I like that. And you two also, I believe on Rogue, went to Worlds together.
We did, yeah.
Yeah.
Was
We lost to an A.
it was no, that's serious.
Bad
I
memories.
was super mad after
Wait.
the game. Because I felt like my whole team was playing so scared. We were playing an elimination game against Cloud9.
This was 2021, right? And it was that
21.
it was that group with Cloud9
It
where
was in Iceland. Perks was inting the whole game twice, and then my whole team was so scared that I was so mad after the game.
I was doing my best. I did catch Perks a couple of times with my Rakan, but it was not the best game. I do think I think before coming to that day, we're really well seated already, almost out of groups. And then we lost first game to C9. We played Brown Draven. We did something. I think we invaded. And then
We did invade level 1 and we lost.
We lost the invade, and then we got demolished again. And then after I think we played FPX twice.
Yeah, and
we
won
won
2 times.
both games against FPX. And I remember, because it was so funny, first game we were typing to them in all chat, and they wouldn't type anything. And then we won, really convincingly, and then we started typing it, and then they started typing back. We're like, oh, now they think we're actually somewhat decent. They actually typed to us back. I like that. I remember that time. It was so nice. But yeah, we lost to C9, which is really sad. But yeah, I guess, and I was starting to get better from that time onwards, right? Perks was
a little bit of a
helping them
turning
out.
point, actually. Yeah.
They lost 3-0 against Genji in
it was
quarters
Genji, right?
in
Yeah.
20 minutes every
Yeah,
game.
it was-
Like,
Go home
They did
now.
make quarters.
no hope, 20 minutes,
Worlds
3-0.
was so
sad,
weird
yeah.
that year. I remember Cloud9 went 2-4 because it was a triple 2-4 group, I think,
Yes.
and someone was 6-0.
Yeah.
And then the other group, the TL was in with Mad Lions, everyone went 3-3.
Yeah.
And then the way the tiebreakers fell, I think TL had to play the tiebreaker against Genji, and then LNG played against Mad Lions. It was
My
crazy.
days. No, yeah, that was a crazy year.
The group
actually.
4, I think I do like Swiss more than groups for now, but Swiss can also have some
Yeah,
ridiculous.
you can get very unlucky in.
For sure.
unlucky or incredibly lucky.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we got pretty lucky in our draws. We played EU twice.
Yeah, we also got
my
giga
days.
lucky last year. That's why I was playing as Team Liquid to
Or-
get to
Oh my
I
god.
remember your comment. We're going free. We're the monkeys. Remember?
I mean, we were the chosen monkeys. I saw some
That was
math.
so funny.
I saw some math that there is if there is 8 Asian teams, mathematically speaking, one of the teams out of 8, the other 8 that are not Asian, they will make it out without
Yeah,
playing
a team
an
of
Asian
5
team.
monkeys could
Wow.
make it out of
Yeah.
groups. They have a good chance of making it out of groups. Oh, that was so funny.
So we were the chosen one. This year is only 7 though,
Oh.
Asian teams.
7?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, true, because it's
Cool,
3-3
actually,
and then
yeah.
there's the tiebreaker game. So,
So
there's
this year is even easier.
true. Does that change your expectations going
Yeah, I
to Worlds?
mean, of course.
Yeah.
I want to make at least 2 quarters. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Because last year in quarters, you guys were incredibly close to beating Genji.
Yeah.
And then even at MSI, I feel like you were playing extremely well. Are your expectations still just quarters and then go from there, or do you want
I
to go
mean,
deeper?
yeah, I don't think we expect to win it. I think we expect to show up and play well, and hopefully we make it to quarters, and then from there we we'll have to play well against the opponent we're gonna get drawn against. We'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I want to double back because I want to say something. The Team Liquid FlyQuest game that you guys played last year to see who made it through to quarters, while it was almost like a fitting end to the FlyQuest TL rivalry, it was like the saddest thing.
Dude,
because
the Kled made
you guys have played
so bad,
many
man.
like epic best of fives in these big stadiums against this team. You had like this minion backdoor, but then we were in the EU studio and everyone was giga depressed because G2 had just lost, so everybody went home. And it was just like this empty best of 3 arena with a freaking Kled mid as you're just like slowly Ivor and ashing down Team Liquid in these messy team fights.
Shit,
it was like the worst ending for the FlyQuest TL rivalry, but it ended in a good way. You guys made it through, almost beat NG.
Yeah, I didn't mind that, so it's fine for me.
Kled mid game, like series on the line.
I was so happy
you go
when
Kled
Loki
mid.
did.
Is that bugged? Like, I would actually be like, is that bugged? Like,
No, I heard from Spawn.
Yeah,
I know, but
we
like,
knew
you just don't pick it.
they practice it, but like I don't see how it can be good against Yon. Like doesn't make any
the win
sense.
trade champ of Pro. Do not ever play this champ.
Yeah.
Holy shit,
He did get reworked. No.
It's still bad.
You didn't,
Like, you can play it, but
you didn't watch Broken Blade. He played pretty
G2's
nice.
gonna win no matter what, honestly. But yeah, I mean, you can make it work. I just think it's like a funny pick, and you have to do a little bit more to just win compared to like another champ.
Yeah.
He looks a bit
FlyQuest won with
fun,
Aurelia, so, you know.
I
Yeah,
mean,
they had
You can
Ivern.
win with Kled next.
They had Ivern.
Ivor.
Yeah.
Also, it's a winning lane, so I mean,
Yeah.
you just scale, and you have Ivern to help you. Like Aurelia's problem is, CC, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck in Dallas.
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Any final thoughts, Dokla? You want to throw out like another overrated player? You want to talk some trash?
Overrated player?
Oh, who did you talk trash
I
about?
didn't talk trash.
But before
yeah.
when we had you on, I think you said like Impact.
Oh, I mean, Impact
too
is
much
bad
credit.
this year. For sure,
Yeah.
he's bad this year. I mean, even he probably would admit it himself. I don't think, like, compared to last year, how he's playing this year, like, I don't even think that's a hot take.
Yeah.
So,
Worst player on 100 Thieves.
Worst player is 100 Thieves. This split, I mean, it's between. I think between Ayla or Dokla. Honestly, I don't know. It's hard to choose. I think everyone is doing fine, so it's like hard to choose a worst player when if everyone is doing the job well. So I mean, I don't know, but I think FBI is like as we talked. I think he stepped up really hard, and I think you can't really make an argument for River or Quid being the worst on the team. I think they're both very good. I mean, if you really have to force it, then I guess I have to force it like that.
Yeah. Okay. You know, you're just respectful.
No,
Good job.
I mean,
I can't blame people. I have to be humble.
You can't do
I was
it.
9 team All Pro this year.
Well, you didn't play the whole split.
I'm 9 team All Pro, yeah.
How do you 9th team?
No, that's a meme.
Oh,
That was
okay.
the 9th top
Yeah,
laner.
yeah,
So I'm
okay.
9 team All Pro.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Last thing though, you two are both going to predict your own team to win in the 3rd place game, I imagine. But give me a series score.
I think it's gonna be 3-1 for 100 Thieves.
Fuck me.
The Rogue days mean nothing to
It
you.
makes sense. It does make
Sorry.
sense. Yeah. No, don't worry.
That's my prediction.
I will show you. It's all good.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for joining us. You can go back to Universal. Enjoy your day.
Fast, get in the helicopter.
Doak was gonna say like, you know, stay there as long as you want, drink a bunch of alcohol.
Bro,
just get, you know.
I got the wand. I have to use some spells now. Like I saw you can actually use spells there, so it's nice.
Okay. He's gonna be in Texas though. All of these guys are gonna be there. We'll see you then.
A big moment for both of these teams on stage today. The last heist of the Thieves versus the last chance for Brazil. The Kings of the South versus the Thieves of the North. It's Vivo Cade Stars versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I have ult. We can play Abessa no ult. Abessa no ult. This is good. First target. Maybe can win. First target. Kill Abessa. First target. Lucian. Can win. Lucian.
Sorry.
Okay. Look. Yeah. Kill. Yeah, kill.
If you talk to the Brazilian fans, if you talk to the Brazilian players, they weren't happy with how things went last weekend. But this weekend, VKS will take first game in Dallas.
Come here. He might hit. Look.
Oh, they know me.
Try to run.
They're a little bit far.
Try to ult.
We're going. I think
We can win.
Let's fucking go. This is so good for us, okay?
Look, Smolder is the case. Looks smoldering behind. I'm ulting behind. Yes, fight. Kill them all. Good job. Carry Aurora.
VKS took their 0-3 to FlyQuest personally, and they look to right those wrongs. 2-0 start to VKS.
I think we can find out now. Look at my flank. Look at Yone CC, help. I cannot.
Jin's dead.
Carry on.
Look him out.
Kill.
Let's go! Brazil strikes first in Dallas. Vivo Kate Stars are going to finals.
Hey, welcome back. This is the LTA Championship press conference. We have both FlyQuest and VKS, #1 seeds from both the South and the North, also going to be having a rematch here in the finals. And also, we got a nice audience here as well. This is new for my press conference experience. We're going to take some questions from media to start things off.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Cloud Sidkey here. My question for FlyQuest is for Quad. I want to know what you thought of like the mid lane play this series. If there's something that like impressed you, and if you have any fighting words for your counter mid laner.
Honestly, before for me, like LTA South mid liner, I didn't respect, but after I play against them Scream, and then now I respect, and then they actually play really well. And also, I watching them game, so they're good. So, but I need to respect and then play. Yeah.
Feel free to ask a follow-up question as well if you want.
Follow-up question. This is actually for Trimby. I wanted to know how you felt just playing in this environment in North America, and then any fighting words you have for Inspired.
When it comes to, I think it was quite comfortable here to play. I was not so comfortable, I would say, and I think it came to my game too. Felt like I had some problems at first, and I think throughout the series. But I think the arena feels really amazing at the end of the day. It reminds me of Malmo, not gonna lie to in a second, because it was also a hockey stadium. So I think that's why it's just so nice. And of course, fans, we could hear them all the time, especially when 100 Thieves were winning. But yeah, that's one way to put it. When it comes to worst Inspired, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to flame him. I feel like we flamed each other enough in 21, I guess. Not so much, a little bit. But I guess that's it. I don't know. Now we're really cool. So I generally just wanna like, I mean, I wouldn't say beat the shit out of him in game. In game. I just wanna have good games and yeah, possibly win against them. That's for sure.
Any response, Inspired?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take our next question.
Hello, gentlemen. Congratulations to VKS on your guys' win today. I'm Brendan Roman. I'm with LTA South. And my first question is for Miryu. You guys, just picked up Miryu this split, and it feels like he's gelled incredibly fast. What has allowed you to fit in with this VKS roster so quickly and like excel and just go to such heights so fast?
You understand or not?
Can you hear me? Like you said, what made you made the team so good in so little time?
Yeah, why you play so good here so fast?
So fast, so little time.
Oh, you don't know.
I don't know.
It's just good.
It's just I come to BKS, but BKS is both people is already perfect players. So yeah, already good. I don't know how to say it. Sorry.
Perfect answer.
Would anyone want to also chime in on how Miru has integrated themselves so fast in your perspective for Boal or Decimus?
I think since he joined VKS, he's been really good at helping the team bond. I think in-game and out-game, he's a really good person, and he helps us a lot when it comes to personality, and also in-game. I think he also helps everyone to be a better player. And I think he's also like someone that everybody likes to be around, and it helps us a lot to have more confidence and more synergy, I think.
That's excellent. Follow-up question or?
Because my next question would be kind of to anyone on FlyQuest, as you guys have seen the LTA South kind of accelerate through this split 3 playoffs. You had seen that LTA South hasn't picked up, that many international wins in the past, and now all of a sudden they're, starting to be very competitive with the North. Is that changed how you guys approach your preparation? Are you guys more excited to play the South teams and, prepare yourself for Worlds that way?
Very excited for the South. I think they've been playing pretty good League of Legends. I think ultimately what's really important when you're the favorite is to make sure that everyone else, you take everyone equally serious, and especially when you have an easy series, that you don't get complacent. Because I think that from the last series, especially as someone that watched the series, I didn't actually get to play in it. It was really apparent that I feel like they were out of their comfort zone. So I think that disrespecting them and coming in thinking this will be a free win tomorrow would be a grave mistake. That's why I think all of us on FlyQuest are taking them very seriously, and we intend to play our best game.
I think a related question that I also have, I can just chime it in here from Maze Esports, is Whipple, did you expect to face a Brazilian team in the grand final?
I didn't expect to face them, but honestly, I did think it was a real possibility. I find that they have pretty good matchups coming into 100 Thieves. I think, obviously, 100 Thieves is a super mid-jungle oriented team, and I think that their mid-jungle is their strongest point, personally. And then, from my experience, I felt like 100 Thieves, from their top side, like they're not used to having like a large gap in top side, just from bot lane. And I felt like VKS's bot lane did a great job today, making sure that FBI and Ayla didn't have that much impact.
That's great. Next question from the media.
My question is to Bucio. Oh, hi, I'm here, by the way. So, Bucio, Masu is known to often overcook steaks and set off the fire alarm. So, would you say VKS is more or less cooked versus you guys than a Masu steak?
Wait, what? he made...
I would say more cooked, honestly. Because Masu recently has been making pretty fire steaks, perfectly cooked. The first couple ones, there was room for improvement, but now they're pretty good, so yeah.
Living together.
Interesting.
Put the fire alarm.
And I have a question for Miryu. You have really clear skin. What is a skincare routine?
Skincare routine. You have good one, I know.
Skincare?
Yeah. Yes.
He
asked you what you do.
I just wake up and
No.
shower and nothing. I have no idea. But
secret tech.
He's got a lot of products, I'll be honest with you. He does have quite a bit. I don't know which, because I don't use, but he's got quite a bit.
He's a good-looking guy.
Definitely.
Do we have any more questions from media?
Yeah, this is Cloud Sitki again. My question's for Boao. Like what Bippo was saying, last week you guys felt very uncomfortable on stage and you didn't necessarily play to the best of your abilities. And then you came to an even bigger stage and you played a lot better. So how did you guys adapt from last week kind of falling under the pressure to this week, really playing to that pressure?
I think after we won in Brazil, I feel like as a team, we started underperforming a little bit. And of course, when we faced Fly, that's a really strong opponent, we played pretty poorly and we had a tough series. So I think these last weeks of practice that we had, we've been getting back to our normal skills and etc. So I think it's not even a matter about the stage. I think everybody was pretty excited to play here. And I think last week we were really underperforming. I mean, I'm not saying that normally we would win, but for sure we would have showed a much better League of Legends. And I think this last week we managed to improve a lot also and learn new stuff. So I'd say I think we're much more prepared now also.
We actually have a fan question.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I have a quick question for the Zummies. When you won CBLOL, you took your shirt off. So I wanted to know if today, why you didn't, and if and when we win tomorrow, you're going to do the same.
I kind of wanted to, but I got fined, so I don't want to do this anymore. It's kind of risky. Riot is
they're on top of him.
Yeah, they're on top of me right now, so I don't want to do this kind of stuff, Okay,
that's fair. I asked you earlier about this as well. Is there a reason you often do not have a shirt on?
Tem algum motivo para você estar sempre sem camisa?
I just feel comfortable without shirt. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one last question also for Morteus. I think Coach CL made it kind of clear from the beginning that it was always the plan to bring you up from academy, and we could always see the talent that was there. Is that what gives you the confidence to like make those plays and go forward? You've played exceptionally well in this split. You know, never shied away from taking a fight, and especially the Kaisa game, I think exemplifies your willingness to go forward today. So is knowing that your coach and your team has your back like what lets you have the confidence to make those plays?
For sure, the faith Chris puts on me like helps a lot, but I think was a big growth I had to have this year. Was a tough year on the start, but I learned a lot, and especially with Smiley moving to the coach staff, I think he actually helped me a lot too. But I think all comes to team confidence, and everyone helps opening space and things like this. So it's just about like experience, and I feel like I'm growing every day. So it's just like all these things together.
Thank you. We're going to go to some online questions now as well. This question is for anyone on VKS. It's from other Thieves on socials. So since split 1 of LTA South until now, how have you felt that Brazil has evolved as a region? And this could be for anyone.
Yeah, first split we didn't play too much. We only played 2 best-of-3s, and we ended up 8. So we had a lot of time to prepare for everything. It took us a long time to truly understand what was like missing and what we needed to focus on. And I think coming into split 3, of course, outside of acquiring Miru, right, on mid-lane position, I feel like we grew a lot around how we wanted to truly play the game and what steps we wanted to take. Because at first it just felt like everyone was just playing their own game, and it's still the case for sure. I feel like Brazil is like it's their quite big thing outside that everyone plays their game, and if it works, it looks amazing. But if it doesn't, everything goes pretty bad. And I think for us, it helps a lot that we can actually listen to each other and make sure that we try to listen to each other, because it's not possible all the time, I feel like, because we still want to make sure we play good League of Legends the way we look at it individually. But I think it's good that we are pretty much on the same page with how we want to play throughout most of the game.
Thank you. Next question from social media is from Silhouette, and this one is for Masu and Busio. It is, what would you say to your younger self in regards to where you are now? Masu gets the deep, introspective question.
It is a pretty deep question. I wouldn't say anything different than from what I thought when I first started. I think I would tell myself to keep like a good mindset and always learn from those around me and just try to learn from every game. And there are times where like we might go to an international, or there are times where there's like a bad week of scrims, and to not let those times make you lose your confidence or slow you down, but instead just like learning why you're not playing as well as usual, or just learning from your mistakes.
Busio?
Honestly, a pretty similar thing. The biggest one would be zoom out, you know? Like if you're having a bad day, bad scrim game, bad week, it's important to just zoom out and understand you just have to take away what you can, and this individual moment is not that important.
Thank you very much for those responses. This is a question from Broadcast for Decimus. Inspired was voted Player of the Year. One, do you think Inspired deserved the award? And tomorrow, how do you make sure that you put up a good performance?
I think he deserved the award. He played really well, like this year, like at least everything I watched from them. And I don't know about the second question. I will just try to like play my game, you know, do my own performance and play good as a team.
Thank you very much. And this is a question from Maze Esports for Morteus. What do you feel you weren't able to do against FlyQuest the first time that you were able to do today and can maybe do in the rematch?
Yeah. 1 second.
No, he's thinking about it.
Se quiser falar em português.
Não tô pensando. To be honest, I don't know. I think we just got out to play as a team too. Today we were much better, like playing on our turns. I think against FlyQuest they're very good playing defensive. So when I was like strong, I couldn't like get much. So I think today we could like get more advantages. I think that's it.
Thank you. Similar question for Decimus. After your first match against FlyQuest, many didn't consider your team the favorites to even reach the finals. So how excited are you to face FlyQuest again for a rematch? And what's different this time around that can help you secure the win?
I think right now we're playing much better as a team. I think, like as Ball said, after we won finals, we were a bit relaxed. And when we lost to them, it was like, a wake-up call for us, you know, because we were playing so bad. We got 3-0 like shit. So we started try-harding a lot more on scrims. And I think we're gonna play much better tomorrow than we played last time, you know.
Thank you. And I think the final question, this one's from me inspired. It feels like you've been dominating the region for the whole year. Player of the Year, MVP, first place. How do you stay motivated and not get complacent?
I don't really think about it. That's how I just play the game, and it happened to be that we are just winning, and we haven't lost like really important series this year. So I think the key to that is to keep playing your game and just don't really take it like too seriously. Because as long as you're winning and as long as you're confident in your own game and the way you want to play and you want your team to play, I think as long as it's working, I think you just need to stick to it and be confident.
Thank you very much. Just want to confirm we're done with questions.
Yeah, I think the only thing left is VKS, any message to the Brazilian fans at home? It can be in Portuguese.
Yeah, I was not expecting this, but I just wanted to thank everybody. I saw many Brazilian people here, so it's really cool to see that you guys are trying really hard to support us. And I know it's going to be a hard match, but we are for sure going to show a much better game tomorrow, so keep cheering for us, and thank you very much.
And FlyQuest, any last words to your fans?
Sue! Okay, thank you everyone for joining the LTA Championship press conference. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for the show. We're going to have waiting room 1 hour before the games, and then games start at 1 PST, 4 Eastern time. See you then.
A big moment for both of these teams on stage today. The last heist of the Thieves versus the last chance for Brazil. The Kings of the South versus the Thieves of the North. It's VKS Stars versus 100 Thieves.
Mesa no ult. Mesa no ult. First target. Kill him, Mesa. First target. Can we? Lucian. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Kill. Yeah, kill. Careful.
If you talk to the Brazilian fans, if you talk to the Brazilian players, they weren't happy with how things went last weekend. But this weekend, VKS will take first game in Dallas.
Come here. He might take, look.
Oh, they're on me.
Try to run.
A little bit fire.
Try to ult.
We're going.
Can we?
Let's fucking go.
Look, Smolder is the carry. I'm ulting behind. Yes, fight. Kill them all. Good job. Carry Aurora.
VKS took their 0-3 to FlyQuest personally, and they look to right those wrongs. 2-0 start to VKS.
I think we can find out now. Look, you only see it. Help. I can ult. G is dead.
Let's go! Brazil strikes first in Dallas. VKS Stars are going to finals. To the LTA Championship, driven by Kia Waiting Room. Woo! Dallas, Texas arena is filling up right now. I'm Kangas, that's Raz, Emily, and Sven on the desk to kick things off. We got under an hour before the grand finals. And Raz, I got to put you on the spot because I was on the desk yesterday.
Yes.
But what was that barbecue, man? You barely ate any of the Texas Twinkie? You were just like nibbling on it?
I had enough of it.
That looks so
I already was deciding it when I was in Houston. I already talked about how KBBQ was better.
They're just booing him.
Why do I got to double down on this one?
should.
You're going to relitigate the issue?
Deserved boost right there, Rez.
All right.
But it's awesome to be back here. It is the final, so let's start by talking about it. The surprise team in the finals. We had a bit of an upset based on our expectations yesterday.
And you guys thought I was crazy for giving them a game. I was still wrong, but I'm just saying, I was less wrong. Anyway, I think the big thing for me was how they really dragged 100 Thieves across the map.
Yep.
It looked like they had prepped to really shut down River and Quid, which I think it was where we were kind of expecting 100 Thieves to have the advantage.
Yeah.
And so that was the difference maker for me.
Sven, what were your favorite parts from that series yesterday? Like highlight moments for you, or maybe highlight players from the series?
I think the mid-jungle of VKS had a really good series overall. I think the best players in Hunters are Quid and River. That's pretty wide known, I think, and they shut them down really effectively in a lot of the games with early invades and early plays, with Tali Pantheon, the dives on side lane, stuff like that. So also Mateos had a really good series overall.
Yes.
The first game was very explosive, and the other games were just like, he was kind of just there, but he was doing his job the whole series, while FBI had a kind of not so good series in comparison. So
the rookie coming in, Morteos, he's scary.
Yeah, he played really
so
well.
Have to keep our eyes on him going forward. But we also want to listen in on the win moment for VKS to hear from them.
sit, okay? I play second.
Look for Gwen flank, okay? Play with. Okay, they're doing to a land. I think we can fight after.
Look at my flank. Look,
You only see it. Help. I can ult.
Jean's dead. Look him out.
Kill.
GG me. Let's go!
You were talking about Morpheus. That was the most excited person on the team after taking that dub. By the way, right before that play was Dokla bringing it back with 3 kills. So it was a fire series. It was back and forth. I thought it was going to go to 5.
I definitely thought it was going to go to 5 as well. I feel like most of the audience also is gearing up for that big win moment for 100 Thieves, the silver scrapes, but VKS denied it, and that makes things very interesting for today as well because, I mean, Raz, have we basically cursed NA by perpetually underselling the South representatives?
We got to give them some respect. We have to give VKS Star some real respect because even though I've been talking about it, like Shopify Rebellion, of course, losing to Red Canids, you're like, okay, sure, but surely 100 Thieves are the second best team looking strong. Of course, FlyQuest coming in today, once again, expected heavy favorites. But I've been counting out VKS Stars forever. We got to stop doing it.
He gave one fist. Okay, a couple fist bumps. Yeah, I was going to call Inspired out.
That man's locked in.
Yeah. He was going to get a fist bump no matter what. As we see the teams come in, I think the big thing as well is Cade wanted this rematch, right? Like, they were like, we were not at our best when we faced FlyQuest the first time. We feel like we really didn't show what we were capable of. So regardless, we want the rematch. They got it.
Yeah. And Sven, I mean, you've played in finals weekends before. How much does momentum matter going in? I mean, just winning on Saturday, having this big upset, they got to be riding the high, right?
Yeah, I mean, I played both sides of like being in the finals as a first team and also playing from the lower bracket. And I think it's not nothing.
Yeah.
It definitely matters a lot to be on stage for a whole day playing 4 games, you know, getting comfortable on stage, your gears are all right, your chairs, you know, perfect. So it does matter a lot. I also think VKS needs the confidence. I think their first game against FlyQuest, they're playing kind of slow despite having the winning early game. So maybe this will help them come out swinging.
Especially in the first series, as you mentioned, like, they got slaughtered. And when you go into that one, you feel like everything you've done or researched or work came to nothing. Like, you need something to feel like it was like a correct idea that you had in practice. And so for a team like this to find the success that they did yesterday means like, okay, all that practice, all that hard work that we had meant something. And of course, like, we were coming to the right conclusions.
Yeah, all that hard work meant something. As we take a look at VKS's roster journey of each of their players, I think the big highlight for me is Miru joining the team, right? Like, we saw how strong he was with Isurus Astral in Split 1. Coming on to this Cade team, I think they kind of had all these other pieces in place. You see how long Desamus has been on here, right? Someone else who did super, super well yesterday. We talked about mid-jungle, but Miru coming on kind of solidified this team really, really coming together.
And on top of that, bringing Boal in, who's been inactive in 2024, like, just having him come back up to speed. Of course, even mentioning Odoamne as like a name drop to like who helped him, coached him in getting into this position. Boal has been honestly phenomenal. So like all of these players being in this position on final stage in the LTA finals is crazy.
And now we look at the opposite side here, FlyQuest roster journeys. Sven, this team has been together for a long time, and they've just been so dominant for so long now.
Yeah, hate these guys. They always beat me.
I think you could say that. I think you might be the only one allowed to.
It's funny.
I do love comparing the high school to when Whippo was on Fnatic.
Playing
doing
Worlds Finals.
Yeah, he had just played in Worlds Finals versus IG the previous year.
And every time Whippo does talk about his days on Fnatic, it really does feel like he's on around a campfire talking to like
the good old days.
The good old days. As they're like, yeah, well, I was, of course, on the final stage. You guys were in high school. You just hit Challenger. Like, you better listen to me.
All right, sit down. I've heard enough.
Experience at the international stage, but also playoff experience. I want to actually take a look at some of the playoff experience for these players too, because that's something we want to highlight. Some of them, specifically that top lane, I think it's funny we combined Whippo and Gekko's.
Look, together they're 228. It's like when people do the brothers in like the NHL or NBA, and one of them is like a superstar.
2,414
games.
Like me and Faker have 5 world championships together.
Oh, yeah, true.
Oh,
when you put it that way.
Yep.
But you compare it to how many best of 5 experience Tier 1 games the side of VKS has, and there's a bit of a skew here for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest.
Yeah, and the thing I want to point out, we talked about how solid Morteus looked yesterday. Did not look like the stage atmosphere got to him at all. In fact, it looked like he fed off of it, which is really, really great to see from their rookie that they want to promote up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the confidence has always been in question in terms of like the experience that you have, but they've been playing with full confidence. You can already see the accolades that they've had based off of their split. And first, across the board, obviously FMB got first, so you got Boal in second, but he's been playing well in general. And we wondered if that level of play from them is going to translate to the LTA actual finals weekend. And it absolutely has. The confidence has been there. The lessons they learned from the first time they played against FlyQuest has really carried over.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of eyes will be on this team. Can the experience carry through from yesterday to today? But I know that there's a lot of people down in the South cheering them on. We actually want to check out one of the LTA South watch parties, so let's see what they're doing down there.
Vibe check.
Hello, LTA North fans! Here we are in São Paulo for the watch party, for the Runeterra Fun Fest, where all of us will be cheering for Vivo Cage Stars, because today can be a historical day for our region. So, let's make some noise, Brazil!
That's some passion right there.
Forever a classic. Yeah, the BRTT greater than
absolute
double
classic.
That was great.
Yeah, I heard that was being spammed in the South chat as well on Twitch while the game was going on yesterday. So good callback right there. But with that being said, we gave out a couple of awards yesterday. I hear that the desk handed those out. I wanted to get in
official
on some
awards.
of that because I wasn't allowed to give out any non-official LTA awards.
Don't look
You're
at
born
the
as a
graphic.
grub.
It's definitely
You look in
official.
the mirror every day and you're like, damn,
well,
man,
the first one was social clip of the year.
Good. And then you got to get your ass beat by somebody who's way stronger.
what is going on? The grubs are getting beat down.
Ugly. Like in a world of dragons and barons and cool-looking monsters.
Flowers has been on this for forever.
I think they're
I just don't think he likes
ugly,
grubs
man.
personally.
Like,
They got.
you
Come
think
on,
our grub
come on,
is cute?
chat.
No, man, that thing is ugly as sin. Look at him. His teeth are crooked. They come out of the
He's got
sides
the
of his
googly
mouth.
eyes, you know.
No, dude, he is ugly. River is putting him out of his misery.
Okay,
What
so
the heck?
raise your hand. Are
Flowers
the grubs?
has been on this rampage
them.
against the grubs all year.
Are they ugly cute though? Raise your
They're
hand.
cute.
I think
No.
ugly
Like
cute.
people,
What do we
like-
think, Dallas?
like
They're
pugs,
Grubs
you
ugly
know?
cute?
Like pugs.
I actually
Very
agree
cute.
with Flowers on this one.
Kind of
cute.
a mixed response.
I kind of like the
know.
grubs.
What?
Flowers.
I like the grubs.
You like
Shut
the
your
grubs?
damn
I like
mouth,
having them.
Flowers.
Up next, though, we also have an interesting award category: Best Trendemir Pentakill.
Oh, so we're going into my
Sample size of
history.
one.
You're solo
Man, you have a Trendemir Penta in your solo case history?
Absolutely not.
Hello. My favorite part about this is just A, how early they started calling for the Penta income, and B, how Masu dies. So that
Was this music playing during the
get
moment?
this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
This was Inspired's head. This was inside the head. Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that Masu ended up just putting no damage in just so he could get the penta or the quadra
know.
and then get the penta.
I mean, honestly, the game was already over anyway. Like at this point, just farm stats.
But
you know?
that's a true teammate right there.
But that also is paid back. Masu got his pentakill later. So
True.
boom. You know,
Okay.
pay it forward. Pay
That's
it
true.
forward.
That's a handshake.
Yeah, that's a handshake right there. Next category: call an ambulance, but not for me.
Okay, I don't know which one this one
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, this could be a lot
This
of different.
could be a lot of things.
This one actually feels like a real
Oh,
award.
okay.
Oh, okay.
I know what this is.
Who are they facing again? Okay, Team Liquid, nice.
Man, the music really sells it.
Yeah.
I was praying that it was versus C9 just so I could make another jab, but I can't see that.
Really, bro? I've had enough for one.
No, we brought you on specifically for this.
This moment was so good. Stays around for so long.
Okay, the editor really went crazy for this one.
Are we allowed to show that footage on
The white
No, we
flag
are.
from Inspired is
Okay,
like the
alright.
Yeah,
cherry
right.
on top at the end there.
Yeah.
The white
Yeah.
flaggy mode.
He just walks out, yeah.
The crazy thing is Busia had so many of those throughout the split. On Bard.
On Bard, yeah.
Specifically on Bard. Actually, I got to put this question to you, Sven. Between Vulcan and Busio, who's the better Bard
Oh,
player?
wow.
I mean, Vulcan, obviously.
Oh,
I
that's
thought
a
you could
good
rip
80
on your
care. He's
point.
backing up his. How
He
dare
is
you put him in
backing
that
up.
Also an
position?
excellent
thought I
I do,
teammate here.
I do think they have different styles on Bard, if you can believe it or not.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
Busio is more like a flashy montage player, while Vulcan is more like a, I'll just press my ult on the carry and then stun him, and that's good enough for me.
Oh,
you know, like
okay.
yeah, it's like a
Primary engage Bard.
like
That's
some
what I
people
call
play
that one.
Bard to annoy people.
Yeah.
and like that's their whole job in the game. And some people play Bard to just ult the immobile carry and stun them and then kill them, and that's like their purpose.
Yeah.
So it's different kind of things
Okay.
you're looking for when you play Bard.
Sure. Well, Vulcan didn't win that award, a very official award. So a little bit of a snub apparently, but we got to check out the best vocal performance.
Definitely going to be FlyQuest.
Well, spoilers.
I'm a bit of a singer.
Well, no, it's just which FlyQuest.
The secret quad.
Secret quad?
But you don't really care for Quadu, do ya?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Kobe's just not reacting.
Yeah, I was going to say Kobe is just standing in the background.
He's like just chilling there the entire time.
That was, I have a tear. I'm crying after that one.
You
that
are?
was so beautiful.
Where's the
yeah.
tissue?
They
Yeah,
actually
just
have
don't
pretty good
zoom in.
voices. I will say that.
I think the music kind of helps a lot.
Yeah, it does. It's good vibes.
Calms you down before a big game. Absolutely.
I think if it's just the voices, it wouldn't be that good.
But there is one more hidden award, a surprise, if you will, that I wanted to give out here because it's a very special day, everybody. So I want everybody in Dallas, Texas,
no.
and
Oh, here
Twitch
we
chat as
go.
well to get ready because I believe that we have it here. It is somebody's birthday today. So everyone cheer for Raz. Happy birthday, Raz. We have a couple of cupcakes. Which one are you going for here, Raz?
Oh my God.
Chocolate.
Grab a cupcake.
special.
Emily, grab a cupcake. Sven, grab a cupcake. And Dallas, Texas, I'm going to try something out here.
funny.
Sing along with me. Can we? Do you think we can get the whole crowd singing happy birthday for Raz?
guys.
All right.
Oh my God.
All right, on me.
You mad,
Okay,
Raz?
you ready?
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Raz. Happy birthday
to you. Thank you. You guys all have beautiful. In fact, we're revoking the last vocal performance for this one. This is the best vocal performance.
This
All
is
you
the
guys-
new winner. But Raz, you also met up earlier today, checking in with the fans. I don't even think they knew it was your birthday, but let's see how that went.
How dare them.
What's up, guys? I'm here in Finals Fan Fest, and I've already seen something incredible. I'm gonna get a quick picture with them. Let's get a quick picture, guys. Let's get a quick pic, if we can. That's all that's in there. This is the most incredible cosplay of a lifetime. Nice. Appreciate you guys. Who do you think is winning tonight?
Man, I got to go with my favorite team, 100 Thieves, man. They're just too good.
100 Thieves, they lost yesterday. Oh, wake him up. Wake him up. FlyQuest, yes, sir. Yeah, wake up. Honestly, they need to show up. They need to show up. Yes, and I see you got that green tinge in your beard.
Oh, yes, it's definitely FlyQuest.
Yeah?
Inspire, lead the way.
What's like, do you think it's going to be a 3-0?
It's definitely going to be a 3-0, but VKS has been scrimming with FlyQuest a lot.
That's true.
So they might, ban Nunu, they might ban Ivern.
They might have the tech.
They might have the tech. They might have the tech.
I appreciate it. Amazing cosplay, brother. Amazing cosplay. Oh, yeah, I'm messing with your Entofos, but you know what? There we go. Appreciate you. I might be able to. And it's playing music. Oh, my God. I feel powerful as hell with this on. You're much stronger than I am, so I can't hold this. Oh, my goodness. The Texas barbecue, maybe. We'll see. We'll catch up on that one. But, guys, we're here in Fan Fest. We got a lot of FlyQuest fans out here. How you guys feeling about your chances today?
We feel great. It's going to be easy 3-0.
3-0, baby. 3-0 all day.
What you thinking, brother?
3-0, for sure.
Do we have any VKS believers out here? 3-0? Anyone here from VKS? We got them right here.
Hi, I like VKS.
I love VKS. How do you feel about your chances? Because you guys rocked 100 Thieves yesterday.
I was so surprised about yesterday, and I think they have a good chance against FlyQuest today.
There we go, and I love the Zoe cosplay. Oh, absolute cinema here. We got so many people packed up here in FanQuest, but thank you, I appreciate it, guys. Let's go, let's go. Yes, we are packed here in FanFest. We are packed, and there's got a lot of booths here. We got the Kia booths over here. We got the Cloud9 booths coming right up here. As you can see, merches. What's up? Oh my God, your Rakan cosplay is immaculate. Immaculate. Who are you rooting for today?
I'm rooting for the underdog, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's the score, do you think?
The score? I'm thinking the score is going to be 3-2.
3-2, of course. It's going to be That's what I'm talking about. We got a competitive series. That's a call out right there. Oh, let's check it out. You want to do some push-ups? Let's do some push-ups. We're getting challenged, and I take all challenges here at the Cloud9 booth, the C9 booth. Let's go for it. All right. I've been practicing. Let's do it. Oh my God! What's this? You were hiding some power in there.
I just like working out, man. It's just fun.
I need to start working out. But let's check out, of course, the queue here. What do you guys have going on here in the C9 booth?
A lot of our stuff is sold out right now, but we're selling Beyblade merch, and we're also...
Oh! Are you guys selling Blabber too? What's going on?
I saw you just got cooked in the push-ups. What's going on?
Look, it was me just helping out some fans, all right? Me helping out some fans. It is what it is. So I appreciate it, though. Yeah, I appreciate it. I don't. I'm going to be beating the next fan that I get in terms of push-ups. I am a powerful person. But we got so much going on here. We got the pagoda samples. Why not? Can I take one if it's possible? I'm going to try one. And while I'm having a piece of pagoda here, I'm going to send this one back to the desk. You guys have fun. Eating on the job, guys.
First of all, how many times are you going to lose a push-up contest publicly?
I'm going to win.
The first one was against me.
Okay,
wait, what?
Calm down. That was charity work.
He did lose, Emily. You haven't heard of
that? Is pathetic.
Charity work.
I was giving wins away.
Okay, but now we have to know how many push-ups can you do, Sven?
More than Raz.
More than Raz.
What?
That's all we
can't
need.
be true.
That's all we need. All right,
In
Raz, you were
between
holding
games,
up a sign
we'll film it.
earlier already. Next up, we're going to play a little bit of a game here, something we call LTA Finals Feud, because you were running around FanFest, but yesterday we also asked during FanFest 100 LTA Finals attendees to answer a few questions for us. We have everybody's board, so pick them up. Raz, you're there. Emily,
Raz,
pick up
you
the
go
board.
first. Yeah, mine's
Ben, you
here.
got one over there.
Yep.
So we have the top 5 answers on the boards.
I didn't see anything.
Did it?
One of them fell off.
Raz, you already broke your board.
That was not me, I promise.
What is this?
It's all falling apart.
Nobody's surprised.
You had one job,
now
Raz.
another one fell.
Okay, that's Emily. She's
All right,
actually
we're going to start with
purposely putting them
Sven.
down.
I am
His is
not.
the only one
I'm
that's
not trying
very
to cheat. Yeah.
functional.
What do I do?
Sven, what is your question? You got make a player who should be...
Name a player who should be in the Hall of Legends.
Name a player. So Sven, you just
Okay.
have to name a player that you think one of the 100 fans that we surveyed yesterday would have said should be in the Hall of Legends. So get in the mind of a fan for LTA. Who do you think they would say?
I have to guess what one fan out of 100 said?
Yeah, there's going to be the top 5 answers.
Okay.
And so you got to get 1 out of 5 right now. If you get any wrong, we're just going to reveal all of them. So what do you think?
Ruler.
Ruler. All right.
Production
Survey
has to
says.
tell us.
Oh,
No one said Ruler?
Wow.
Are we
All
on
right,
serious?
What does
Let's
LTA
see.
fans think?
This is
What do they
crazy.
think?
Surely they're going to say
Oh.
Bjergsen.
So 47 thought that it was...
If it says Bjergsen,
Double
double
it.
lift.
Yeah.
That's actually crazy pandering.
We
I
are
think
not
that's
serious.
A
Yeah.
biased crowd.
Yeah, there
We
we
are
go.
not serious.
Okay,
Let's
I
go
like
in
this
there.
list. I
Yeah,
actually like this list a
Have-
lot.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
That
let's
is a-
not get too excited
Oh
now.
Guys.
my God, guys.
Show me.
Yeah,
Okay, now we
right?
actually get to one that
We cannot be serious.
Sneaky. Wow.
Sneaky fans out here.
Fans, you have disappointed
That's
me.
where I draw the line.
Sven
right.
is personally offended.
I don't know if Raz has his
By that
up,
one.
so I've got mine.
Okay, get in there, get in there.
Which
all right,
is,
here's
I can't
Emily's.
read it.
Emily, yours is if you could have a summoner spell in real life, which one would you want? So what do you think the fans would say,
That's
Emily?
easily teleport.
Oh, I would say teleport.
Teleport. And
Of course.
This game is
survey
trash.
says 67 responses.
Yeah, let's
That's the
go.
correct answer.
All right,
That's
you
the
get
correct
one.
Yeah,
What do
I
you
would
think for the other one?
absolutely say teleport. Second one?
Smite the non-believers.
Ew.
Smite all of my enemies.
No, I would say like either Flash or Ghost.
You already have
Well, you gotta answer
Because
one.
like
We're
you
gonna
gotta
have
run
Flash.
away from
Okay,
someone.
but Flash,
I'll say Flash.
you flash over there and do what?
Flash.
Flash is number 2.
It's
yes,
number 2?
I'm smurfing this.
Only 19. Big drop off. I think teleport's the obvious one. All right.
Yeah,
What do you
teleport is the obvious one. I'm gonna go Ghost next. I
Ghost
feel like
next?
I'm running it down now.
think? Survey says. Oh,
That's just an X, isn't
not
it?
an answer. I do
not
not
an
believe
X.
that's an
Yeah.
answer.
Why
No
not?
Ghost.
You
So let's see what
smite.
the other ones are.
Really, it's
Yeah,
heal,
what?
no?
Heal.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
All right,
heal.
we
Okay,
got
heal's good.
heal,
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm going to cover your face so everyone can see. Cleanse!
Smile wasn't even on there. I knew people wouldn't go for
We don't have spiteful people out
there. All right, Reds, get yours up. Let's go fast
We
here.
don't have spiteful people, which would read it for me.
Yours said, who is the second best player in the world? I'm assuming Faker is going to be everyone's answer.
Okay, I haven't
Who's
cheated
the second
at all,
best?
so it has to be inspired. I haven't cheated.
If it says Björk's on double lift, I'm out.
Inspired? You think inspired?
I think inspired. Yeah.
Inspired is on there.
I'm a smart man.
And according to 100, 10 said inspired.
That's pretty crazy.
10%. All right, give another name.
So second best player next to who?
I feel like
Next to Faker.
I
I'm
feel like
assuming
people
Faker
are
would
just
be-
going to
Uzi,
list
isn't it?
all T1 players.
It's just Uzi.
You think
no,
Uzi?
current players in the world.
Oh, current players in the world.
Second best player in the world.
What the hell?
It's not Uzi.
That counted? All right, show them all. Chovy is not the second best.
Wait, Chovy wasn't on there?
How is double lift making owner?
Oh, Chovy is on there. Yeah, let's just take a
You
look.
should have just gone with my advice and
We just
get
chose double lift
T1
on this one
players.
again.
I don't
Get
know
the
why double
phone
lift.
out of my
Base.
face.
Half the
We are
people
too
said
unserious.
Chovy.
Yeah.
Half the people said Chovy, so at least they saved some street cred right there.
Get this out
Double
of my
lift
face.
being in the All of Legends as the #1 answer. He's here today, you know that?
Got a lot of great fans out there
earlier.
already. That's something. That's something.
All right, well, thanks for playing along with us, everybody, and especially everybody that we surveyed yesterday. That was a lot of fun. But to get back into the discussion for today, I think the question on everybody's mind is what this rematch is going to look like. Because if we're being honest, FlyQuest kind of destroyed VKS last weekend.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Just a bit. It did not look particularly close. I think comparing this Cade to the Cade we saw yesterday, the big thing was that they were really hesitant with their leads, whereas when they did get some leads against 100 Thieves, we saw them really push them. We saw them going for these really big cross-map plays, kind of drawing 100 Thieves around the map. That did not happen against FlyQuest. They kind of just had a lead, and then FlyQuest took over game 1, and then after that, FlyQuest didn't look back.
Not a single kill until game 2 from VKS.
It was rough.
That was a wild one. and of course, yes.
And this quote's crazy to me. As a player, what are your thoughts on this type of statement?
It sounds kind of cocky, but it's not actually uncommon to not watch games of other teams if you're playing a tournament-style format. You know, you just have coaches to do all the important stuff. If anything noticeable to talk about, you'll mention it in the draft meeting or the prep, the scouting report, or whatever. So it's not. It sounds a bit cockier than it maybe is, or maybe she's actually just cocky. It could be both, but
my coaching staff should tell me if someone can play Vex top lane. If that's a thing, then I'm ready for him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think your coaching staff should tell you not to play Vex top lane. But one thing they did do, I thought, was have a really good plan for putting Gapgos in.
Yeah, FlyQuest
right?
clearly knew what they were doing there.
They did put him on champions that he would be really, really comfortable on, particularly in game 1 with the Aurelia. They had the Ivern in the jungle for support. So yeah, I thought they had pretty good plans in place for the substitution. I still think Whippo is going to be starting like 99.9% of the time.
Really?
Spoilers, he's starting today.
Hey,
so yeah.
What the hell?
I know, sorry.
I think at the end of the day, Whippo is the best, if not the second best. I view him as the best top laner in the league. So like that is just going to be the reality now. The fact that Gapgos got games in and performed incredibly well, this is going to be the shared champion pool and the champion pool between both. Was this something that you were looking at, Kangas?
Well, I mean, immediately I always think of the Enchanter top lane. Shout out my goat Merwin. Gapgos in that pool as well with Karma there. But
the Aurelia was the big one for him.
Aurelia was obviously the big head turner in that last series. Sven, what do you think? Is this a 6-man roster, or are we expecting Whippo to be heavily leaned on for this grand finals?
I think it could have been if they had him the whole year, but I think in summer split and summer finals and going to Worlds, it's just too late to start implementing a 6-man roster. I also think the top laners are very different, which can be good, but also you know what to expect when you see Gapgos in Champs League, right? So it's not that hard to prepare for different top laners. You just know, yeah, he'll play Aurelia, he'll play Gwen, but Whippo wants to play those champions, so it's not so good as people think.
Makes sense.
And probably the biggest component is just how communicative both your top laner is. If Whippo is going to be speaking a lot, especially if he's strong, then not having that presence for the next game means a lot. Like, that's going to be a big difference to be able to try and fill.
Yeah, I do think Whippo is definitely better for this team. He creates a lot of space for the team. Sometimes it's for the better or for worse, but he's definitely like a top winner who's not afraid to die, and that's something that FlyQuest needs sometimes. Someone just goes in and makes something happen so that Matsu and Quad, excuse me, will clean up.
Well, hey, so Emily spoiled it. Whippo will be in first, but we'll see throughout the series. Maybe Gapgos gets some playtime. But we're headed for a break, and on the other side, we're going to talk about our Kia Player of the Year. So stay tuned.
I wonder who.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe the year is almost over.
Yeah,
I'm always excited for the road shows. They're a ton of fun, especially as a way to not just, find the winners and find the best players and all of that, but as a way to just celebrate the entirety of it.
We're going to be working the finals together, but honestly, when we started our careers, we were also together too. Those practice casts.
Yeah, the practice cast back in 2016 online. We casted Demacia Cup at 2 o'clock in the morning my time.
Damage comes through and Scout's able to find the kill.
To go from that to 10 years later, still doing road shows and getting to be like at the heart of competitive League of Legends.
Yeah.
It's such a cool reality to live in.
People will call it a career. I don't really feel like it's a career. I'm pretty sure my mom still doesn't know exactly what it is. It's something that I love so much.
I think this is the end of the journey, brother.
A lot of players played a lot of games trying to earn these.
Now it's just down to 2.
Let's get them in there.
Send these babies home.
He doesn't have the damage! Sarah's one in the world!
Not from the top!
It's a base race!
Yeah, I dropped stats. I know. You're a big stats man.
See ya!
Don't go anywhere.
And now it's time to award our Kia Player of the Year. The trophy has arrived in Dallas, and now we just need Raz and Flowers to get it over to us. Let's go, Raz! There he is. All right, the handoff to Flowers. Let's go, Flowers! That is a good-looking award, my friend. Don't drop it.
Captain Flower, thank you for delivering our trophy safely. On behalf of Kia, congratulations to winning a Kia Player of the Year. Well deserved.
Thank you. All right, Inspired. MVP of both North and South. How does it feel here up on this stage?
Feels very nice, honestly. I'm happy that people recognize my good work and the performance I'm putting in throughout the whole year. And yeah, it feels very rewarding. And but it will be even better if we finish on a win in the finals. So I don't really try to think about it too much right now, and I'm fully focused on the game.
Yep, your job is not done. For a little bit of reminiscing, what is maybe your favorite memory so far this year with FlyQuest?
I think backdooring in Game 5 against Cloud9 in the second split was pretty fun. I would never imagine myself winning a final in that way. So I think that is for sure the best memory.
That was a super hype call. Now, you actually have another one of the people that had a lot of votes for MVP on your team, Busio. Can you talk a little bit about your teammate and how far he has come this year?
Yeah, I think Busio is a super great player. I think mechanically probably one of the best in the world, and I think he's been proving it throughout the whole year, and he's been a big part of our team's success, so yeah.
And our final question is going to be about one of your opponents. If the South had an MVP, Miro was going to be one of the front runners, and he had a really good performance in mid lane yesterday. What's your plan of attack here for FlyQuest for Miru?
I think we don't really focus on that. We know that he's their star player, but I don't think our game plan should be any different, like trying to target him too much. I think we're going to stick to our game, and I think it should be enough to win.
All right, I'll let you get back to your team and get prepared for the match coming up. Thank you, Inspired. We actually did a longer version of the interview with Inspired on the dive. Check it out on YouTube. Let's roll some highlights of our MVP.
Humpty wants an opportunity to try to find a knock-up here onto somebody, but Inspired is not going to be the right target. Follow-up from Inspired as he's ready to chase. FlyQuest are happy to accept the gift.
Inspired. It's bad boy Inspired. The fact that he got both the MVP, the championship.
Make it a 2-for-1 as the Super Mega Death Rocket sets it up for Inspired to knock it down.
He was the main reason why they ended up taking down G2.
The 4D chess Inspired, the embodiment of jungle diff. Insane performance from Inspired, the MVP of the league, the MVP of the finals in North America.
Inspired! It's a point-and-click ability when he's playing Sejuani.
I mean, Inspired is just running the game. He can literally do no wrong.
There's a reason why he's won MVPs in multiple regions. There's a reason why he is the frontrunner for Kia Player of the Year.
The triple kill to Inspired. It's a quadra kill to Inspired in the Jungle Trendemir game.
Inspired comes in and Khalid's house.
Congratulations to Inspired for winning Player of the Year. That's a North and South category award. So that means that everybody agrees he is the guy. And Sven, I want to start with you because obviously you've gotten a chance to compete against Inspired. So what are your thoughts on him winning this award?
He's just really, really good. Like, there's not much to say besides that. He's really, really good and really, really solid. He's always consistent. That's the main thing about Inspired. He never has bad games.
Sure.
It's very, very rare. He's a big stinker. Like, where he's just feeding the whole game, making wrong decisions, never in the right place. But it feels like he's the backbone of FlyQuest. No matter how bad of a game someone else has, he's always reliable.
And how rare is that in a player to not have those bad performances? Because it feels like we do see that often.
I think for certain roles like mid laners or AD carries, it's not too hard to have okay games always. But for junglers who have to engage sometimes and like, be the burden of the engaged player, it can be hard sometimes to not have a bad game.
Yeah.
And also, I will still remember Split 2 finals. Whereas like that major play to like that double TP backdoor and him just like basically pushing for the call of the double TP.
Yeah.
I just had to do it. I had to do it. Talking about big moments.
Why is it always me?
Because like Cloud9 at that moment, I was like, surely they win. Surely it's a dub.
You're just twisting the knife, Brad.
But no, like Inspired, of course, you sing the praises, of course, the consistency and international play as well, which gets considered. He was the main player to look at. He was the main carry that was performing in those moments, so feels like a lot of the credit goes towards him.
Yeah, best in the West. Emily, do you agree?
The whole family.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's just, like Sven said, he's consistently good. I think.
No, that's we have the X on broadcast. We can throw it up there.
I mean, I really appreciate the pick Twitch signs. He's one of my favorite carries to
that's
play,
fine.
to
Pick
be
Jan is
quite
also
honest. However, I think like you can see it in FlyQuest early game and how flexible they are, right? Like Sven, I know you were talking about how they're in their last series against Cade. Nice. In their last series against Cade, we had this gold graph where they kind of just hung back, gave up so many objectives, and still just blew the game wide open.
Yeah, we talked about how FlyQuest are very disciplined when they're behind, and they aren't even behind in this graph, but they're always keeping the goal very close until the one moment where VKS makes a single mistake and the whole game blows open in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then in game 2, we saw Inspired, again, talking about our player of the year, just all over the map, because it's not just that they can hang back, give up objectives, but it's also that he's just everywhere, and when they can push the early tempo, they do.
Yeah, so when FlyQuest aren't playing the late games getting comped, they actually play really well from ahead, and they have a crazy scoreline when they're ahead at 40 minutes. We'll talk about that later. But the point is that FlyQuest aren't afraid to push, well, still on the gas or whatever, when they're actually ahead, and they're really good at it too. But when they're behind or playing the close games is when they're the deadliest, in my opinion. When they outscale, they're very hard to find mistakes, and they're very hard to punish them when they're playing the weak early game comps.
Yeah, and in this one, he was just all over the map in 6:30. Yeah.
Especially when it's like, you kind of already mentioned it, but when Whippo has a lead, that brother's like, okay, we're doing a tank check, a stat check just to see how close I can get to dying and how much space I can create.
A little happy gaming.
Literally.
Yeah.
So, especially if he has Ivern or literally any kind of enchanter to support him, he's like, okay, I'm going so far deep just to check. Okay, this is an int, now I know for next time. But like, that's kind of what they end up doing when they have a lead. They just blow the game wide open. But to your point, yes, when they are behind, they slow the game down. They play a lot more methodical.
So then the question, on my mind at least, is what have VKS learned since then? We saw a much better version of them yesterday.
Yeah.
Do we think we'll see a different version of them today than we saw last week versus FlyQuest?
Ooh, that's a very good question. I think it'll be better.
I think that since they played yesterday against Thieves and they won, they have a lot more confidence this time, a lot more, you know, what do you call it, momentum to come into the series swinging.
Yeah.
I think that they'll come on out the gate swinging in the first game. I think last time, the first game they played against FlyQuest, they were very slow and they were a little hesitant maybe, maybe even afraid of FlyQuest a bit, and they played way slower than they should have been. So I think today they'll come out swinging.
And I have a few things for like VKS, the lessons that they have learned and should learn. And
Okay.
I put it on a whiteboard. So for me, of course, you could already see based off the plays that they played versus 100 Thieves, they were a lot more faster paced. This is game 2 where they were like punishing FBI's Smolder pick pretty aggressively. It was already a pretty bad start for him in lane to begin with when he went topside.
Yeah.
But then they found a great dive here. Then Dokla went topside. They found another perfect dive where they were just up in tempo. This is something that we didn't really see versus FlyQuest, where they were a lot of the times got impatient, but they really stepped on the pedal to continue the pace of the game. And so like the few things that I had here is play with confidence. Play with confidence is the big one. That was the big lesson that they have learned, I would say, from the FlyQuest games, because even though game 2 and game 3 were better than game 1, easy to say because they didn't get a single kill that one, they were still playing scared. And so that was the main thing, and patience and more set plays. That's why I have a big old brain right here. It doesn't look like a brain, it looks like a cloud.
I thought it was a cloud.
It looks like a cloud, but it isn't. It's a big brain.
Okay.
So just play a little smarter. That's the main thing for me. But of course, like if you see a play, if you have the numbers, go for it, because they just didn't do that when they were playing them last time.
Yeah, and for me, I want to take another look at some of the plays from 100 Thieves, because I thought we talked about how important mid-jungle was going to be in this matchup, and I really liked some of these early invades. As you can see here, we have these wards to spot out. Raz, you already touched upon this, right? Because VKS are expecting the Smolder could potentially go top. And so as we roll the clip, what VKS decide to do is they're going to be invading down here on this side. And River actually kind of sticks around to try to see, right, if he is going to be able to take it away. He, spoilers, cannot.
Difficult
but
to
again, like,
outsmite the...
yeah, I really liked these aggressive movements from VKS to really like destabilize River's early game, right? Because the one game that we did see from VKS where they really took over or from 100 Thieves when they really took over, was when River was able to get this early advantage. Here, Desamas outsmites him, and River set really far behind.
I think maybe River destabilized his own game in this case.
A little bit, yeah. But I did like the invade.
He didn't have to take this coin flip.
Yeah.
But it was a good invade regardless, I agree. I think next one is even better. The one in the fourth game, I think it was, the Trundle game.
Yep, we'll be rolling that next. Here we go. We're going to pause right here. Because basically what they're going to try to do is just destabilize the map early, right? So this time the invade is going to come up here, and you really want to set this side of the map in VKS's favor. So as we roll the clip, here we go. And this is such a River play, right? Like, we talk about how River plays around Vision, but Desamas flashes over here to avoid that ward, ends up surprising River on his own red buff. And this really, really sets River super far behind in the early game. So basically doing to River what River has done to so many teams.
And I feel like my focus, if I was going into a game against 100 Thieves, is focus on Quid, but focusing on River was a great solution as well for Vivocade.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like a lot of teams would have actually either focused on the bot side or focused on top side throughout the split, honestly.
Pick anyone. River was like the stable one, yeah.
But River is the type of person who, yes, will take either level 1 invades or something. So like what you said, Emily, prior is right, because River is getting what's happening to him that usually does to other people.
Yeah, and I really liked this too, which is why I showed the path and then slowed it down a little bit. Him visiting, because he knows River might be there to try to make up some XP, try to set Quid's lane in a good position. This is another thing we see River do pretty consistently.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
And so shutting down those two was such a huge priority from Cade early, and I really liked that kind of growth and knowledge of how to attack 100 Thieves.
Yeah, for sure. So that's what we think that they've learned since last time versus FlyQuest. That's kind of the difference from Vivocade. But what do they still need to learn? We actually have some whiteboards here that we created for what they can still learn. Emily, you already got one, so what's yours say?
I'm sorry I always write in cursive. But
I can't read that at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No one knows how I read it. It's fine. So I said teamfight timing and neutral objective setups. I thought they did, in fairness, much better at these two things yesterday, but I still think FlyQuest is so difficult to challenge in a lot of these neutral objective setups, in a lot of this cross-mapping. Their macro is just that good, and so I do want to see that kind of continued improvement from VKS, some of which we did see yesterday against 100 Thieves.
Absolutely. Sven, I see that you just finished your sign, so do you want to show it off here? What do you think they still need to learn to take out Fly?
For me, it's very simple. Make it chaotic. If you think you might be a little bit worse than the enemy team and you can't win by like playing standard games or slow macro games like FlyQuest is good at, just make it a chaotic. Invade level 1, fist fight every lane, pick something funny.
Okay.
You know, make it funny.
Yeah, maybe that Ivern support that we were looking at. I just put up Prey. I think that's all they can really do right now. FlyQuest is so dominant. They 3-0'd them last week. Are we forgetting that?
Yeah, I do like so I remember on Pros, Inspired is like complaining a little bit about certain scrims and how they had to remake certain scrims or wanted to remake because bot lane was just going crazy. So maybe you can have a moment where if you are just like permanently fist fighting bot lane, Husiamasu's like, hell yeah, let's take this fight, even if we're probably not better off in the 2v2 and lose out in that. That's what you're praying for. Yeah. That's what my focus would be. But some people might focus on the mid and jungle.
Yes, I'm happy you bring that up because we want to talk about Miro and Desamas and how good that they looked in their series against 100 Thieves and how that can kind of carry over to today.
Yeah, I mean, Miro, he is kind of this star player of VKS. We talked about how good of a series he had yesterday. And again, this was a place where we were expecting 100 Thieves to have the advantage, right? In Quid and in River, considering how well they've been playing. We just went over how they tried to destabilize the map really early on, and Miro was the main benefactor. I thought his Ahri charms were super clutch. Yep. He was so super solid in so many of VKS's team fights, and it really made such a massive difference for them.
That was crazy, Sven. Just like being able to catch that second charm in the dragon fight that caught FBI.
It was kind of lucky, to be fair. The Galio was in front of him, but still, like there's first fight, he flashes on the FBI, kills him, that starts the whole fight. Charm on Ambassador after that, and then the on the FBI in the second fight carried the whole game. Set up Matthias for success.
Yeah, and on your screen you see Desamas right there. I thought he was also a huge part of their success, going for those early invades, really trying to shut River down. And then a lot of these team fights, his follow-up was great. I loved how they piloted the Talia Pantheon between these two players.
A lot of days requesting that.
Please pick it.
Yeah. That is a lot of days. I'm not sure
Count
if it's going to happen today.
That's a good lesson.
I think we need like a BU9 fearless for that to happen.
Oh, these are incredible.
Oh, we got the whole entourage. We actually have the entire one.
That's beautiful. Pick Warwick top. I think, actually, we might have some top laners that would do that here.
Yeah, Wibble could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could. Absolutely.
But that being said, like, for VKS, we talked about it, playing chaotic, all of these things. Like, the upward trajectory that they have had as a team has been monumental. Like, sure, the promise that they had as a squad to be able to be the best team in Brazil, well, it was looking like it was Furia. It was looking like Furia was the team that it was going to be, but nope. Mirror joins the team. They really skyrocket up. They 3-0 Furia, and they find themselves the LTA South champions.
Yeah, I mean, mirror joining was absolutely massive, like you said. I think another thing in talking to Trimby over this weekend and over the course of LTA playoffs, he has really talked about how difficult it was for him at first and how he now feels so much more comfortable as a main voice or the main shot calling voice on this team. Here he is from his interview yesterday on stage where he said he did play some scrims against FlyQuest and we did really well, I'd say.
I will say scrims at the end of playoffs are a little bit like take a grain of salt because you don't want to show the M team what you're actually going to play in the games.
Fair.
So you don't play your best champions. Also, you don't want to show main strategies because you might play them against finals. So it's like, why are we even scrimming at this point?
Yeah.
We're just playing to play, basically.
True, but if you lose while all that's still happening, still feel that tilt.
But anything to cope.
Yes.
It can give confidence to the team winning in the scrims, but on the other side, I mean, Fly has just been dominant this year, not only in the South. Whoa!
We need to find his wife now.
Is she somewhere in the crowd?
Put your hands up, please, if you're out there.
Yeah. But, you know, FlyQuest, we got some crazy stats that we want to talk about. Look at this one. 40-1 record went ahead at 14. That's not bad. No,
that's very, very good. And obviously, teams went ahead at 14 are going to have a pretty positive win rate. But 40-1 is still absolutely insane for FlyQuest. And I mean, their records in best of fives is also just ridiculous this past year. As we see, they're 13-2 since 2024 spring, which is pretty ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's insane, the success that they've had thus far. And so the dominance, at some point we were like, okay, getting tired of talking about it. But you're going to still have to talk about it if they're punching you in the mouth.
Yeah, it's this is why we're building up this team, because I think expectations are so heavy, even more so.
But there were a few teams that beat them.
There were a few.
Oh,
hey,
wait a minute.
Finally, a good stat for me.
Look at that, Ben. Congratulations. And you're right up there with anyone's Legend of BLG.
Yeah, and imposter among us here.
No.
But you can just see how strong FlyQuest has been, and I think that really sets the tone for this. If Vivocade Stars are able to pick up a game, pick up a couple games, pick up the series, this would be a huge moment for Brazil.
Yeah, and I mean, I think another big thing that I want to talk about.
Man. That's a good question.
I have
Ben, when do they play?
Why is it always me?
Yeah.
You're telling me a silver scrape this? I actually really love that.
That's good. I like that.
All right, you guys are going to have to help me with this giant
What's going on here?
I'm going to duck underneath it.
Okay.
All right, I want to talk about champion flexibility because this is all of their champ pools in 2025.
What is going on?
Sorry,
We're dancing?
you guys.
They're dancing to it.
Great. So, yeah, I just wanted to point out because this, I think, actually is one of FlyQuest's biggest strengths.
Can you reach it?
These best of fives, look.
Yeah, which of Whippo's champions are you
I'm only 5
Which
feet
of the top
tall.
laners do you want to see here?
And I am wearing heels and standing on the box, and I still can't reach it. It's sad. But once you get to 4-5 in Fearless, you kind of have to make a decision. Like, okay, where are we going to put our funny pick, right? Or a slightly off meta pick. And it feels like every single one of these players can play something that's slightly off the wall. Obviously, we're always going to point to Bwippo for that, right? But like, every single player on FlyQuest is so flexible. Their champ pools are so deep. And this is what really makes it difficult to go up against them.
I'm looking at like the 80s in the mid lane, right? Yeah.
Yeah, a best of 5.
The Kog'Maw, we got the
Rumble
Ziggs.
support, by the way.
Yeah, Rumble support way over there. Ben, what's the craziest thing you think FlyQuest could pull out from this board?
I think a lot of these are like from spring and from
Yeah.
earlier in the year, so I'm not sure we'll see Rumble support and stuff like that anymore. But I do think FlyQuest has the most X factor in top lane. Obviously, I mean, Whippo is the CEO of Flying Champions, and Dakos has like, I wouldn't say Ariel is a Flying Champion, but she's definitely like a unique champion these days. So I think anything out of the ordinary is top lane.
Okay.
I like that. I like that. I'll put this to the side, but not before I get
That is good. Whoa.
Yo, violence.
And maybe we can update that throughout the day, too, as champions are locked in. That is a big board right there. Wow.
That's great.
Impressive that you guys were able to hold that for so long.
Thank you.
I've seen how many push-ups you can do, Raz. I was a little...
I'm getting more push-ups in every day.
Are you?
Yes,
he
I
actually
am.
has been. In
Why are you
Raz's
questioning me?
defense, I
I
have
mean,
seen
he
multiple
keeps
posts.
challenging people to push off.
He does, and he
push-up
keeps
contest.
losing, which is good fuel. It's good fuel to keep going. Who here in the audience thinks they can beat Raz in a push-up contest?
Not a lot of people, I'll tell you right now.
I think it's more like who couldn't.
Yeah.
That actually wasn't as loud as I thought it was going to be.
See,
Raz,
'cause I was
maybe
I believe
flexing a
the
little bit.
mojo here.
Every
flexing.
single one of you to beat Raz in the push-up contest.
No. I don't think so. I don't think so. But like, and that's the thing. I've actually been surprised by how many like stunt Vivo Cade like star fans there are, or people who are believing in them to not just like be able to take a game, but perhaps a series.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of that comes into like, well, we didn't expect what happened yesterday at all.
No.
So
Nobody. Emily
anything's
had
on
one
the table.
game for Vivocade, and that was it.
That's true.
But with that being said, I'm going to let the three of you continue on the desk before we get in. You see close to
There
four.
we
Hey,
go.
there's one of the fans.
Oh, we got real war signs out here.
They have some faith right there, and I'm going to head down to the crowd
Inspired,
here
expired.
to get a first look at that, because opening
these are
ceremonies are starting soon.
Oh, shit.
Rip TSM. I'm going to hand it over to everybody else on the desk, and I'll see you downstairs.
We got a battle out here in the fans.
Yeah. That means with Kangas leaving us to our lonesome, it's time for predictions.
Oh, that's true.
Who does
That's
everyone
true.
have?
Who's gonna have actual like some? Wait, you had one game for Vivocade start
I
yesterday.
I did.
You haven't taken the series.
No, I didn't have them taking the series yesterday.
That's crazy.
And spoilers, I don't have them taking the series today.
Oh, so you're a flip-flopper now.
I did
No
say,
way.
no, I'm not. I did say 3-1 FlyQuest. Once again, I'm the only person who believes anything in Cade Stars. But I do think there could be kind of like a wonky draft. There could be a game where, like Sven said, they make it really, really chaotic around neutral objective fights. I do think we saw a much improved Cade, that when they were able to get these leads, they really, really pushed them, which is what I really wanted to see from this team, and we didn't see in the FlyQuest series, but we had seen previously in their domestic play. So I was glad to see that again against 100 Thieves yesterday, and that's why I think there is potential for them to take a game, despite thinking it's very heavily FlyQuest favored.
I just think FlyQuest is too disciplined to lose to a team that is worse than them. I think they could lose someone who's better than them because they lose lane phase, or they lose like team fights because they're just individual outclassed. But losing to a team that is quote unquote worse than them, I think it's not something they do a lot. So I think FlyQuest will just be able to not lose into the chaotic fights or not take bad fights, and there's very disciplined team. So I think they will not lose today.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is a really difficult thing, right? Because if you're saying like, okay, make it chaotic, make it super crazy.
Some teams can lose to teams that are worse than them. Like C9 or 100 Thieves, for example, right?
That's true. All right, you're calling yourself out. Okay.
I'm just saying, FlyQuest doesn't lose to teams that are worse than them.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
It's tough. Like the one that really stands out to me was Split 1 versus 100 Thieves. And then since then, like, even then, it was like, they felt hurt about that, angry about that. It's like, it was just a random fight. Jax hitting a blast cone out of nowhere in a fog. Like, that should never happen. But this is a team, as you mentioned, is disciplined, true. But also, I feel like they've only gotten better as a team.
Yeah.
Like, it's been crazy to be able to see the growth in just, like, we say it a lot, but the bot lane. Like, Busio, I think, has been consistent now, where I felt like last year when it came to internationals, like he would teeter off. Now, if it was just an MVP of the split, not of the year, Busio probably would have won. And just thinking of that is crazy. And also Masu is like somebody who's more than willing to take risks, and then somebody who's like pretty young in the league and on the best team. A lot of the times you're willing to like, maybe not. But no, this team is like a really well-oiled machine. So yeah, 3-0. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing is just like FlyQuest team fighting is also really good. So if you're trying to leverage that as Cade, I think it's still really, really difficult, right? So if the game plan is, again, have better neutral objective setups, but then also be trying to make it chaotic, trying to pick fights, I think FlyQuest are a team that can respond to that super, super well.
And I'm just begging for a competitive series, a bloody one, back and forth, something that is worth anything. I gotta ask you people out there, because I gotta ask you, do we have any Vivo K-Star fans out there? Now, I've been out there in the Fan Fest area, and I've seen a lot of FlyQuest fans, but what about here? Any FlyQuest fans out here? They're loud, they're proud. We need to see something, a competitive series, some fight, some grit in them. But also, what about a show? Let's head over to the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard.
Hell yeah.
Entrar no primeiro split como um rookie, como alguém que está no seu primeiro momento no Tier 1, foi bem difícil, né? A gente ficou em último no primeiro split.
I do think there's like a lot of diamonds in the rough. In our team we have quite a bit of them. I'm trying to make sure that I can help them shine. When the games that actually matter come in, you have to fully trust your teammates. And I would say that I can easily believe in them.
Quero fazer história pro Brasil e carregar o sonho de todo mundo que tá nesse time comigo. Já cheguei aqui, então eu quero ser o campeão de toda a LTA.
It's definitely very hard to stay on the top consistently and win back to back to back. If you don't get punished, you just can get too cocky.
The biggest challenge was always the day-to-day, to make sure I see the importance in every single scrim, every single day, so then we can actually reach those higher peaks.
We as FlyQuest definitely have target on our back. Everyone wants to see us lose. At this point, I think we just won too much. So it would be very entertaining for people to see our downfall, but we're not gonna lose.
Levar o título seria algo que mudaria completamente a nossa perspectiva como região, seria completamente histórico. Desde a derrota para FlyQuest, isso vem pesando bastante na minha cabeça, de tipo assim, caramba, eu preciso fazer isso acontecer, eu preciso mostrar pra galera que ainda tem esperança.
A luta vai consequentemente seguindo, e lá atrás o Morteus tá livre pra bater, já levou o primeiro, vai levar o segundo, Morteus dele, Morteus dele, Morteus dele, na sequência, Morteus!
Vivo Kid is still a wild card to me. Coming into the first series against us, they looked very nervous. They realized that it's not us free here.
Inspired all over the map.
Estando nesse estádio aqui, eu tô fora de casa. Cara, lá no Brasil a torcida ela é muito fervorosa, a galera tá sempre presente. Então, estando aqui eu acho que vai ser muito mais leve, eu sinto que a vibe é diferente. Eu entendo que sim, a maioria tá torcendo contra a gente e isso vai dar um gás legal pra mostrar o nosso valor também.
And so far I have 100% win ratio in Texas. I've never lost a map yet, so I'm gonna make sure to keep that.
O primeiro campeão da LTA sai daqui, então eu tenho certeza que todo mundo no nosso time entende o peso que isso tem. Esse é o momento mais importante do ano. A gente veio pela Upper por um motivo, que a gente ainda tem muito jogo para mostrar e pode vencer esses caras.
Beleza, que beleza! O Brasil vai dando aulas em Summoner Swift. Já caiu o primeiro, vai cair o segundo, agora sim! Agora sim! É pra final, é pra fechar, é do Brasil! É história sendo feita, o Brasil chegou!
We already managed to win back-to-back this year. If we don't win here in Texas, it will feel like all that kind of going to waste.
And welcome to Dallas, Texas, and the LTA Championship Finals. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Jack to bring you this best of five between FlyQuest and VKS Stars to find our first ever LTA champions.
Super excited for this one, Flowers. VKS upsetting 100 Thieves yesterday. Definitely added some spice to this rematch since FlyQuest did 3-0 VKS last time they played, but since then, VKS definitely leveling up.
There's been a lot of tension building with the North versus the South because we've already seen Red Cannons knock out Shopify Rebellion. We've watched Keed knock out 100 Thieves, but FlyQuest has knocked out everybody this year. We saw in terms of best of fives domestically, they've only lost 2 in the last 2 years, and that was both to Team Liquid last year. So FlyQuest definitely coming in here as a strong favorite.
And we do see already some adaptations from them as well. Last time around, the first game, VKS banned out the Rumble, Pantheon, and Wukong, which I do think is correct to focus a lot of the high priority jungle picks versus Inspired. But here they're already adapting. They're going with the Orianna. So now you're either going to leave up that Rumble from last time. Maybe you're not as worried about it now that Whippo is in, but they do alter for the Azir, which was first picked by FlyQuest last time around.
Yeah, so 2 bans different here by VKS. Wukong is the power pick that isn't banned that might be picked here first for Inspired with everything available. I see it first picked in a lot of these series that we've seen so far in the LTA playoffs.
I do think it is the best jungler on the patch. The team fighting on this champion is just so insane. And so that being the change that VKS made, they're expecting this first pick. Let's see what they want to trade for it.
All right, first 3 bans for FlyQuest. Yone, Nico, and Aurora on the VKS side. Azir, Orianna, and Pantheon, as you've already discussed. Inspired, locking in that Wukong for the player of the year. And VKS will pick up the Rumble for Boal.
Rumble makes a lot of sense. It's a big power pick. It's just a question of what they pair with it. They actually just go with the jungle matchup, even though they could have saved that for 3rd pick. So they're probably hoping they get some type of mid lane counter pick if Quad ends up picking his mid laner here in the next 2.
And this is a classic combination. The spicy hot pot, the Cataclysm from Jarvan, the ultimate from Rumble, down over the top. And Jarvan is also a preferred option into Wukong. So I think that is a well planned out early trade here from VKS, but on the same side, FlyQuest will be very happy to get something like a Wukong Annie. This combo became so popular because it dissuades you from building Merc Treads. Even though there is the Annie in mid lane, this burst combo is just so good for AoE.
Classic FlyQuest best of 5 Annie as well. This time we got quad playing it with Inspired. We'll see if it goes a little bit better.
You're going back to the Jensen days?
I'm going deep cut. Deep cut. But I'll also say this, to me, was one of Miru's best champions. When VKS wants to be coordinated, Miru was so good at playing mid-jungle with him and Desamis. So FlyQuest denying this in game 1 and taking the Wukong Annie for themselves, I like as a strategy.
Yeah, it is a good point. You know, the Annie and the Galio, some of the really good setup picks that they had played there for mid lane. But let's see about the Alistar lock-in. This thing has been super highly prioritized as well. And Busio is just going to add more onto this Wombo combo. Anytime we have seen drafts start out with Wukong Annie, you know exactly the direction this thing is going.
Yeah.
It's going for that big burst engage going forward.
And no surprise that they lock in the Galio. Orianna would have been the other option because it can outrange the Annie, but with that already being banned away, going with the tankier option in lane, once he gets a little bit of durability, he can really start bullying the Annie, so Quad's going to be on a timer.
Exactly, and it fills the role that we were just talking about for Miru to be the setup in mid lane. We were talking about the Annie and the Galio, so he goes with the Galio option here, having Annie already been taken away. It can set up for Jarvan ganks very effectively. Jarvan and Galio, base damages are enough to take down Annie, so you can go with some early ganks towards an Annie, burn the flash, and take away some of the threat of this champion.
Yeah, Jarvan can help Galio, but Galio can also help Jarvan. You're talking about the spicy hot pot. Here's the spoon to stir it up, coming down over the top. This combo from VKS is vicious if it lands.
And looking at the phase 2 bans as well, because the roles that are locked in so far are not the same, you can see VKS with the Scion ban are trying to target Whippo's champions. He has one of the widest champion pools, and it's one of the biggest differences compared to the last time these two teams played. Whippo was on suspension from the team in their last best of 5, where Gakkos played all 3 games and ended up playing Aurelia in the first game. So I'm expecting a completely different look here from FlyQuest. And the Scion, I think, is one of Whippo's better champions, especially to have a lot of durability against the Rumble early in the game.
Not just having that durability and not just that it's one of his best, but it's so good for blind picking. Since you're on the side of FlyQuest with blue, you know that you probably are going to get counterpicked there in the top lane. So eliminating those good blind picks feels really good. The Mbessa going to be the last ban of the draft here for VKS. Double top lane bans for them. FlyQuest has removed the Rakan to get rid of more of that powerful initiation capability to go with this big Wombo combo potential of VKS. And I'm curious if they're going to double up on another support ban, because honestly, there are still a lot of engaged supports available.
Yeah, and them having Alistar early does kind of dissuade some of those options, like the Rel. You would normally think, ooh, Rel would work really nice with all this, you know, AoE that they have. But the Alistar is quite good into the Rel, so they don't have to worry about that one. And they go with one that has some defensive options here to the Bard, which Trimby definitely has shown that he likes to pick. He had some whoopsies in the previous time that he played Bard, and gave Busio some magical journeys as a little bit of a favor. But maybe this pushes him more towards like a Nautilus or something.
I mean,
for him, for Trimby. Meanwhile, if you're looking at the blind picks available to Whippo, I mean, Renekton is the highest priority, like most obvious answer now that the Mbessa and Scion are gone.
But I'll say with the Rumble, if you're looking at more of the traditional lane matchups, they could still go for the Ornn, which wasn't banned. I'd say I like the Bard ban by FlyQuest because that leaves it available for Busio in future games as well, and that Poppy is likely a fringe support there for Trimby.
Yeah, I was totally trolling earlier. I forgot that Rumble had even been locked in. I'm so used to seeing him banned away. But obviously that's being the top lane matchup here that Whippo is going to be picking into. Corki, the AD carry, picked alongside the Alistar here for the bottom lane duo of FlyQuest. And now we have to see, what is this final pick of the draft? What is Whippo's answer into the Rumble here to try to shut that powerful team fighter down?
I think Ornn would be the standard, but we know it's Whippo, so he can go Cassante. He could even pull for a Gragas if he really wanted to, if the lane would be really hard against the Rumble. So we'll see what type of comfort he goes for, and it's actually just the Cassante locked in to have a little bit more 1v1 power in the side lanes later.
All right, Morteos, what is it going to be down here with so much heavy engage facing him in the hands of FlyQuest? What is he going to pick here to try and stay a little bit safe? You know, there are like Jhin options available to him
Varus
at
Jhin
the moment.
is still up, but I wonder if they think they have enough damage or not. Jarvan, Rumble, Galio could be a little low, and they have a lot of engage. So he had such a pop-off Kai'Sa game in game 1 yesterday. Throwing that in here, even if it's not a perfect traditional Kai'Sa comp in the lane, could be a little difficult. They're hoping he pops off in teamfights.
A lot of dive potential on their side too. Definitely a lot of flexibility here. So game number 1. Drafts are done here, and it feels pretty good on both sides. Both of them have very clear ways to play the game out.
Well, with that said, if both teams got what they wanted, I'll change the question that I normally ask then. Instead of who do you think won the draft, I'll ask both of you gentlemen, which side would you rather be playing from here?
Well, that's a great question. I like the straightforward nature of any team compositions because the snap engage, I think, is stronger than anyone else's snap engage. If I look at VKS, maybe they can get a nice wall stun, but everything else is a little bit less reliable because it's dodgeable or has to be conditional. So I like the straightforward nature of FlyQuest team comp.
Yeah, I think I do prefer their side as well. Maybe we have some bias leaking in here, chat, for both of us.
The nice thing about predicting drafts in FlyQuest is 80% of the time they win the game no matter what. So you can just say that you like their draft better and you're going to be right 4 to 5 times.
Well, we're about ready to get into the Rift and see who's going to emerge victorious here in this first one. FlyQuest's heavy favorites in this one after their upper bracket final was already a 3-0, but VKS came out swinging yesterday, and we're going to see if they have what it takes to bring it to FlyQuest here in the arena in Dallas today.
And I will say, Flowers, if you allow me a small caveat,
okay,
a lot of determining the value here of the draft depends on how good is Trimby going to execute with the Poppy, because Poppy value is something that varies widely depending if you can get the counters on the engages for Wukong and Alistar. If you can get a really valuable Poppy ultimate that ejects multiple people at a team fight, then that thing could just win you objectives by itself, or win you team fights by itself if it's allowed to stuff some of the engages.
Level 1 seems to be standard lines of scrimmage being drawn, with the exception of Bwipo placing that ward halfway between the top 2 turrets there on the side of VKS to get an idea of whether or not there's some very early swap shenanigans going on, sending the AD carry solo top instead. But it looks like things appear to be normal for now.
Absolutely, and I want to see the way FlyQuest comes out in this one, because if you remember back to the last time these teams played against each other with FlyQuest 3-0, that game 1 was incredibly slow and controlled. It was a big scaling draft for FlyQuest, and it was 1 kill to 0 all the way to 15 minutes into the game. So is that going to be the case? Because I know Trimby afterwards talked about how they were a little bit hesitant, they played a little bit slow, and they weren't expecting FlyQuest to be so disciplined against them. So I want to see if either FlyQuest plays more aggressive now that Bwipo's in and might try and push the tempo on Cassante, or if VKS can use some of this Galio push or the engage, the surprise engage from the support Poppy to try and make things happen early.
Nice little movements from Quad so far in the opening.
That's a flash.
Yeah, immediate flash coming out from Busio there, though. The Alistar almost always taking the Hex flash. You still have that tool to utilize from the brushes. So Busio just trying to go for the level 1 summoner spell for the extra pressure here to give himself and Masu first to level 2, as now the headbutt pulled again for the engage. Just quick bursty trades from the duo.
And they do know, as you can see, you know, they had the ward on Raptors, and so they have the timing on Jarvan. So Busio and Masu know they've got some time to go a little bit aggressive down here while Jarvan is still clearing towards them. And then they should be able, you know, to predict the timing that he could possibly gank. So a couple more options to them. They should know around. He's on bottom side camps at the moment. Inspired is coming as well, but he is definitely clearing significantly slower so far.
And you can already see in the top lane, knowing the pathing of where Jarvan was, Bwipo's going for an early proxy. They have mid-prio, they know Jarvan's spot, they know their jungler's the CEO of full clear, so he's taking his time on the bottom side, but Bwipo just trying to get a lot of pressure, always trying to make the other team respond to what he's doing.
And speaking of pressure, Quad has been putting that on in the mid lane here early, already made Miru take his first back, forcing those early potions, utilizing the lane bully power of the Annie with all the range on the auto attacks, with that range versus melee advantage, just being able to force the Galio out of lane during the first couple
couple of levels, as we will see Disamas down here on this bottom side river, waiting for the Scuttle Crab to spawn as Inspired finishes up his full clear.
And it definitely is worth noting that Quad is running the Electrocute version of Annie, the big burst version. He was one of the ones that was actually a pretty big fan of the Phase Rush Annie at MSI and has played that version a lot. But into the Galio here, into this composition, he is just going for the upfront really big burst. And that Electrocute is also benefiting him in lane. Now, it means that you do give up some of the defensive options of the Phase Rush and the extra move speed there. But it means you have to be very good with when you time your shield and your own self-speed burst. Meanwhile, bottom side still remains fun down here.
Yeah, you could see the Hex Flash from the brush from Busio, but immediately Trimby's steadfast presence stops the follow-up for the rest of the engage. Nice stun, though. Busio and Masu make sure they stick around long enough to get the extended trade, but Morteos doing a good job firing back into Busio as both supports are reduced down to about 400 HP.
You can see early on, FlyQuest is playing very aggressively in all three lanes. There was a bit of a strange jungle path from Inspired early. He actually did blue to Wolves to Gromp, so that's why his Wolf camp just respawned. And now he's going to Gromp. That delayed his full clear, made it so he couldn't contest the bottom crab and ended up going for the top crab. He's still the same number of camps. He was probably just guarding against some type of surprise Jarvan engage. So Inspired's playing kind of the conservative early game with the Wukong and trusting his lanes to be able to get their advantage on their own, which they're doing.
Yeah, speaking of those advantages, it is a pretty big advantage up here in the top lane, specifically 2 waves for Bwipo's Cassante over Bawal's Rumble. And there is, of course, more minions to pick up for Bawal, but that wave continues to be shoved in as the trading remains aggressive here in the mid lane. Miru getting that wave shoved up now with the Galio, that powerful wave push that you all were talking about earlier as he gets those levels. The Winds of War and the passive allowing him to clear the waves very, very swiftly, but still no junglers being able to get involved in the lanes just yet. The only summoner spells we've really seen spent are the teleport there from Miru for his early back, where he purchased the Dark Seal, has taken his second recall now, grabbing a Null Magic Mantle and the Tier 1 boots. And then bottom lane, just Busio using the aggressive Flash level 1. Summoner Spellbook, of course, on both of these supports, so cycling those summoners becomes more and more advantageous.
So far this game, FlyQuest have done a very good job of tracking the Jarvan, tracking Disamas. Now, though, they have a bit of a support roam timer, so Trimby was mid and has backed off at the moment, since Quad is actually positioning quite nicely in the very center of mid lane, up by his tower. There's no real opening for VKS, and Disamas is spending a significant amount of time waiting here for the opportunity. We will see if patience is a virtue this time around. Drops the Tibbers just for a bunch of damage here and to help clear the wave for Quad and getting a pretty big chunk onto Galio. Now, though, the crab popping up makes things spicy because Inspired just came from base.
And it's a little interesting because the Rumble has teleport, whereas Bwipo, he'd used it to get back to lane. So FlyQuest needs to be a little bit cautious about going in here. As long as Bwipo has eyes, they can go for play.
Tibbers sees Disamas, and Busio jumps through the wall. Disamas losing the flash there on the Jarvan is pretty important because now he's already 2/3 of the way to level 6, and he won't have flash available for the Cataclysm combo. Inspired also smiting away the Scuttle Crab down here in this bottom side river encounter means Wukong is first to level 6.
Yeah, 2 full clears, plus the next spawn of the crab gives you level 6, so he beats the Jarvan to level 6. That'll stop VKS from trying to force the dragon on this timer, so FlyQuest is probably just going to go back to standard lanes and clearing the jungle.
And I would say this being the current state of the game has been quite good for FlyQuest. They've been able to track the Jarvan so much early on. There was no early, like pre-6 ganks where he's blowing flash or anything. And as you mentioned, Inspired being able to get to the level 6 first here on Wukong is quite significant for them as a team. Now you get access to the ultimate flash possibilities here for the real threatening all-ins from the side of FlyQuest. And in 25 seconds, you have Grubs spawning onto the map. So we'll see if we do get our action then.
Exactly. 25 seconds till the Grubs. Both solo laners from both sides, and also both junglers, all have these ultimates ready to go, with the exception of Quad, who still has a little bit of the cooldown timer left on the Tibbers, as the Grubs are just now about to spawn. And you can see Quad and Inspired are around the area, but Disamas heading back out towards it as well, and Trimby is also here.
And I also feel like it's time for VKS to try and get Rumble away from this Cassante. Bwipo has built double null magic, so he's really trying to void the damage that he brings in. But FlyQuest with a surprise two-man bot while Grubs are up to try and get some damage onto Miru.
Yeah, Miru in a little bit of trouble here. Does take quite a bit of burst damage as Busio blocks his Justice Punch for the disengage. But with FlyQuest having 2 men in the bottom lane, VKS knows they have an advantage up here around the Grubs. They're already going to secure Grub number 1, but it's FlyQuest using a teleport, ready to try to take the fight. Could turn into a 4v4 here very swiftly. As now they engage, Inspired goes in. Trimby's going to be the first target. Inspired hasn't found anybody here just yet, and he has to flash away. Disamas tries to get the counter as Bwipo duels with Voal here on the top side. Trimby still alive. FlyQuest backing away. Bwipo's getting burned. The Grub still being taken by VKS. They've already found the first 2, and FlyQuest's attempt to stop it fails. Vivo Cade Stars first objective, all 3 Grubs.
Secured for them. Honestly, the only thing, they don't even lose mid priority either. They can just walk right over, collect that wave as well. So nice little fight from them. Decent amount of damage. They were able to push Inspired off, as well as get him to blow that flash. So greatly reducing the big wombo combo possibilities there. VKS holding strong here early on.
Yeah, I feel like they may have underestimated their damage. I wasn't sure if Quad could get in to actually follow up with Inspired, but it was pretty much just the Wukong Annie that were able to participate in that fight. Masu would be a lot of their sustained damage, and he was locked bot lane with the Galio, not to mention Cassante was trapped with Rumble, so it was really just 2 people trying to stop those Grubs.
And you see the value of Rumble Ultimate having such long range here, you know, able to add a bunch of damage and kind of also still be able to dissuade Bwipo from approaching and getting close at all. So definitely some good value there from Boal.
And speaking of value, I believe that was also Summoner Spellbook Exhaust from Trimby onto the Wukong.
That's big.
Wukong ulti gets shut down very hard by that Summoner spell, and being able to stop that Wukong Annie combo when it's like you're saying, Jat, if those are the only 2 champions going in and one of them has a pretty powerful debuff, that can be a big game changer. So FlyQuest not getting what they wanted there with the attempted punish.
Yeah, so it's likely the exhaust that probably stopped him from having the fatal damage. And this is similar early game pace to the first time these 2 teams played the game 1, but I will say that last game 1 with an Ivern jungle and the Relia top lane was much more of a scaling draft for FlyQuest, so I feel like VKS is okay with this pace of the game, because this is a situation where if they do get that one good fight and Morteus' Kaisa can end up getting a couple kills like he did yesterday against 100 Thieves, Vivo Cade Stars would be off to the races.
Yeah, definitely has a lot of possibility of carrying there. Morteus has done really well for being a rookie here, and this is international competition, so nice stuff from him. I will say, Masu has a very good record on Corki for FlyQuest. In fact, a perfect record.
That's pretty good.
So he's also feeling pretty comfortable here, and they're about to approach, you know, their first item spikes on those AD carries. So we'll see if the Trinity Force for Masu ends up being a point where FlyQuest also then want to use that to fight off of.
So one thing that we talked about with that last series, that upper bracket final that we saw between these 2 teams, it got to 21 minutes, and there was only 1 kill on the board. We're already up to 11 minutes into this game with first blood still yet to be claimed. No dragons claimed by either side yet either, and that means that we're going with another super slow pace. It's a 400 gold lead for FlyQuest, but it's all 3 Grubs for VKS, and they're starting dragon number 1 here finally.
And I think FlyQuest might want to fight this. It'll depend on if they find a good angle, because they do have completed items on the Annie and the Cassante, but it looks like Inspired is probably just going to walk this one out without his flash, isn't willing to call and engage.
Honestly, great early game then for VKS, grabbing those first couple of neutral objectives as FlyQuest tried to contest the first, failed to find anything of value, and then strictly concede the second.
Yeah, vision control means so much. When you have priority early into the river here for VKS, and Busio walking from base means it's very difficult for FlyQuest to walk in. I think that's a good vision toggle from the observers there to show some of the difficulties. And then you have to walk in past a Poppy and a Galio here. And so VKS do a very good job, not only on the Dragon, but then they rotate their resources over to bottom lane. They get a turret plate here for Morteus. He's going to get 2 turret plates knocked off as Trimby tries to delay Busio's entry as well. And yeah, that is 2 turret plates.
Equalizing the gold in the bottom lane. The Galio's caught back up. They have 2 objectives. They're even in gold. This is a success in terms of early game for Vivo Cade Stars.
Makes it very exciting because you know that a lot is going to come down to executions within the team fights here. when we do get our explosive team fights on single item completions, which are really rolling in now. The Trinity Force I mentioned earlier, that one is completed. And you already had the Malignance and the Canic Rookern done here for Bwipo, which, by the way, since it's both AP solo lanes there for VKS, it is a really good rush item for Bwipo. Makes him very, very tanky. He can go in, use the shield, and then try and back off. Does get a little bit of burn damage on the way out, but will work against either side lane that he ends up matching into later.
Yep, and you can see the second Trinity Force is close to being completed for the FlyQuest side here on Inspired's. Wukong on the other end, though. Kraken Slayer done for Morteos, although now the fight quad getting caught out here. The burst is down, and so is the mid laner. Morteos with the rest of VKS. A double kill for the AD carry to start this off.
And that's the pop-off they were waiting for. When Morteos can get a couple kills, he took over the game yesterday. Once again, they find the right angle. That was a numbers advantage in the river, punishing both Quad and Busio.
And that is just Quad walking into danger there. They actually had seen the Galio walk deeper into the river preemptively. And so, yeah, you see this on a ward, Miru. So FlyQuest have vision of him. Quad is down there in kind of no man's land. It's the danger spot of mid lane. Busio tries to come save him, but it is no hesitation from Vivo Cade Stars. It is all in. It is instant follow-up for Morteos. And we have seen this before. When Morteos Kaisa gets fed early on, it spells good things for VKS.
And a Cataclysm into the follow-up wall slam from Trimby nearly kills off Busio. He has to spend both summoner spells just trying to get away from this. FlyQuest are playing with disrespect towards VKS. They are messing around, and they are finding out.
You can see Trimby also talking about his past experience with Inspired, trying to get some revenge. Inspired wants something back here with this Rift Herald spawning soon. They just lost a fight, don't want the game to get out of control, but they're in river looking for a fight.
Hold on, a TP's coming in from VKS. Bwipo with the flash over the wall, trying to stay alive. Disamus ready to follow here with the EQ combo. All 5 from VKS in the area now as the Herald is going to be started up, but FlyQuest is still trying to challenge. Masu fires off a couple of rockets. FlyQuest ready to full send for this. The TP's coming in as Busio's in the middle of everybody. Finds the pulverize onto 2, but Busio is going to be taken very low. Inspired finding the Cyclone onto 2 now as well. Into the fight goes Bwipo. Forward with the Pathmaker. All out, all in, all the way to VKS's heart. FlyQuest will kill all 5.
And it's a quadra for Masu, 7-0 Corki. It's looking good for FlyQuest. The teleports, chat, really came up huge in this team fight.
Just when you thought FlyQuest was in danger, they punch back in a huge way. You weren't sure if FlyQuest was going to fight this, which is why Vivo K-Stars started, because they're trying to get the Annie to teleport in. However, FlyQuest times the engage with the teleport coming in so that Vivo K-Stars cannot back away. Amazing engage by Busio's Alistair, and the TPs come in to clean up.
Exactly. Both Bwipo and Quad teleport in. You saw Quad ult the front line. He got 2 of them, and then Bwipo immediately charged through, knowing that they could chase them all down, and it makes it so easy here for Masu to clean them up. The Corki is just rattling off kills there on 2-item power spike, and we're right back to the action, right back to live. That just explodes Flowers into a 3,000 gold lead for FlyQuest.
A 3,000 gold lead, plus feats of warfare first, despite VKS getting the first 2 kills, and the first turret going to FlyQuest. It's completed feats of warfare empowered boots on top of the 3K gold lead. That was a huge pendulum swing for Fly.
Absolutely, just like that, they're in control of the game, and that's how it always ends up feeling with these FlyQuest games, with their ability to capitalize. But now, VKS going for a flashless Corki.
Yeah, Masu's in danger. He already tried to use the Valkyrie, but Busio's here to save the day. Morteos is going to be killed first, but it's AD carry for AD carry. VKS get what they came for, but it takes a heavy toll. Boal versus Bwipo off on the side here at the same time. Bwipo wants a little bit more blood. He's looking for the angle, but Trimby is ready to defend his top laner. Bwipo's not
not done yet, as the blast cone can't be taken. Busio's ready to follow. He goes in, but he's ejected, but the rest of the team is not. Quad takes the kill, 7-3, FlyQuest.
Okay, how much work is Busio doing in this game? Did you see that defense of his AD carry? Masu with no flash on Corki in the mid lane. Busio comes in, and he looks like the true hero there because they 2v4 are still good for one. They go 1-for-1 on AD carries, and then FlyQuest are able to make the rotation over into the jungle to supplement Whippo's aggression on that side, and it allows FlyQuest to chain together objectives. That's going to be the dragon for them. Tasamas is trying to get something out of the enemy jungle, but there's no camps there, my friend.
And Quad slowly trying to make it over to catch this wave without dying. I love how aggressive Whippo is playing here now on the Cassante. He's found a way to consistently lock himself against this Rumble, but even if he's against the Galio, he's in a good position with that huge early magic resist stack. Yeah. As long as he's not in a team fight against the Kaisa, he's nearly unkillable in these 1v1 scenarios. You could see once Trimmy came over, even if it was 2v1, Whippo is still pushing them both back.
Yeah, and Busio really like the performance we've seen. Now, all the supports have been rushing this particular redemption item, and even the full tanks, you know, get it, and they get to have a big impact on team fights. We'll see here, because remember our caveat for the two compositions here was going to be how big of an effect is the Poppy actually going to have in some of these team fights, you know, as far as being able to interrupt engages or get big Poppy ultimates on ejecting people. And so far, it does seem like Busio has the support advantage so far. See if he can keep that one going. He did get a decent amount of very deep wards here through the red quadrant to set up some plays for FlyQuest. See if they can catch anyone in transition.
I mean, Busio has just had an amazing split, honestly. Like, this guy has leveled up so much. He was already a good support coming into the year. We remember the near victory against Gen G at Worlds last year, but throughout all of 2025, he's leveled up a ton, and he's really just putting on a support showcase here in this first game.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to emphasize it. He's got 100% kill participation. His only death was a good support death where he valiantly protects, you know, AD carry. Well, actually, he was trying to protect Quad in the death. Actually, yeah, that was the one where Quad was caught in mid lane in no man's land.
I mean, all deaths are valiant when you think about it.
He's trying to defend his teammates.
Well, I've seen a couple solo queue ones.
Flowers. Speaking of valiant deaths, Otacon 5 seconds.
Oh, okay.
So it's coming up. The last time these two teams played, VKS tried to make an early play before Otacon, going for a fight in the bottom lane. It backfired. That's when FlyQuest really got control of the game. But now it's FlyQuest with the upper hand. So how do they pull Vivo Cade Stars towards this Otacon to start the fight? They already have that bot lane turret on 1/3 health, so they're going to be looking to take control of this area and probably find a fight.
I absolutely love how we already just get cheers from the crowd when Otacon spawns, because they know this objective causes action. It causes blood. Ever since this thing was put into the game, it has been the site, you know, for so many games being determined. I think that teams have gotten a lot better at controlling their setups, especially when they are ahead on this thing. Teams have gotten more used to pulling Otacon into a favorable position for them. It is one of the things that is kind of weird about this objective, and not necessarily similar to others since it stops when it casts, but seems like we won't have anybody rushing headlong into some big Otacon throws.
And I think part of the reason for that is with both turrets up, it gets even more dangerous to take, because the fallback from Otacon in any type of fight into a turret just makes it kind of impossible to take that objective in a safe way.
And the other thing I'm looking at, item completions. Critically, many players are close to those second full completed item power spikes right about now. Quad already has his with the Malignance plus the Liandry's Torment. Masu is almost there because he's got Trinity Force and most of the way stacked towards the Muramana from the Manamune. Meanwhile, across the aisle, Morteos does have his Ginsus alongside the Kraken Slayer, but Miru is the one who is waiting to fully complete that second item, and I feel like whoever can try to hit those power spikes first might be the ones picking the fight, as Miru jumps out of the brush, going in after Quad, but Inspired is here to try to back up his mid laner, and it looks like nothing else is going to happen there, just a chunk on the Quad and a force of the Tibbers.
Yeah, and I also think another thing in this game is just the experience advantage for FlyQuest. We have Whippo as the richest man in the game in terms of experience, but then Inspired, Quad are both ahead of Desamas and Morteus. So yes, they have the gold lead, but they also have an experience advantage as well. That's something that always happens in these inspired games, is he's so diligent about making sure he's collecting his camps as fast as possible. He's always ahead of the other jungler.
Okay, so we're hitting second item power spikes critically when you're looking at Bwipo having the Jack Show, when you're looking at Sundered Sky Uninspired, but it's also 3 fully completed items now for Masu. As soon as he casts a couple more spells, he'll have the Muramana alongside that Spear of Shojin here too. Yes, the tier 1 turret will fall down there in the bottom lane for the FlyQuest side, but Masu's Corki, 5, 1, and 1, 3 fully completed items now with the Muramana all the way evolved. This guy will be the story of the team fight. If VKS can eliminate him early, they've got a great chance. If they don't, his damage is absolutely insane.
And with Flash Barrier, he's got a lot of outplay potential as well in these fights. There's summoner spells up for everyone, though. The one thing they don't have on the side of FlyQuest is a way out of a Jarvan Poppy perfectly timed wall stun, whereas Morteus would have the cleanse. But FlyQuest, it's smart to start the Dragon here rather than the Otacon because it's a much safer objective.
And they already, you can see they did their early work getting vision, getting here super early on, so all of the approach angles are lit up. And VKS know it is way too risky for them to even go mess around contesting that dragon. It is just dragon number 2 and a chem dragon at that, so not a tremendous amount of value there. They do not want to risk throwing any more money towards the side of FlyQuest either.
And at the same time, Bwipo goes top. And as we've talked about the entire game, Bwipo's build is very scary for these AP champions to deal with in the side lane. So as soon as he shows up, Miru has to back away. Despite the fact that that tier 1 turret is so close to death, he just doesn't have enough damage to take the thing all the way out. It hangs on with, that's got to be a few hundred HP up there as the rest of FlyQuest remains on the bottom side. Baron still isn't alive for another minute and change. So that means Otacon still is the great focus here for both sides as FlyQuest will once again move into the area and start removing the vision.
I think one of the biggest differences here that we're going to see may be the difference in front lines. Bwipo here is a pure tank Cassante on the front. Busio has very good positioning super far up.
They're trying to go fast.
Yeah, they're trying to just force take down the tier 1 turret, and they will find it. Otacon's still a little bit angry, making his way into the bottom lane, but now the fight breaks out. Busio goes in for the engage onto Trimby. The hero's entrance follows up, but it's not gonna matter. The Poppy's already down. Busio's still alive, and FlyQuest pushes forward. Bwipo goes all out. He's in the middle of 3, but he is not done. He finds the knockback onto the wall, and it's 2 kills over to FlyQuest, 3 kills over to FlyQuest, and they want even more. Busio finally dies as Inspired continues the chase. Morteus wants to get one back with the Acathian Rain, but the only thing falling are VKS bodies. Masu's on a killing spree, and FlyQuest gets so many.
And I think it's on perfect display there. The difference in front lines. Busio just goes straight in and a really nice path up by Gromp. As the tower is going down and the teleports are coming in, he engages the fight, and Bwipo immediately follows up too, which makes it very easy for the FlyQuest backline to just murder the rest of these VKS champions, and FlyQuest reward will be the Otacon afterwards. You thought that experience advantage was good. Now they're going to get some extra flowers and boost the power of those petals.
Big swing in the game for FlyQuest, 9 additional petals with anti-team compositions as well. The team that goes first often wins. The fast rush on the turret, I think, caught Vivo K-Stars off guard and means Miru had to back away immediately. And then watch how Masu is untouched here because of the front-to-back nature of the way FlyQuest initiated.
Yeah, very nice stuff there. You can tell Busio on the Alistar, he could just go for the flash play onto Trimby's Poppy. And since he has Alistar ultimate, he just pops it and he's way more durable on the front line. As we say, chasing through rest. He does die in the end. It is in sacrifice. After he dies, they also get the flash off of the Kaisa, which is very valuable. Plus, they end up still killing the Galio here. So now we'll take a look at the movement of your resources here for FlyQuest over to the Baron.
Plus, Kobe, Busio directly answered your question about the value of Keeper's Verdict. Trimby was channeling the ulti as Busio flashed forward for the Pulverize, interrupted it, and completely zeroed it out.
Yep, and then they just delete him off the map, so very big stuff there. And now you're sitting with 8 kills on Masu, and the gold lead just getting even bigger on him. Plus, Inspired, the most valuable player of the entirety of the LTA.
They're going for it.
Quad the flash engage. Desamas is your target. Inspired ready to jump over the wall with the clone. Second stun coming in from Quad and a bonk over the head. Jarvan's dead. FlyQuest 12 kills to 4, and now with the enemy jungler dead, the main engage out of the picture, they're going to continue going in even more. Busio, headbutt pulled there onto Bawal, but the follow-up isn't close enough. Inspired wants the Cyclone, finds it, but again, no follow-up. Morteos has the killer instinct over the wall, and Quad takes him out. Trimby's about to die now, too. Masu with about forward. The big one hits, but he needs one more shot, and he finds it. Masu with yet another kill. FlyQuest, merciless with their advantage.
They are so strong right now, and they are pressing this advantage. They're going to look to take probably 2 inhibitors, maybe even more.
First inhibitor turret is down. First inhibitor down here in the bottom lane is your target. Miru tries to get away. Justice Punch interrupted. Quad doing so much damage alongside Masu. Miru's already out of the picture. Disamus respawns to drop the Cataclysm, but he can't find a kill. Boal drops again. FlyQuest have made their way onto the Nexus turrets. VKS are scrambling, but they cannot find any sort of a response. The first Nexus turret is already down, and so is the second inhibitor. FlyQuest continues to push. Trimby steps up to try to stop them. Morteos is back alive, but Trimby is dead. Disamus will join him. A double kill over to Masu. Morteos dies too. FlyQuest in this game so swiftly. 19-4. They'll slam game 1.
And just like that, they end the game. 12 kills for Masu. What an explosive ending.
And Masu will keep his undefeated Corki record alive, now 8-0. FlyQuest after game number 1, really turning it up.
My God, at 28 minutes, it was a 12,000 gold lead. At 14 minutes, they were down 1,500. That's the turn.
As soon as they got their team fight victory up by Herald and the 4 kills onto Masu, they just take over.
That was it. The Herald fight was the story of the game. 4 kills on Masu, an ace overall, and they never lost their momentum after that. FlyQuest, when they're ahead, Kangas in the desk showed us, what was it, 40-1 when they're ahead at 14? It took them a little bit longer than that to get ahead, but once they got there, they stayed there. However, we still have a lot more series to play in this one. But before we continue with this series, we have some important news to share about the 2026 season.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day, the official start of the League of Legends Championship Series.
Wow, Turtle! Turtle on the triple, Turtle on the quad drop, and the faithful shall be rewarded. Double lift! Get the GA! Double killing them all!
Are you going to land the P1 Pigeon over to Cloud9 to help out the reverse sweep?
Cloud9 in the top 4 at Worlds! One of the biggest moments in League of Legends history as Team Liquid take down the reigning world champs!
You gotta love it. He's taking his victory run here.
The king of Pentagon! Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me! Nobody thought they'd be G2. It's time to change your mind. To all the fans, the lifeblood of this beautiful game. And FlyQuest, bring us to Silver Scrapes.
You read that right. The LCS is back in 2026 as an independent league. And to say a few words about it, here today in Texas, we have Commissioner Mark Zimmerman here at the desk. Mark, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm super excited to be back and able to announce this. I saw some good signs in the crowd already. The thing I want to stress is, as that was said right there, the LCS and CBLOL will be returning, not just with their brands, but the leagues as well will be coming back in 2026.
Super excited, Mark. I'm so happy. I don't have to say LTA anymore. Well, one more day.
Yeah, hold on. We're still in the finals here. Hold on. No, but it's super exciting, and we'll have more details coming soon. There'll be an announcement tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time that will have the details. Obviously, like you said, there's still the championship. We still have to crown the winner of the first LTA championship, but then we'll have all those news tomorrow for people.
Our boy Flowers over here has got some hardware. He's pressed.
It's on my weapon swap since you guys changed the name. You mind if I shoot an LCS shirt into the crowd here?
You go right ahead.
Let's do it.
Who wants some LCS merch?
Boom! Hell yeah, we're gonna be right back. Don't y'all go anywhere.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, who needs a hotel? I am convinced this thing is way too cozy. I'm sleeping here tonight.
Don't jinx it. We might actually end up here.
Woo! Road trip to LTA! Let's go!
So, like, what if we just watch it here? There's room for everyone in the Kia EV9. Comfort, laughter, and maybe a little too much space.
Hey!
My bad, y'all.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello and welcome back to the LTA Championship driven by Kia. And I gotta say, if you're just joining us now, no, that was not a prank. It is official and confirmed now. More information will come tomorrow, but LCS is coming back. We're currently still at LTA Grand Finals, and now joining us On the desk, we have Big Dokes himself, Dokla. How's your Sunday going?
You know, it could be going better, but I'm still happy to be here watching the games. It's very exciting. And, you know, LCS is back, so, you know, very excited about that. I got the little hat going. But, yeah, that's
I think the camera just juked you right there. There we go. We got the LCS logo back.
Yeah.
Let's go. And we got Big Dokes on the cast as well. And everybody, I got to say, FlyQuest definitely delivered in that game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, as we were watching it, we kind of turned to each other and we're like, whoa, this beginning is looking a lot like the first game against VKS. I thought VKS were a little bit more aggressive, but here's the team fight where it kind of all goes wrong for them. And you see the power of the Annie Wukong combo in addition to Masu just kind of cleaning up the fight.
Yeah, and I feel like this was a situation where maybe the stage pressure got to them because Rumble didn't have ult. They were kind of low HP on the Poppy as well, and they still went for the Herald. So I feel like this is just game 1 nerves. I think they were in a good position in the game, and I think if they don't make a massive mistake like this, I think they would have been in a great spot to contest.
Yeah, I think VKS used 2 TPs to get there, so they were like a bit sunk cost fallacy at this point. We're too deep, you know, too committed to the fight already, so we just gotta take it and we're aced.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 is just for warm up, you know.
And the casters were highlighting it. I want to talk about it as well. Busio had a really solid performance as well. I believe he only died that one time, and it was trying to help out a teammate when they were getting cut.
It was Quad's fault.
yeah.
He died for quad sins. Here's Masu's stats again. 12, 1, and 5 on that Corki. Now 8 and 0 on it, I believe, career now. So
still undefeated, and he's going to keep that going.
To him, and yeah, we'll see if VKS can kind of bounce back in.
Ben, do you know your win rate on Corki?
It's probably not 8-0.
Okay, all right.
It's probably a little bit worse than that.
I feel like you played a lot more Corki games, though.
Yeah, I mean, I played back before he was a mid laner for a little while, but I think Masu had a really good game this game. He wasn't really, like, you know, under a lot of pressure necessarily, but he was killing everyone in every fight, so I think he did everything right this game.
Yeah. And VKS, as you see on the screen, will choose blue side going into game 2. So, Dokla, I want to get your thoughts. We'll be doing draft. We'll be covering that going into game number 2. So, you just played against them yesterday. What were some of the lessons that you took away, especially when they're on blue side? Like, what was your focus going into VKS?
I think after game 1, it kind of just felt like, you know, they're really committed to the fight, whereas they'll drop side lanes and just really play for the objectives, as was kind of shown here on the Rift Herald. So I think FlyQuest, you know, kind of weathered the storm, and they were prepared for it. So I hope VKS choose their fight timers a bit better, and you know, think logically, not emotionally, and just make sure it's a good fight before they take it.
All right. Now, Sven, you had said going into the series, if Vivocade still need to work on something, still need to improve something, it was make it chaotic. You wrote that on a little board right there. So do you think that they're going to already lean into some chaotic picks this early, or do you feel like they were already showing some of that in game 1?
I don't think they need to, like, you know, bust open the secret weapon yet, but I do think that it showed this series that, or this game so far, that FlyQuest was willing to give the grubs, to give the first Drake, and then fight when it's good for them. While VKS took, you know, every fight that was given to them, and they lost every fight that FlyQuest actually fought back. I guess the first grubs they kind of won, but no one died in the fight, so FlyQuest is just better at taking fights that they can win and not taking the ones that they can win.
Yeah.
And that's where VKS needs to be better. Going forward.
Yeah, don't be like us where you just take every fight. You know, think a bit more. That's why I'm here.
Think Card, when we had him on last weekend, said that's mature gameplay. You know, they're playing
mature gameplay.
Yeah, he did.
I like it.
Called it mature gameplay. As we saw the bans going down, their VKS have selected blue side, which is interesting because I think I know what Did was talking about it in LCK Finals Cast, but the value of red versus blue in a fearless environment versus not. I know Cade and 100 Thieves as well have offered to go on to red side purposefully, kind of in 2-3. So what do you think they're going to be looking for on this blue side?
I'm not too sure. For me personally, I would be looking for like an Mbessa because I think that's probably the strongest top laner available right now. But for their priorities, you know, I'm really not sure. I think they kind of got everything that they wanted in game one last game. So I think they're just going to go to blue side and switch it up a bit. They don't want to run it back the same again, but we'll see.
They had a very aggressive composition in game number 1. I think it made sense, Sven, to your point. Like, Fly was giving them those early objectives because it was like a J4, right? Like, you're going to be fighting into some champions that are a little stronger early in the game than you are. Yeah, I'm wondering if they'll keep banning out Quad. They banned Orianna and Asir on red side in this first game. Orianna already banned by VKS. Wondering if they'll first pick the Asir themselves,
or if they'll ban it away from quad. Because they know quad doesn't really have a lot of picks into the Asir, like doesn't play the Yone or the Silas kind of champions like Mirror himself does. So picking Asir for him will be like a pick for him that he wants, and a takeaway from quad as well.
Yeah, you
with the whole
double
series
there. Yeah, exactly. Because again, Fearless, you don't have to worry about that
exactly
for the rest of the best of 5. So as we see the first couple of bans come through here, no Azir ban from FlyQuest yet. VKS do still have that on the table, but Orianna, the focus for them, plus the Trundle. Pantheon and Nico taken off the table so far here. So again, eyes will be on FlyQuest if they have their same focus on Azir that Sven was highlighting there.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the third ban is going to come out from FlyQuest as well in Game 1. It was that Aurora, as we do see the Yone come out from VKS.
This point to an Azir first pick.
Yeah.
Yone is a typical counter matchup, so
surprised they banned the Yone from quad. He doesn't typically like to play the melee mid laners like Yone and Silas and so on. So definitely telling FlyQuest that they're going to first pick Azir if they give it to them. FlyQuest probably thinking about that right now.
Yeah,
Azir is traded.
Oh.
Yeah, so they do stick with that Aurora ban. So see if
likely an Azir here for VKS. Well, will probably just play something like Victor against it or whatever. Ah, Sona.
It always could be that. No, hovered
what a
and now
surprise.
locked in. So now what do we think are the available counter picks that Quad would play when we think about Quad's champ pool?
I mean, it's probably just going to be a Victor. Or Orianna is available, so it's kind of simple. Like, oh, Orianna banned? Okay, Victor then. Yeah. Maybe Rise, maybe like
go down the flow chart.
Yeah.
yeah, just kind of something that Quad is super comfortable on that also scales really well, right? We talk about Azir scaling and pretty much
Talia too with the buy.
Oh yeah,
that's a combo as well.
Yeah, I think
still up.
Well, that buy is locked in, so let's see if they want to go for that. So they don't need to right away because low chance VKS would pick that away from them. They could go for something like a support.
I think it's valuable to have
carry.
top counter pick on 3, so I think just matching mids here gives Whippo the best answer, because if you take
there it is.
Renekton or Mbessa, then you can pick the other vice versa. So I'm expecting top on 3 here, and then I think VKS will also pick their top side here as well.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if they will pick the Mbessa blind or something that's good against Mbessa itself line, because you know like about the whole LTA likes the Mbessa Renekton matchup.
Yeah, I mean I'm a big believer in the Mbessa side, but
even against Thanatos or Whippo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I can beat everyone on that. But
Sven's unconvinced.
Okay. So you think Boala's gonna go for the line
I think
pick
he's gonna go
here?
Renekton.
Okay.
Drop top till 4-5, but
be a very early Sivir. Typically, I see her later in the draft in Fearless picks, but
it is not bad versus Vi. You can spell shield the ulti, but sometimes the Vi ults you and then she smites your spell shield in the air. So it's kind of like a mind game of who can like spell shield the latest possible second.
Yeah.
But it's not bad.
And here on red side, I think if you can take Mbessa here on 3 and just ban 2 for it.
True.
So I feel like it has really high value here, but
typical AD and top lane. Like, I want my counter pick here. No, I want to pick here.
And they're actually going to be going with the Senna.
Senna was banned in our
Masu.
series the whole time, but Masu's able to get it here into the Sivir.
Yeah, of course, Senna is going to Sivir because you don't really have many spells that matter. It's hard to spell shield the Senna Q. It's so fast, so hard to react to, and also like a very unimportant spell. So not a bad counter, also outranges the Sivir once you get a few more stacks under your belt, so not a bad pick at all.
And you have to spell shield that last Embrace W, then Vi ultimate's now on the table, and like, it's not the
also
nicest
good
thing to go
with
for.
the Vi. When Vi flies in with the ulti, you can come out on top with the Senna ulti, give him a bit of air support.
Yeah,
is that what it's called?
I guess so, yeah.
And then in this draft, VKS also have a lot of scaling, so I hope they don't go for rush plays like they did last game, where I think they're just playing the long game here and don't really want too much pressure in the early game and feel like they get outscaled, so I think they're going for the safe.
Yeah, they definitely don't get outscaled at this point in this draft. So last game, perhaps they felt a little bit of pressure at the Herald when they took that bad team fight that got them aced. So maybe now they feel more comfortable giving a few objectives if they have to and just playing for late game.
Yeah, if you can secure 1 dragon in early game somehow, then the game's going
he's
really
banned.
good.
You can't get the Busio Bard.
Banned by themselves.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. They didn't see the sign. That's why. But yeah, when I see Vivocade's 2 carries right now, Sivir and Azir, that is so much wave clear. Like, they can make this game go late, Emily.
Yeah, they can, but we've talked about how good FlyQuest. That's really good. We've talked about how FlyQuest are good at kind of stalling, giving up objectives, and playing the scaling game. They're also really good on compositions like this with the Vi Talia. It was actually on this Vi in Game 2 the last time that we saw Inspired really pop off, visiting mid, revisiting top, like reganking top to get Gakos ahead in that series. So, I mean, they're perfectly comfortable with this, and then you still have the Senna for that kind of late game scaling.
And Dokla, I know that you were saying that Mbessa could have been a good, pick there for quads champ instead of the Senna on the red 3. But now, do you still think Mbessa is high priority? I mean, even Renekton was just banned out by VKS.
I mean, I think you can still pick Mbessa here. It gives you another layer of engage to follow the Vi. And typically, all lanes are going to be relatively 50-50. There are counter picks available. I mean, Boel picked Aatrox yesterday, so you can kind of handshake that lane. But I'm expecting the Mbessa here on 4. I'd be pretty surprised if they just give it away. And yeah.
Yeah, and we've seen that support counter pick can actually really change the tides of a game. So it is Mbessa locked in blind for Bwipo.
And I'm just expecting Aatrox here. I don't think anything crazy is going to come out. They did play it yesterday.
VKS needs some engage here. Someone that sets up a fight. Maybe a Rel for Trimby would be not bad. The Alistar's already out. The Poppy's already out. The Nautilus ban, Rakan ban, Bard ban, Nico ban. There's lots of board bans, both in the first game and in this series, or this game alone. So I'm wondering what Busio is going to play into the Rel if he gives it away here to VKS. Because I think it's kind of a good pick at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Aatrox ideally has some lockdown to follow up with. Like right now, all their champions are quite mobile. Like Senna typically has Swifty boots, and Mbessa is just hard to hit in general. Talia has rocks and phase rush, so...
Ooh.
No.
I mean, outside they don't have great primary engage, but it can peel the Vi if you're getting ulted on. So the public execution plus Vi is a little scary to go in.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Way more like it.
My guy.
I actually agree with Sven here. Usually I really like the Renata pick into dive, right?
Yeah,
because she just absolutely stuffs what you want to do. However, because of the lack of really hard engage on Cade's comp, I like the Rel coming through, and we'll see what Busio wants to lock in against that.
I mean, you can play the Renata and play for the disengage, but then if you fall behind, you have no engage.
Yeah, that's just you're just waiting.
You kind of need a backup plan in case you fall behind.
There's no way back in.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, but
it
is
Leona insta-locked.
Yeah, exactly. So they wanted some more engage for themselves. FlyQuest and Vivocade, neither of them lacking for engage options. So I got to ask the crowd, because I heard some loud Vivocade fans make some noise and think Vivocade won draft. I'm telling you, they showed up in Dallas, but where's the FlyQuest fans at? Make some noise and think Fly won draft. A little louder, slightly.
It might be a little bit of a bias.
It might be slightly.
A lot of draft experts out there.
But still, shout out to VKS fans who did show up today.
Yeah, and now we will see what casters think of the draft. Thank you so much for joining us, Dokla. Your insight is always great.
Big Doke
for having me.
All right, thank you very much, Lounge. Welcome back, everybody. It's about time to hop into our second game here. We have the classic Talia Vi combo on the side of FlyQuest, going up against some Super Shurima scaling on the VKS squad. How are we feeling about this?
I'm feeling like VKS just power picked the Sivir very early. It sent the draft down a bit of a front-to-back rabbit hole. I still do like the fact that since FlyQuest is such a disciplined team, VKS not having that many really hard engaged tools, I think FlyQuest should be able to maneuver around that pretty well. I'm feeling confident for FlyQuest, but that's more based off of the results of how Game 1 ended.
Well, I also think it is particularly effective if you can combine Vi with solo laners that can play off of guaranteed hitting skill shots. So Vi plus Talia is super common. You know, you get your seismic shove. So the 2v2 and ability to pick off, especially like Xin Zhao that doesn't have ability to dodge, is very powerful. But also Vi setting up Mbessa ultimates to make sure that Mbessa can guaranteed land the ultimate as well and really layer that. Also super powerful 2v2s for FlyQuest. So even though Xin has a good one-on-one versus Vi, if you can combine in a lot of these 2-on-2 situations and skirmishes, I like those options for FlyQuest. And then even if you are scaling, Matsu here on Senna with Ghost and Flash very mobile and scaling into the range with soul stacking is another good out for FlyQuest.
All right, level 1, we are getting even less contact than a line of scrimmage. Everybody's kind of just hanging out on their own sides of the map here. As you can see, highest win percent in 2025 for domestic play. That's FlyQuest, man. 80.6% of their games have been wins. Next closest is still about 4% behind them, CFO, and then Gen G behind that.
And one of the challenges when you actually win that higher percentage of your games is staying challenged and finding new ways to improve and not becoming complacent. It's something that Busio in particular has talked about in a lot of interviews, just trying to make sure they're always on the lookout for upsets and they're always trying in every single scrim to be better. So far, they've been able to pull it off, but you never know.
And Trimby trying to jump forward there with the crash down, put on some early pressure, but the trade goes FlyQuest way.
Yeah, and these are pretty good for FlyQuest because they've got a good sustain advantage with the Senna and fleet footwork here for Masu. And so they can heal right back up after. Level 2 comes in pretty big.
Pretty spicy.
Yeah, it was Whippo who hit it first, but while hitting it right after means that he still ends up winning out in the trade as Whippo wants to continue scrapping back and forth. Both of these champions have the ability to just spam those abilities out whenever the cooldowns are off, so I expect a lot of trading up here in the top lane. Level 2 now for the bottom lane duos, as well as Trimby is forced to crash down defensively to get away from Busio.
I mean, this lane can get out of hand very quickly, especially because both champions have such dodgeable skill shots that are crucial in whether or not you can win an all-in. So you can get yourself trapped in a pretty tough situation if you're looking to play aggressive.
I feel like either one of these could quickly turn into an all-in from either side. Whippo continuing to slash and dash around as Morteos and Trimby still have to push here in bottom lane.
And this little timer for Whippo is very important because the big difference in top lane is often jungles. And jungles are pathing to opposite sides. So Desamis and Zin are going to be up on the top side of the map. Wow, getting a nice little chunk there.
Whippo really wants to get this wave in before recalling. He has a good ward in the river. Gets the cannon, that's probably enough, especially with the number of minions it would push back to him over time if he wants to reset, but he's just trying to stay in experience range now.
Okay, he will stay there for the time being. Desamis making his way up. Just to the Scuttle Crab, though. There is that ward that'll spot him out if he tries to make his way all the way into the top lane.
This is...
Come on!
That's a crazy question. Super early, too. The question is, do you want to win that so that you're ahead at that point and then you just don't throw?
Oh. Yep, Center Root finds Trimby, but you can immediately, easily buffer through it there with a crash down. So no play to be found as Inspired looks towards the bottom lane. But now here from the top side, Desamis thinking about maybe a turret dive onto Whippo here. Dives in, goes for the audacious charge. Whippo with a flash away. Desamis down to 200 HP, but while having to leave now as well, Whippo fights off the dive himself. Stays alive, but it costs his flash.
Nice outplay by Whippo there. I want to see what Inspired does with his tempo now, though, because Desamis stayed about 30 seconds longer. Inspired already back on the map. So nice job by Whippo surviving that dive with ease.
Yeah, and they also leave behind a ward on Krugs too, so they are going to be alerted to the exact timing of Inspired's second clear on Vi for top down, and when you have that early information, then you can kind of extrapolate the jungle path downwards and really keep track of him even as he approaches the level 6.
Well, 67% of fans said that FlyQuest would throw at Otacon, so that means 67% of fans think that FlyQuest are going to win the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and
because
I disagree.
You can't throw from behind.
I disagree that they'll throw at Otacon, man. This team is so disciplined. 40-1 went ahead in gold at 14 minutes, and it's still a pretty good win rate when behind at 14 minutes as well. Happens when you win 80% of your games domestically.
I mean, technically, game number 1, they were behind at 14 minutes, and then immediately at 15 minutes, they swung the game by 3,000 gold, getting an ace at the Rift Herald because they found that exact team fight they were looking for. And in this game, again, we already talked about it for VKS. They are very limited on engage mechanisms. It's kind of got to be the Trimby show versus Leona and Vi and Ambessa all being able to find angles on the FlyQuest side.
So here's a really interesting timing window to look at because we've got support roam timers here as they go for their recalls. Currently, Trimby is just heading right back out to the bottom side as well, but Whippo without flash on top lane, you know, does have the re-clear of Zin to worry about, so he knows the jungle is going to be on the opposite side once again since Inspired cleared top down. And so he's just letting the Aatrox push him in. The Aatrox does get to level 6 first, but Whippo just playing safe here. He knows, yep, I have no jungle pressure here since Inspired just went back to base, and we have to avoid any possibilities of follow-up because VKS really do want to capitalize on that extra summoner spell burn.
Yeah, I'd say Whippo is keeping the lane in a safe spot right now, trying to get a bit of a trade in before that wave crashes, and there is no dive on the wave. Whippo doesn't know that for sure, but he's still playing and having the wave in a pretty safe spot, as Inspired is going to be starting up the Drake.
Yeah, this is a much earlier Drake. Remember in game number 1, the first Drake didn't happen until about 11 minutes in. It was very, very slow. This time around, happening very rapidly, 6.5 minutes into the game, as the bottom lane duo of Masu and Busio just keeps Morteos and Trimby busy. Desamis is in the area, but he's here too late because the Drake is already secured by Inspired and Quad working together, and Trimby and Desamis can't even catch up to Busio in time to try to force out a summoner spell.
It is way earlier, but that's also because of the champion Inspired's playing. Vi just excels at killing killing Drake early, not to mention he had that extra time over the Xin Zhao because of the dive that was attempted top lane. So that's essentially the cost, to me, of that dive that was attempted top on a Bwipo.
7 minutes in. Just a couple hundred gold separating the two teams here. Bwipo and Boal just continuing to trade back and forth every time the cooldowns are up. I feel like that story is never really going to change, especially considering both have the grass procs, both want to play for that extra dominance in the lane. There's the Zenith Blade onto Marteos after the center root was used to pop the spell shield. Bwipo wanted to go in for the public execution on a Boal. It was a full send from FlyQuest's jungle and solo laners to try to kill Boal, but Bwipo missing the public execution means Boal survives.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about the guaranteeing of that ability if you can just buy ultimate to hold them in place, and then there's no opportunity to flash it. But using it kind of raw up there and just while Boal is ready and kind of watching, can just flash it, does mean that the time that Inspired and Quad used to go over it does kind of get wasted there.
Yeah, I feel like if Inspired tries to start with it, Boal might just take him into the turret and it dies. But that, likewise to the attempted dive on Bwipo's Ambessa, just gives a lot of time for VKS to make a counterpunch. So it's very easy for them to go for the grubs here, knowing that FlyQuest is likely needing to clear camps and catch back up on their waves.
And remember, in game number 1, it was 3 grubs for VKS. FlyQuest even committed a teleport in that game to try to stop VKS, to try to collapse on them as they were taking the objective. That collapse did not succeed. So now, in the second game, it's even easier for VKS to get all 3 of them. Back-to-back games now, full grub control for Vivocade Stars.
I think the grubs are an okay objective, but it's something that I see FlyQuest give up probably more than any other top team as they go for some poke onto Trimby, mainly because if they're confident in their game state anyway, and the other team isn't reaching the turret, who cares, in a sense, if it's not giving them additional turret damage? So I see FlyQuest sacrifice that objective very frequently.
I mean, grubs are a down payment objective, right? Taking them, sure, it gives you a handful of gold from killing them, but it's really all about the extra power that you're saying in taking turret plates, in getting turret push, in being able to side lane more effectively. So as long as you're saying that's never going to pay dividends, you're fine giving it away in exchange for dragons or pressure on the other side of the map or whatever that might be. The next dragon, of course, not spawning for another 2 minutes or so. So we won't really have any fights that need to be forced just yet, but that doesn't mean we won't get any fights anyway.
I mean, we're probably getting a lane gank from Inspired at the moment, since he has full camps already cleared, and so you can try and continue to punish this no flash Aatrox, where on the previous ultimate from Bwipo, they're able to blow that cooldown, so now they really want to punish it, but once again, Boal here knows that there is potential for a possible aggressive play, so he's been playing fairly safe.
We'll see what he learns as well. The Gatko series, Inspired really helped out with a lot of top ganks, and it was catching Boal in situations like this. If he's been able to track the overall state of the game, it's about to pop out.
Oh, the Vault Breaker just
he was
barely missing.
100%, able to track it there and play safe. So when they make the call, obviously Boal, is going to be alerted. So FlyQuest make the call, hey, we're just going to force this now. Bring Busio, push the wave, and go.
All right, Busio will probably be the one to start this one off here. Immediate Shield of Daybreak, point blank, can't miss it. First blood over to Bwipo.
And then the counterattack, because that was so telegraphed by FlyQuest, Masu knew it was coming. He's backed away from the turret, so they're still going to lose a little bit of turret damage, but it is a clean kill with a no teleport Aatrox being down.
And it's traded turret damage because, the successful play on top side does mean they can get turret plates here for Bwipo on the top side too, and then still use the teleport for Busio's spellbook to get back and defend on the bottom side. And as you said, Masu's able to pull off early. He knows he's on the weak side since FlyQuest are the ones starting the play onto top side, and he's able to back off and not give over much counterplay there for VKS.
Yeah, such a nice play. The only fear here is that Mortheus' Sivir is getting a little bit more fed already with the Cull Sivir, able to power clear these waves and only having 2 plates on the bottom lane. So they got to pull that play off once. If they do it again, I think it would be a little bit too much, as the Sivir is now the really only one on the team with a gold lead for VKS.
Fed Sivir is never a bad thing to have, but we do have the next Drake spawning in 15 seconds. FlyQuest, of course, securing that first one 5 minutes ago. And this is about the time that the first Drake was taken in the previous game. So if FlyQuest maintains control over these objectives, it could be a sole win condition type of game for them.
Yeah, plus with Bwipo having the Eclipse, he's at a big power spike for Ambessa, but I do love this roam timing from Trimby. With the Eclipse item advantage, you're expecting Bwipo to go aggressive, and they're looking to punish him.
Okay, Whippo steps forward there. Trimby goes for the crash down. Whippo, public execution to try to buffer through some of this, but doesn't get a whole lot of value out of it. Trimby using the summoner spell Exhaust for a little bit more power here in the trade, but honestly, Whippo just scraps to about half his HP and backs away. The Drake has not been started up yet by either side, and critically, Boal's teleport is now also available. Inspired up here on the top side, Desamas, Trimby, and Boal all on this side of the map.
Yeah, and it looks like FlyQuest are fine with just completely sacrificing here, seeing both the support and jungle on top side.
Ooh, there's your chain CC onto Miru, but they don't have enough damage despite the Dawning Shadow coming in as well. Now Whippo continues to defend here in a 1v3 underneath the tier 1 turret as the escape from Miru with a TP to make sure that he saves his own life. There's chaos all over the Rift right now, but nobody's dead.
Yeah, Quad was close. He was trying to follow up on it, but as he arrives, Miru leaves with the teleport and does get out. Let's see.
Hey, how'd he get out of there? No, it actually looks like Trimby is the one who initiated that pause, so we're going to have tech support check in on exactly what that was. A very exciting sequence in a one-kill game, as none of these kills are actually converting for either team. Such a close teleport as Kobe's rewatching this on the other side of the screen for Miru to make that escape.
Yeah, I don't see anything fishy about the teleport. You know, there shouldn't be anything involved with that, so maybe it's something involved on the top side.
Yeah, I was just updated from producers. We have a tech pause to check something with Miru's microphone. So I don't think that can impact a teleport at all, so I don't believe it has anything to do with the previous play, but we got to make sure that the comms are working for everybody here in the finals.
Yeah, and I just heard that the microphone is good. They're just getting ready checks, so this should be a very short pause before we get back into this game. Trying to set the stage here. 12 minutes, 43 seconds into this one. A small lead for FlyQuest. A lot of summoner spells just burned. However, with Whippo being completely out of summoner spells, with this next Drake likely to be where the next fight happens.
Okay, so let's get ourselves recalibrated here. Quad solo on this tier 1 turret down in the bottom lane. We'll be able to grab at least this second plate, as Inspired will start up the Drake. Like you said earlier, Jat, Vi, very, very good at dealing with these objectives with the percent HP damage with the armor crush. Very, very swift at taking those down, as Masu and Morteos both just clearing waves in the mid lane, which of course is Sivir's specialty. Dragon still at about 2,000 HP as VKS is on the approach. Busio and Masu ready to try to fight them off as Quad adds extra damage. FlyQuest looked like they were seeing if maybe there was an opportunity to follow it up with an engage, but there is not.
Yep, good timing there from FlyQuest, able to burn it down before anyone comes. And a big part of that is that they had the pressure on bottom side. Quad had fully pushed in, they had just chased off the Azir, Mira was coming from base, and so the bottom wave had been pushed into tower, so Quad could come help with DPS on the Dragon. So even though the support and jungle roam timers were kind of close, FlyQuest are able to get their Dragon number 2.
Yeah, I got to give an early shout out to Quad so far in this Taliyah game. Both of the Drakes, he's been able to get mid push and then help Inspire take it down. He had a couple of rough Taliyah games towards the end of Split 3 where he'd start the game 0-4 or 0-5 before eventually winning, mainly because FlyQuest was winning everywhere else. He's also the only player on FlyQuest who didn't get first team All-Pro, so definitely something to prove in these clutch moments. Azir, one of the top picks and top choices for VKS, also heavily denied by FlyQuest, so having the ability to give that over and still have a good performance on Taliyah is important for FlyQuest.
Well, the second Dragon going over to Fly does bode well for them. One more neutral objective, and they will claim that feat of monster slaying. And we do have the Rift Herald spawning in 20 seconds. Like you guys already mentioned during the pause, it's only 1 kill on the board as we're about to hit 15 minutes. So another very, very slow early game. But remember that the Rift Herald fight was where it all took off in game number 1. It was 2-0 VKS before that Herald in game number 1. After that, it was a landslide for Fly.
And we could point out a lot of this prep work. Busio just went into the jungle to get some vision down. They're into the river very early. Inspired is going for a recall right now, though. So his timer is going to be coming straight from base. Let's see if he's able to pick up much. All right, so Steel Caps and the Ruby Crystal here. That is a lot more durability this early on into the game.
It is, but this is another situation where we have Quad in the bottom lane, so I feel like FlyQuest is going to wait for VKS to pull it, and they're the ones forcing the tempo on this play. And if they want to fight, that's when Quad's going to be teleporting in and looking for a play.
Meanwhile, Whippo and Boal trading as they're on the top side of this skirmish. Boal loses out on the trade, but does have the honey fruits to eat to heal back up a little bit. Quad takes the bottom lane turret down below that final plate, as FlyQuest are watching VKS take the Herald, and they're just deciding, okay, you can take the Herald, we're going to get the first turret down here in the bottom lane instead. So now it's 2 neutral objectives to 2, but it's first turret over to FlyQuest in the bottom lane.
Exactly, but I also loved how they kept VKS uncertain. Quad finished the wave, went into Fog of War, so that VKS had to keep 5 people committed. So FlyQuest is getting small advantages in every lane, while VKS was able to pick up that Rift Herald.
Yeah, they take the guaranteed tower now for kind of the delayed Rift Herald possibility of knocking one down, which, you know, it would one-shot stuff like the topside tower and heavily damage the mid tower. We'll see as well about the follow-up for the feats, because that does give another objective. And 3 people top here for VKS. Busio's in there to watch as the tower does go down, though.
Yeah, 3 grubs. You don't even need to use the Herald when it's that low on HP. Azir walking up with an Ashor's Tooth, it's going to melt pretty quickly.
So, getting the first tower in the trade for FlyQuest, we will see if they can then capitalize on either 2 more kills or, you know, the following dragon here to actually get to that feats and make use of the first tower going down, or if VKS is able to actually win that team fight. Again, one of the biggest determining factors here in these dragon fights is early access to the river. Getting vision here on this brush, and they go for it.
Oh, nice Zenith Blade over the wall there from Busio, trying to combo onto Trimby, who wants to escape with all of his spells used defensively, but he cannot make the distance. FlyQuest spent a lot to get it, though, as VKS wants a counterpunch, but they're too slow to the fight, and FlyQuest disengages.
Preparation is key, Flowers. They get there early, and they're able to punish as Trimby is going for his wards, while FlyQuest are already at the objective. Now, let's see about the follow-up. Inspired still does have his Vi ultimate, so they could go for a combo play.
I feel like Trimby might have been a little slow on his Mikhails there, but that's a nice pick there by FlyQuest, still trying to catch this wave. They've done a lot of nice shadowing as VKS has crashed the waves. Something about FlyQuest is one of the reasons teams don't make plays against them is they're anticipating so many of the moves. So anytime they'd want to dive Bwipo, Busio's right there or Inspired's right there, and that's what we saw with the Talia as well. So it's difficult for Trimby to find these picks. I think one of the silver linings about Trimby dying, though, is that he did keep both summoner spells if he wants to now look for a fight around this next raid.
Say also, generally, when you're going for wards like that, very, very necessary to keep your jungler close by. Because if you're just a solo support going for that, you can like try and hop away, but you know, clearly FlyQuest able to make their pick and punish it. Now though, he's back and alive.
Oh, good damage by Masu.
Yeah, Masu with the static shiv on the Senna makes both the trading patterns and the farming patterns a lot nicer. Bwipo versus Boal up here in the top side. It is Bwipo on lower HP, but you can never underestimate Ambessa with that Eclipse, as the next dragon is about ready to spawn here in the bottom river, live right now. Already 2 drakes to nothing for FlyQuest. This drake will determine who gets the feat of monster slaying. If it's FlyQuest, they'll also secure the boots on top of it.
Okay, so Herald's going to get popped down in mid. They're going to try and push mid priority first here. Busio's ult is back up and available for FlyQuest.
Okay.
Nice wall, just block the Herald.
Yep, Weaver's wall says Herald has to go somewhere else. Trimby, flash engage, going after Busio, looking to get revenge for the earlier engage from the FlyQuest support. Busio's in the middle of everybody, but Inspired is ready to join. Miru has to disengage. Disamus, Boal, and Trimby. The giant front line of VKS is ready to fight, but FlyQuest already claimed the first kill.
Big
it's
fight
a
coming.
1-for-1 here so far, as FlyQuest keeps chasing. Trimby's next to die. Busio gets away. Bwipo with a kill on the Miru. FlyQuest team fighting is just better! Boal, seismic shove backwards. He flashes forward to try to kill Busio. Try as he might, he'll only die. FlyQuest, 4 for 1.
And Busio lives. They try and catch the other support in the jungle. He evades VKS, and then look at the re-engage he goes for, immediately flashing out after the E hits.
Busio is my MVP right here. Watch the way he plays this fight. Another thing to track early on is everything gets absorbed by Busio, and Mortheus is the one that gets sectioned off by this teleport. So even though the original dive in the middle there doesn't get the execute onto the Azir, because they kill the Sivir, they're still stronger for the re-engage. And once this happens, all eyes on Busio. He's at the top of the screen. You think you're gonna one-shot him when he ease in like this. The instant flash over the wall so no follow-up can happen, making it so everyone else can fly in on the CC he provided.
And then the finale goes back in again.
Yeah, why not just go back in?
Gets a flash out of Aatrox, you know? Another little bit of a bait right there. Aatrox ends up using another summoner spell on top of it, and you can tell with the reactions here how big that was. Another really key factor, of course, there is that Morteos, the Sivir, in the river with all the rest of VKS kind of chasing into the jungle. The Sivir alone with just Whippo and Masu next to him just gets deleted with barely getting any work done there. So FlyQuest really kind of pulling them apart.
Yeah, winning the fight gives them feats of strength. They get the Warfare as well as first turret, but they're going for Whippo. Maybe if they get it, they can get the Otacon as well.
Yeah, Whippo's the target. Wanted to use public execution there to try to buffer through some of the CC. Doesn't get a whole lot of value out of that. Now Desamas trying to do the last little bit of damage. Dawning Shadow keeps Whippo alive long enough to make it a 1-for-1. Masu from across the map with the assist, as now Busio, Quad, and Miru are all getting involved. A 2v2 ready to go as Busio stuck here on the front line. Remember, his redemption was already used. Busio's about to drop. Masu and Inspire trying to get away from Morteos and Trimby. Busio staying alive somehow yet again. FlyQuest out kiting to stay alive as Desamas and Whippo trade 1-for-1.
And one of the differences in this series has been when a play goes bad for a team, how bad does it go? Because the previous fight was FlyQuest cleaning up for 5 kills. This last fight was a bad play. It's a team that had an advantage getting a 1-for-1, but it could have been so much worse. Quad lost the 2v2 on the top line. Masu and Inspired lost the 2v2 bot, but they didn't die. They just had to back away, and they'll end up getting the Drake after all is said and done.
Yeah, they are currently. Plus, there's a possible maneuver on top side. Plenty of vision for FlyQuest, seeing VKS set up around Otacon.
Okay, yeah, VKS crashing down on the Otacon now as Inspired is about to finish up Drake number 3.
Soul point.
Okay, FlyQuest are hanging around the area. VKS have the Otacon down to almost half HP now. FlyQuest on the approach. Inspired still has to walk up through the river.
That poll, 33% of people thought VKS would throw. Let's see if it's true.
Inspired versus Boal down on the bottom side of the river, while Trimby tries to engage up here on the top side, 4v4. Desamas going to be your first target. Tries to get away here with his Xin Zhao ulti, but he's already killed. Morteos about to die second. Masu doesn't have the range to take him out just yet as Inspired, looking to maybe cut him off, but Boal saves the rest of his team. The Otacon stayed aggroed. FlyQuest has their jungler. The Otacon is served on a silver platter to FlyQuest.
So FlyQuest does not throw at Otacon. They just emphatically put their stamp on this game. Flowers, that is now Dragon Soul Point, as well as the Otacon, as well as the top tower here. The game just getting blown wide open once again in favor of FlyQuest.
Masu at 73 stacks on the Senna as well, liking these skirmishes that aren't fatal as he's stacking up. Whippo is, again, so strong in this game as 5-1 Ambessa.
And earlier, Jat, you pointed out that Quad was the only member of FlyQuest to not win first team All-Pro in the North, that he was someone who had something to prove, that he had had a lot of rough games on this Taliyah. He is the highest individual gold lead in this game by a few hundred on his Taliyah, 2-0-2 on the scoreline. Seraphs, Leandri's Torment, upgraded Sorcerer's Shoes. This guy has been critical to their success here in the second game.
And honestly, since he joined the team, they win the summer split last year. They win split 2, they win split 3, and they're very close to going up 2-0 in the LTA Championship with Quad. For as much as he might struggle in some individual games and is overshadowed by the rest of the team, this guy just wins.
Let's see what VKS can try and do about it, because their backs are getting pushed against the wall yet again. You know, after the previous 3-0 series that they had versus FlyQuest, they said really lit a fire under them. They want to be able to show that they can take a game from FlyQuest. See if they can turn this one around. It's obviously going to be very difficult with Dragon approaching very quickly here. Only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on that clock.
Yeah, early Dragon Soul. That's what happens when Inspired's able to take that first Drake at 6 minutes. So this is another thing about the discipline of FlyQuest as they're trying to get a fight onto Busio.
Busio with a defensive Solar Flare onto Desamas, immediately followed up by Quad's Seismic Shove into the Unraveled Earth. Means the VKS jungler is knocked down to half HP. He still has his Crescent Guard, but he was forced to use his flash to try to get away. Morteos also forced to use On the Hunt to get the extra little bit of speed to make sure that he doesn't get caught out there. So a couple of critical ultimates down now for the side of VKS. Inspired and Bwipo in the enemy jungle. One to steal away the red buff. Desama's going to be your target. Whoa. He's taken out by Bwipo. Morteos the next target as FlyQuest dives in. The Siver's under a lot of pressure. It's a double kill over to Bwipo's Ambessa. Miru rooted up. Bwipo wants a third, but he can't quite find the damage. He's exhausted. He wants to get away, but he does get shut down. Bawal making something happen back for VKS, but still a 2-for-1 for FlyQuest.
Big play by Bwipo and Inspired. Just a little bit of an overreach at the very end, but still overall very strong, getting so many flashes out of VKS. Not only do they kill the server, they burn both the Barrier and Flash, which will not be up for the Soul fight.
Yeah, I mean, they do get their red buff there. Desamas is able to get the post 25-minute red buff secure, which is pretty big, since it does go to everybody on your team. But they end up giving multiple people's lives, and it gives you a lot of time on the map when people go down this late into the game. You could tell Busio there already using this extra time to go get vision leading up to the Baron, which will be the next area that FlyQuest try and bait over.
So they see Inspired go, but they catch Bwipo at the end and actually think they have a chance in this. The Senna air support coming in all these fights has been so crucial, and they instantly fly onto the Sivir in the extended fight.
Yeah, I mean, Bwipo on this Ambessa has gone pretty hard. That one was a little much, but the initial one, as you said, double kill was good.
Oops. Sorry.
See, it's okay to laugh about those. When you're winning so hard,
yes,
those ones don't feel too bad.
7-2 oops is way better than 0-7 oops.
Exactly.
Let me say that.
0-7's not as much of an oops. It's more of a head and hands type of, oh no, not again.
All right, well, we've got the Dragon Soul coming up, boys. 20 seconds on the clock. VKS know they've got to make a stand, so they're getting here early with the extra vision.
Look at flashes. There's only one flash on the side of VKS Stars, and it's on the support rel. So whoever FlyQuest jumps on, they're going to look to execute.
Keep your eyes on Trimby. Remember, that's the only real engage here for VKS if they want to try to be the ones to strike first. VKS on the rod. Busio goes in. Miru's going to be the target. They can't quite kill him off just yet, but Inspired's going in for the ulti all in. Miru's already down. Busio still alive as Morteos is next to fall. The carries on VKS are already down. So is everyone else. Only at the cost of Busio. FlyQuest kill 4.
Perfect team fight execution by FlyQuest. We just talked about the lack of flashes, and who are the first two people to die? The Azir and the Sivir, the two carries. Watch how FlyQuest do this perfectly.
Exactly, the targeting here. Initially, they go on the Azir. Look how long that Vi ultimate is. Inspired's able to follow Miru here as he tries to disengage, and then the Sivir deleted up in the river with the other side, and Bwipo tearing them apart.
And once again, it's that Senna air support coming in over the top with the Vi ulti to guarantee the kill onto Miru. And now right after they take the Dragon Soul, they'll take the Baron. 28 minutes in, double super buff for FlyQuest with an 8,500 gold lead.
Looking to win their 5th game in a row against VKS Stars. Boal trying to maybe get something back, but that's a 3-item Ambessa. He's actually wanting more.
Bwipo was ready to take the fight. He missed the public execution.
That's the
but
whole
he's
team,
still
Bwipo.
going in.
That's the whole team.
1 versus 5. Bwipo still wants it. He does not die just yet. FlyQuest coming in. The reinforcements have arrived. Boal down to 1/3 HP. Bwipo could be in a little bit of danger, but Miru doesn't find the right target. He's already dead. And VKS walked like lambs to the slaughter as FlyQuest will purge them all from bottom lane. It's another 4-for-1, and they're marching straight to the base.
Yeah, they've got Baron buff flowers. They're gonna go for the end. It's Boal versus the North.
And the North is looking ferocious. FlyQuest, they've got another minion wave coming up. They have plenty of health bars, plus a Senna to lead the charge. Only an Aatrox with no ulti has no chance to try to stop this push. Game number 1 was 19-4. Game number 2 is 18-5. FlyQuest are smacking VKS around and not wasting any time doing it. Trimby, Boal, none of them have anything to say as FlyQuest go up 2-0.
And both games ended in under 30 minutes. When they get a lead, they are explosively punishing towards VKS Stars. Small shout out there to Masu at the end. 17 out of 18 kills he participated in this game.
And Lounge, this one is looking dire for the Brazilian squad. How are they going to bounce back?
Yeah, it's my turn to talk now. Absolutely, Flowers. Just being able to see how dominant FlyQuest has been. Now, I haven't seen Raz in a little bit, but it is, you know.
I don't even know if Raz is here anymore.
Yeah.
Also, welcome back to LTA
Welcome
Championship,
back.
driven by Kia, by the way. But who is this person?
I mean, after hearing about the LCS announcement coming through, I needed to fly in from LA. So of course I'm Isaac Rizal coming Bentley, and I wanted to be able to talk
you have
about.
your pencil, of course.
Of course. And so I think that FlyQuest has been doing an incredible job at being able to take team fights now. Of course, Otacon was something that we wanted to talk about, especially in the pre-show, and I felt like FlyQuest did a great job.
Yeah, but we are going to start with the with the dragon fight, I think, which is where this kind of game, it feels like every time Cade and FlyQuest play each other, there's always a part where the game kind of blows open, and for this particular game, it was this fight.
Zen, what were your thoughts on this one? Because being able to see, like, I guess the rip trail get blocked out from there, and then the fight looked good initially from VKS.
Is that Mateus is a split from the fight. Sivir is a very good front-to-back AD carry, not a 1v1 on side lane of the fight AD carry. She's not Kaiser or Lucian. She's like, I want to hit the front line, and I want to bounce the Ws on the back line while I'm doing it. I don't want to be split fighting the Ambassador 1v1 on the side. That was the biggest problem in this fight, and that fight just ruined the whole game. I mean, they're still behind, they're losing Drakes, they're losing gold, they're down 2 kills, so it wasn't going great before that. But that was kind of the fight that lost them the game, so to speak.
Yeah,
especially since, like, with their composition, you could see they were kind of playing the role of FlyQuest in both of their game ones against them, right? Where they're like, okay, we're going to sit back, we're going to scale. And I think in addition to what you identified with Sivir, I also just thought with their composition, especially with this Ambessa and the Vi combination, the Talia on top, the Dawning Shadow on top of that, right? You just have so many ways to separate out team fights and get onto the prio targets of the Azir and the Sivir.
Exactly. And I gotta say, it felt like VivoKid might have been rocked a little from that game one. Was it Rizal? Was that the name? Rizal. It felt like they weren't playing with confidence.
Absolutely, they weren't. I mean, what we needed to see from them, well, to be fair, coming into the game, Raz, when he was here, he was talking about how he wanted to be able to see a little bit more patience.
Where is that guy? I don't know where that guy is.
I want to see patience from the team, a little bit more, like, I guess, a meticulous attitude and being able to pick the right fights. And if we got a little bit of that, just a tiny bit of it. But I think what we ended up seeing was, yes, you had already made the point about how they took the fight around Dragon, but for me, it was this fight. Boal was just waiting, hunting for a fight on towards Vi. What ended up happening in the rest of the fight here, Sven?
Yeah, I also think VKS felt a little bit pressure maybe because they were losing 3 Dragons in this game to FlyQuest. I felt like the clock was ticking a little bit on them, so I think they took a bit of a forced fight. They're really low from the Otacon already. They're taking a lot of damage, losing their armor and MR from the debuff. So
they're also fairly split. Like, not only was Trimby taking a fight on the top side and then getting burnt out, but also Disamus just completely got blown out right in the fight as he was focusing on the Otacon.
Yeah, and you could see the initial thought, right? They're like, okay, Inspired is on Drake. We should be able to potentially rush down Otacon. They also don't do it quick enough. And even though Boal was marking Inspired as he's making his way up the river, that's where the fight just ended up splitting up. And this was FlyQuest kind of all the way. You see how even it was initially with VKS kind of giving those objectives, but once they took over, FlyQuest just kind of steamrolled.
Yeah, I do think it's a trend in this game so far that VKS are very scattered across the fights. They're very split. They don't really know how to play on their carries as well as FlyQuest does. If you look at Maso in the team fight, he's untouched the whole team fight in every team fight. He's never in any danger of dying ever. And FlyQuest is doing a very good job at like making sure that Quad and Maso are just free to do whatever they want in every team fight.
And I mean, also just the fact that they weren't able to slow down the game with the wave clear of the Azir Sivir. That's something I was looking at in the champ selects. Is like, they don't have to play fast. They don't have to play aggressive for those objectives. They can always just funnel the gold into the carries. But they weren't able to do that either.
And right now, your VivoKate stars, your backs are against the wall. You're seeing Coach Seal have a real word with his team. Anything to get the energy back up, because it's really tough to be in this situation. You're holding that sign up, Sven.
Would you say it's time?
Chaotic.
It's time to pick something funny and fist fight to the death in lane phase, or lane swap, or I don't know, like something.
Ivern support, is it coming?
I mean,
and you know what's perfect for that?
I mean, sure, whatever goes. maybe not that so much, but something like that. Yeah.
And Red Side is perfect for that, right? Like, we've talked about the value of Red Side. I think FlyQuest, like, obviously they're just a strong drafting team in general, but I think in particular they use Red Side really well. So with VKS picking red side. Potentially, they maybe have some interesting counter picks to follow your advice, Sven.
Yeah, maybe it's time to play some Yone or some Silas and Johnny kind of things. Get get filthy in the early game, you know. Get
you gotta do something. Miru doesn't have his Azir anymore. It's getting really tough, but like, you just gotta find something and bonk him over the head.
Oh, goodness. Well, let's see if I can still do this. Don't miss any of the action. Make sure to visit the championship shop exclusively on Uber Eats and get fed with $5 off any order of $15 or more. It ends on 9:30, so make sure to order now. I'm going to get some ice for my head. Game 3 is coming up after this short break. Oh, that was my ear. Oh.
Hey! What's up, y'all? I'm Rafa here at FanFest with my boy Tommy. I have a very, very, very cool trivia question for you. Can you answer it for me?
I'll try my best.
I'll try my best. All right, here we go. Can you name 3 other places that we've had an NA-based roadshow in?
I want to go Houston. Houston's one. I know New York's got one, and LA.
Let's go! We got all of them. Tommy's got all of them. Thank you so much for answering all of those questions correctly. We've got an Uber Eats gift package for you. There you go, my man. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I love this place.
I love that you love it here. Back to you guys on the desk.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're going to give you both a Samsung 990 Pro SSD. Thank you so much for competing. Guys, it is game and match point for FlyQuest. Does Vivo Kid have what it takes to come back? Or is this going to be a FlyQuest sweep? Back to you guys on the broadcast.
Coming, they're gonna hit it right now. Yeah, get in there, get in there, get in there. I'm taking mana.
I will ult him and make sure he dies.
Saber getting.
Saber no flash.
Saber dead.
Zone.
Yeah, we're winning. Everyone's dead.
FlyQuest are smacking VKS around and not wasting any time doing it.
Hello and welcome back to the LTA Championships. I'm at the AT&T Influencer Suite with Golden Glue, hometown hero as well, because you're local to the area, right?
Yeah, I am. So I'm from Flower Mound, Texas. I grew up about 40 minutes away from here. This is just the best crowd. I've gone to league events all over the world, and it feels awesome that my hometown crowd came out as the best crowd I've ever seen. So this is fucking awesome.
You got a reaction from that. I gotta say, if you're from Texas, you should be the one wearing this, man. Come on, let's put that on there. All right, so what does it mean to you to have an event like this in your hometown?
Yeah, I mean, the last time COVID happened, it canceled the event that was supposed to be in Dallas, and I've been working in league for like a decade, and this is the first event we've come back. The crowd's amazing, the energy's amazing. I'm making every engage, and he's just playing like an absolute demon. So, I mean, obviously, I think VKS is actually playing pretty well too. I just think FlyQuest is just playing a bit better.
Okay, now that we're 2-0, do we get Gatkos in for Game 3? What do you think? If you're coaching FlyQuest, do you give Gatkos the experience?
I mean, sure, why not? Yeah, put him in.
Put him in. That's what I'm hearing from Golden Glue. Give it up, Dallas, for the hometown hero. That's it from us here. I'll throw it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Kangas and Golden Glue. Everybody, welcome back to what very well may be the final game of the LTA Championship, as FlyQuest have had two dominant wins back-to-back. They are up 2-0, and Vivo Cade Stars have to find the solution to this FlyQuest dominance.
And we have heard some rumblings, especially from Trimby, about them having some secret champions. Well, guess what? Now is the time that you have to pull them out.
Yeah.
It is must-win games, every game from here on out for VKS. So let's see the creativity. Let's see what's been cooking. So far, we have seen teams, banning Ivern supports versus them. I don't know if that is the answer, but I do want to see some crazy stuff happening, either in Champions or in some level ones. Sometimes you can concoct some very aggressive and risky level 1 setups to try to get an advantage that way.
It is interesting, though, having lost now 5 stage games in a row to FlyQuest, and also looking back to the first series, how each game went progressively more in the favor of FlyQuest. They do wear you down mentally through their discipline and their ability to win the close games. So it then makes you feel progressively desperate throughout the series. So maybe the answer is to really mix things up, Kobe, but that's easier said than done. It's like saying, just pick out the really strong pick that nobody else knows about.
Right.
So it's going to be a very uphill battle if VKS want to come back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just think if you've lost 5 in a row, start doing some weird stuff. Yeah, let's see if FlyQuest continue to ban Aurora. I think that has been good to them. Keep that out of the hands of Miru, and keeping everything pretty much on the straight line for FlyQuest. Meanwhile, very clearly here at VKS here, also trying to take out some of those jungle options from Inspired. Inspired's definitely a player, speaking of creativity, that has brought some of those types of picks to the FlyQuest side.
Congratulations. About 13 days until that merit is going to happen. Aurora ban is the final ban as well. And I do see them going after the player of the year. Maybe they're just going to try and get rid of all of the viable AD junglers, because we're already 4 down with the Trundle Pantheon bans. That makes it 6. So just trying to put him on something a little bit less comfortable might be the strategy here for VKS. And maybe that could factor into a surprise pick.
And I hope that we do get to see, some of the differences too here. Maybe we get down into Akali and Yone kind of territory for Miru. Silas is still available, so we have to worry about what ultimates, people are picking as we get deeper and deeper into Fearless. Some more of these things become options. We're not that deep in Fearless yet, But you
Wow.
can also get stuff like Caitlyn Elise lanes, which are pretty fun. Definitely don't expect that to come out anytime early, though.
All right, Yone, Gwen, Aurora, banned out by FlyQuest, VKS, Pantheon, Trundle, and Scion here in the first 3 bans. And hey, we're going to go with something pretty standard that has been banned in the first couple of games. It's Orianna locked in for quad.
Yep, they're going to kill you with standard if they can. Quad's Orianna super strong. They played it game 2 of the last series and crushed with it.
And something that, 100 Thieves tried with Quad, who is also a melee specialist, is then, yeah, all right, have the Orianna. We're going to go in a Kali, type of strategy into it and try and go for some assassination, some heavy dive or something there. Nico has definitely been a really big one as far as setting up some of those dives, and there we go. Turn out the lights as well. We're getting a little into it.
Yeah, that's the combo. Didn't catch it while it was happening, but Nico going unbanned is always kind of cause to first pick Nico. It's what happened in game 3 of the last series between FlyQuest and VKS, but they do give it through. That's how much they value the Orianna.
And exactly why we kind of bring up, the Kali and these types of champions is you want to play these types of comps into mid laners that don't have dashes themselves. So Orianna is very good right now. It's a high priority mid laner, but it is not a high mobility mid laner. And so Nocturne and Nico can put a lot of pressure on the flash button of that champion, and as well side lanes.
Yeah, banning so many AD junglers and then picking the Nocturne is good, but they pick it really early. It gives FlyQuest time to adapt. The Karma support is just when the lights go out, he's probably going to empower his E and have everyone scatter away. But I also do think, Kobe, that is a good angle for that Akali.
Yeah, and plus the Karma support is one of the favored, answers into a Nico just for lane phase.
Yeah.
That and stuff like Bard and stuff is just really nice for the lane to be able to have poke for yourself. Maybe it will be an Ezreal to complement the Karma, or maybe VKS will ban it out. I get what we wanted here, baby. Lock that in. We get the Miro Akali.
Okay, Miro Akali locked in, and also the Renekton, I think, for Bwipo makes a lot of sense here. You see the Scion ban on the other side. That lets you know, hey, they're banning out strong blind pick top laners. They're probably going to save 5th pick for the top lane counter, so you might as well pick a strong blind pick that's still available. They'll go with the Renekton nice and early.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even though FlyQuest feel pretty confident at the moment, this is at least the type of attack that I like to see coming out of draft from VKS. So let's see what they do want to also protection ban. This Sejuani is a very good pairing with that Renekton that you mentioned, Flowers. So trying to take down some of the possible 2v2 on top side.
And it's just such a powerful pick for Inspired. He seems to carry on Sejuani more than any jungler that I've basically ever seen. Plus, when there is this Nocturne Akali Nico, you're really trying to give a lot of baseline either durability or evasiveness to any pick. So that's what the Karma is going to help with. That's why I feel like the Renekton, where Bwipo will always go Steric Gauge second item, it's going to be really difficult, even if you're Nocturne, Akali, and Nicoing onto him, to get the clean one-shot before FlyQuest can retaliate. So I'm a little surprised that we don't see an Ezreal ban, because I think that's going to be a really strong pick for Masu if he wants it. But they're really focused on pushing Inspired back on his 80 champion picks. That's 4 80 jungler bans thrown out and a jungle takeaway by Vivo Cade Stars.
What will our last ban be here from FlyQuest? Jax, the first one, wanting to remove that pick that will eventually outscale the Renekton and become a problem in the side lane. Powerful side laners are also such a problem with Nocturne on the team because he does so well at shadowing them, assisting them, making fights unfair. But we're also just going to remove the Ornn, the big team fighter. It's very hard to stop or play around the Ornn horn when the lights are out, so banning that away makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. You get one kind of lane ban with the Jax and one kind of team ban here with the Ornn, because that Ornn horn really does complement a lot of the dive and assassination potential of what VKS are showing. So do like those two there. Let's see about it. The answer again will just be the classic, as you say. Okay. The Gnar into the Renekton. Now Inspired, what you got for us?
Yeah, Gnar's been slightly buffed fairly recently, but he's been heavily deprioritized because a lot of top laners thought he was too weak. But especially when there are double top lane bans against a blind pick Renekton, I think that's a good choice for them to have some balanced damage. And now,
he's not Sejuani clone. He's his own strong, independent Scorpion. He doesn't need Sejuani.
Yeah, nice rework, shiny new champion.
Yeah, come on now.
Okay, listen. I understand I'm with the Skarner man, but in terms of the slot it fulfills on the team, they're the same.
I'm not going to stand for this. This is slander. But that Ezreal that we talked about earlier, being a slippery target that's hard to assassinate, that's going to be locked in from Asu.
Yeah, as soon as you see the Karma, super early on too, you're thinking about the double poke lanes. And the Skarner does also have the benefit of being able to do like multi-target peel of melee champions. Yeah. So we'll see if FlyQuest can keep their comp very standard.
They don't have an 80 carry. I know he's hovering the Ivern.
It's a for fun. He's still taunting people.
He is.
Trying to mind game. Okay, so Jin, yeah, that's the clear follow-up to all of this like long range, over the top stuff that VKS are showing here. Now, your patented question, Flowers, of which side are you favoring? I do favor the stability of FlyQuest, and this one is looking like a really straightforward for them to play if they can just keep the front to back nice for them. But VKS, this is literally what I asked for. I asked for them to do this, and they deliver. So, I kind of got to hope that it's going to work.
The burden of execution is absolutely on VKS stars because FlyQuest has the low engage, safe scaling comp where you need to play with a lot of discipline. I will say though, if FlyQuest take a fight early and lose it in a big way, they won't have the durability or the gold to withstand the dives. So VKS need to play an explosive game, and the onus is on them to make something happen. We know how disciplined FlyQuest can be, because if this is on FlyQuest terms, this is a 0 kill to 0 kill game, 18 minutes into the game, and the first actual fight will happen in the Otacon.
I really hope we get more than a 0 to 0 kill game.
That's just what FlyQuest has drafted. You show them a dive comp with Nico, Nocturne, Akali that early, and FlyQuest is going to draft to absorb it.
Well, they're going to have to play aggressive. They're going to have to play in the face of FlyQuest if VKS Stars wants to have a chance to keep this series going. Both games so far have been slow for the first 15 minutes or so, but then FlyQuest gets a big advantage. In game number 1, it was at a massive fight at the Rift Herald. In game number 2, it was at a massive fight at the 3rd Drake, since the first one was taken so early. FlyQuest waits for one of these early mid-game objectives and takes their moment. VKS has to make it scrappy before then.
And it starts slow, but it ends fast. And if you're talking about my vote for chat in terms of who should get Finals MVP, right now, Busio is just absolutely dominating. A little bit harder to do that on Karma, but we're going to see how he looks.
Some real big mantra E's to
mega
everybody
shield
up.
All right, level 1. Doesn't look like we're going to get anything spicier than we've got in the previous 2 games, honestly. Just a little bit of keeping an eye on the other side's jungle. That's about it.
And honestly, these are the types of games that FlyQuest really do like to play and find comfort in. So I'm glad that VKS are giving us the possible action here and, like excitement of big Nico, Akali, Nocturne plays. But it is going to be super hard because it's into the FlyQuest comfort zone.
Okay, so early on here, Boal finding some nice little auto attacks into Bwipo, wanting to ward out that brush, make sure Bwipo can't use that to stay closer range to the mini Gnar. Who should get Finals MVP? It's Busio with 44%, Bwipo with 41%. Everybody else also on the board.
Yeah, everybody else is also still in the game. They are there. Something to note about, well, I wanted to talk about the top lane matchup, but hold on. This is going to trade pretty heavily.
Yeah, Quad really putting the pressure on Namiru here. One more auto attack might take him down, but no, the potion heals Miru up enough that a flash auto from Quad wouldn't get the kill.
Yeah, nerves of steel here. Nobody flashing too early.
And Quad playing really aggressive because it's a Nocturne jungler as well. So you're almost expecting him to full clear, not to mention he has a ward in that left side river to see what's happening. If there is a way that VKS can start to get an early advantage, it would be through some really aggressive Akali play or through some Gnar versus Renekton top, but Quad is really on point getting these first few waves in.
Doing a good job ducking behind those minions as well to avoid the shuriken flip. The damage from that thing is absolutely huge. So as long as you're avoiding those, Miru's never going to find those explosive trades that can really put the pressure on.
And so I did want to touch a little bit on Bwipo's Renekton because I did a special interview with him where we put out some content specifically about Renekton and how to lane with this champion. And we talked to him about 30 minutes. but the mid lane is just more exciting.
Yeah, Quad just continues to force Miru down to no HP. This guy still sitting on about 100. He's out of potions. He only has his Dorian shield and natural regeneration.
Nocturne? I mean, his ward ran out, and Quad wants to get this next wave, and he's low on mana.
Nocturne's there in the darkness.
And Disamus coming around from the side. He sidesteps the Duskbringer, but the Fear's gonna find the target. Disamus goes in for the dive, and it's Miru with first blood thanks to an early gank from his jungler.
Fans are treated to Miru Akali, and Miru Akali gets first blood for VKS.
That is huge. He'd done the full clear, he killed the crab, and then he stuck around because Quad was probably just so focused on how he was dominating the lane. But while that was happening, knowing there's no Nocturne, the Karma Ezreal push Jhin off a wave and completely deny a wave of turret.
Yeah, I mean, I got to look at it from jungler Pop, though, and I'm looking at Quad and saying, hey, this is the most clear and common post-full clear timing to get ganked. And he does fall prey to it. He flashes, but easy for Disamus to still stay in range for the Fear Tether and secure the kill for his Akali. That is the exact place that VKS want their early money. This allows an earlier power spike for Miru. Now that Akali, like level 5, level 6 area where Akali starts trading heavily and then preps for the possibility of going all in for kills with level 6, is going to be a timing window that FlyQuest have to keep in mind, not just Quad, but also like Busio maybe will have to like go defend, around there, or Inspired. And so Akali with flash advantage plus money advantage could be a very dangerous and spicy mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. A Nocturne and Akali, that's been a pair that just fits together for the last 12 years. Back before the LCS, when I was playing on Dignitas, I would not play Nocturne without a dive buddy, and my favorite dive buddy was Akali.
The old Akali.
Different kit, but same idea. You press R, Akali presses R, and if you're ahead, that person dies.
Morteo's about to die down here in the bottom lane as well. Forced to use both summoner spells. Does barely stay alive at about 100 HP. Continues regenerating that health. But this is the pressure of the Ezreal and Karma duo. This is what Busio and Masu have drafted, not just to survive the team fights, but to make sure that this bottom lane is pure misery for VKS.
Yeah, just pelting them with poke damage over and over and over again. And that's a lot of minions, Flowers.
A lot of minions that Morteos only gets to see from a long way away. He can almost tell what they are. Just about to get back there now within experience range. We'll pick up the last couple of them, but it is a couple hundred gold advantage over for the side of the FlyQuest bot lane.
And I actually wonder how much FlyQuest is going to be starting objectives early, knowing that the Akali already has one kill. And I feel like the only way this game gets out of control is if the Akali Nocturne can clean up a fight early. So there's a chance they're just trying to keep waves pushed and delay the taking of these objectives as long as possible. Because VKS wants to start the Dragon Soul timer early and also get these fights. So everyone's kind of collecting in River now.
Oh man, VKS grouped up, ready to maintain control over this Scuttle Crab. Disamus might just grab level 6 off of the Crab, and he does. Immediately engages with a Paranoia flash over the wall. Is not good enough. VKS, their assassins coming to life and taking the early lead.
Nice play for them. They got the level 6 early for Disamus. They got the Scuttle Crab, so Nocturne can follow that flash from Busio, fires off the ultimate, they secure the kill. They already also, we kept on hyping up this mid lane advantage with the Akali being ready with the ultimate and no flash there being on Quad, so it was already gonna be risky for FlyQuest to move in. I think it's just very good here for VKS to just pull the trigger, close the trap shut, get their kill onto Busio in addition to his flash.
And it's nice to see, as you mentioned, Kobe, Vivo K-Stars willing to pull the trigger because it's the only way that they can advance this game. But I do actually think it's fairly uncharacteristic by FlyQuest. That is a fairly known timing. First crab after second full clear, jungle will be 6, and they're in river. They're going to go for you as soon as that thing goes down, and they'd already started backing away. So nice job by VKS, but both the early gank that Quad died to after a full clear timing, where he probably would normally base in TP if he's playing safe, and not feeling the confidence of being 2-0 up, 1 game away from the LTA Championship. I think those are 2 mistakes I'm not used to FlyQuest making.
Inspired level 6. Maybe looking for a play up here topside, but no, the wave is just going to shove into Bawal. He's all the way up underneath the turret. Even though he just turned back into mini, it's still a pretty risky gambit to go for. But the grubs are spawning now as we click 8 minutes. Busio just walking right into the brush. You should not be there, but VKS are happy to punish.
I love this too, is the early communication. You could see it in the pings from VKS. As soon as they were walking up river there, Busio and Masu, they passed the control ward in the Dragon Pit that gave vision to VKS, and VKS are like, this is perfect. They're walking right into our trap. Once again, they close their trap, they get their kill. Nocturne now with 2 kills to his name. For Disamas Inspired though.
Inspired looking for the Ishtal's impact. He only finds Trimby, and he only gets the impale onto Trimby and his clone. That was not a value ulti out of the Skarner. FlyQuest just looked completely lost here in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell the idea, the call is, hey, there is no flash on this, Nico, so let's try and punish it, but just not coordinated there and not going to be able to have the damage.
But this is exactly where Vivo Cade Stars want to be in this game. They're ahead of the tempo of the game right now, and FlyQuest is trying to get it back. I mean, even that early gank by Inspired, burning the ultimate and spending the tempo on that gank, isn't the exact game plan of them wanting to stall this out as long as possible, and now they might be looking for something onto Bwipo.
Yeah, Disamas is sitting perfectly out of the vision of that control ward in the pixel brush, but now Morteos and Trimby are going to step forward. Disamas throwing the Dustbringer over the wall. Bwipo pops an early Dominus to try to clear out the wave and build up some fury. Gets the stun onto Disamas, but it's Bawal who tanks the turret. Bwipo is assassinated, and VKS won't lose a man. 4 kills already before 10 minutes.
Do not sleep on the #1 seed from the South. They already eliminated 100 Thieves, and they are not done with this series yet.
Teleports back out to answer. It is Akali over to mid lane to catch that wave. Quad up to top side to catch his wave as well. And FlyQuest need to go into damage control mode at the moment, because VKS are snowballing effectively in the areas that they do need to. They're divers, they're Akali, they're Nocturne here, really accruing some nice gold for themselves. And Bwipo, trying to ult and go back in there for the wave. VKS just continue on with the play. We'll see about this. It's an attempted, takeover of red buff side, but VKS pings are over to defend this red buff attempt from Inspired.
Inspired wants this, but with Disamas and Trimby both here, with Miru just waiting to collapse. If Inspired tries to fight for it, there's nothing for a Skarner to do, and he just has to scuttle his way out of that enemy jungle, go back, farm some chickens or something. VKS with almost a 2,000 gold lead here early on. They collected the first Drake as well. The only thing FlyQuest have to their name so far is those first 3 grubs. Grubs have a 0% win rate so far in this series, so that's not really worth a whole lot. Just saying.
What a useless objective when you're trying to scale for late game, which is really the only thing that I feel like FlyQuest can do right now. I'd say their greatest objective are those 2 tiers at 177 stacks, because they're just waiting for stuff to complete before this game matters. We're going to have a Roa tier Ori. That's late game scaling. They're going to need Manamune on Ezreal, but they're still going for these little bluff plays. He has already full cleared his jungle for what it's worth, but FlyQuest, I think, definitely going to be in a long-term holding pattern here, as this is where Vivo Cade Stars want to be in this game.
I mean, just look at the item difference in the jungle. It's Giant's Belt and a red crystal versus Stridebreaker fully completed for Disamas. This Nocturne is at a massive point of power in this game. Wherever he is, FlyQuest better not be, because things will not go their way.
And where he is going to be near the dragon spawn. This mountain dragon coming out very shortly, and so VKS doing a very good job setting up their vision here. Of course, both teams very well aware that VKS want to make some more picks at this moment. They are in a very good position in the game right now, and so I very, 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 very 99.99% doubt that FlyQuest would venture anywhere near this dragon, especially because Quad does not have teleport and he's staying on top side just to farm it up.
Yeah, and I also think it's very important that Vivo Cade Stars get these dragons on spawn, because the way they'll break this game and actually win this game is with the Hextech Soul. That's what's going to be spawning the next 2 minutes. So 12 minutes, 30 seconds. You got 2 more Drakes to spawn before that. That's going to be a sub 25-minute Dragon Soul if they're able to take it quickly.
Yeah, and the other advantage that they can definitely have towards mid-game could show up in side lanes. So Orianna definitely has a much more difficult time side laning here than the Gnar or the Akali, especially with the Nocturne.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how the mid game ends up looking, with the lead that VKS have, you have to assume that they will be able to open up these side lanes and continue to kind of rinse and repeat here with like Nico plays that get a little crafty.
4, 5, 6,
Oh,
7.
he flashes forward for the Pop Blossom. Miru dives in right after. Quad's got to know there's no way home except in a body bag. Miru makes it 5-0 VKS.
Yeah, I guess, sorry, instant payoff on that. Side lane, it's really hard for Orianna. You get a Nico play down mid lane, and they just, again, go for the instant kill. So much so that Quad was like, well, I'm dead. I guess I'll try and get some minions.
I mean, also, I love what Trimby did there. If you're going to pull off the minion trick, be the front minion, because then you're not, like, the
can't
Cole count the minions. He can't count the back ones immediately, and he gets caught off guard.
Yeah, this ulti from Inspired, these ultis are uninspiring. They are not accomplishing much of anything. Solo ulting an Akali when nobody else is nearby to follow it up. Miru just shuriken flips back over the wall. You're not even forcing a summoner spell there.
Potentially, I feel like he ulted for the Heartsteel stack. It's the only way he's getting one.
He got 17 health.
Well, you know, that's better than 0 health. They're not winning any fights.
Flowers, he was talking about the tier stacks being an objective, so why can't the Heartsteel stack?
I don't know if either of these count as objectives, gentlemen. We do, however, have an objective coming up here in about 45 seconds. It is the Rift Herald, and this could be another big thing for VKS to secure to continue pushing the pace of this game, to continue suffocating FlyQuest and not allowing them to scale up and become this defensive unit that can withstand their dive.
I mean, every objective belongs to VKS, in my opinion, until the soul fight, unless they overstep or make a big mistake. The biggest thing that I think FlyQuest would hope happens is that VKS commits 5 people so they can get a turret. Like, any way that FlyQuest can try and freeze this gold lead or shrink it, 2,500 will become a less relative gold deficit if they keep it at 2,500 as the game ends up generating more gold. So that's really where they are right now. This early game has been incredibly one-sided in the favor of Evocade Stars.
Okay, Busio and Masu just got to be so careful going towards any of these brushes. Busio's karma is so squishy. We've seen what happens if he's not respectful of the fog of war. If he walks into a situation where they're just waiting for him, Disama's going to back away a little bit here. The Herald has spawned. Masu, Busio, Inspired, Whippo, everybody nearby here. Quad is on the other side of the map. He does have his TP. He does have level 11, ready to join if a team fight breaks out. But that team fight is in such heavy favor of VKS. FlyQuest would have to find an amazing engage to have any kind of a chance, and Disamas is just going to start up this Herald all on his own.
Yeah, you could tell they really wanted to go for a pick, and they're chunking down Masu in mid lane, but FlyQuest are not going to bite on this one. They have been punished too many times, and so they have made the call. Know what? We are not going to give you any more kills.
Yeah. I mean, I still actually feel like in this state of the game, I'd rather be the side of Evocade Stars, mainly because the Dragon Soul is so fast. So 16 minutes now, 1 minute, 20 seconds till the next Drake. That's going to put that around 17 minutes. That's a sub 23-minute Soul, and I don't feel like the Orianna and Ezreal will be online by that time. I will say credit to Masu. He's really trying to play on the edge in this game. He's being very aggressive in his mid lane 2v2s, trying to make sure he's getting every CS and denying the Jhin as much as possible, because they are in a dire situation. He needs to be strong enough by the time these soul fights come around.
A miracle Ezreal 1v5 is kind of what you're saying?
It's what it feels like Masu's hoping to do later. He's the most aggressive player on their team right now.
And they do.
Oh, Miru
this
jumping
could be
in.
A trap.
Quad could be in some danger. The shockwave to try to pull him out, but Miru immediately jumps back away, disengages as Inspired tried to go for the Ishtal impact into the Impale. But again, it's another ulti and another whiff from Inspired.
And you want to look at a lot of the cooldowns for FlyQuest that are going to contribute to durability. So there's a lot of burst damage, of course, on VKS, and they'll have a lot of offensive power. But once grouped up, FlyQuest want to try and use that extra safety that they have, and they're moving together as a unit. You know, they're the ones with the redemption that is finished. Nico, pretty much always, you got to go for Proto Belt so you can get your Miracle engaged. But Busio wants to add that extra shield, plus the extra, redemption heal, and they work behind their very beefy front line here.
I mean, at the very least, FlyQuest is looking for a bit of a contest there. If you do count the items, there's not 2 full core items on anyone from Evocade Stars, so they might think that this is fightable.
Keep your eyes on Masu, though. He is all alone. There are no teammates near him right now. If anybody else from VKS jumps on him, Disamas can immediately follow it up. But no, FlyQuest, they have conceded the bottom side river to VKS. It is all 5 Vivocade Stars players. And this third Drake of the game will go down. They will secure the feats of monster slaying with that one. But topside, Quad is just trying to get the first turret of the game. This tier 1 top still has a little bit of HP left. Quad needs to push the wave as fast as he can. Miru is making his way up towards the top side. The grubs might at least come in useful here for a little bit. Yeah. Bawal with his Trinity Force chasing after Bwipo does find a lot of good damage there, but Bwipo gets away to safety in enough time to not be killed. First turret over to FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think that the correct call is to go for the guaranteed money and the cross-map trade on the top side to get the extra funds into your Orianna. This champion does scale quite nicely. Rod of Ages stacks are still stacking up. Yeah. Wants to get that extra tower money for them so that they can actually...
Might be a dive here.
Yeah, Bawal just turned back into mini Narb. Bwipo with a swift trade to clear him out. Call the Meek plus Stridebreaker active on top of the wave. Also insta-clears the minion wave. So that also will serve to dissuade Disamas and Bawal from trying to make any sort of a dive onto Bwipo, who now takes his recall. Unleashed teleports available on 3 out of 4 solo laners here in this game. Miru is the only one who doesn't have his, but he's right where he wants to be. He's stalking the brushes in the top lane, hoping that Quad greets out from another wave. Trimby continues to just try to be as annoying as possible, harass Masu, and try to get this Ezreal off tempo.
Really trying to get any advantage possible. The stall out from FlyQuest is definitely in full effect, though, and I'd say that little bluff they did at Drake, clearing out Vision, is what bought the time for Quad to get that additional gold. And I think now they need to continue bluffing around Otacon, because if there's an equalizer for a 3 Drake 2,000 gold lead, it's going to be the Otacon debuff. So this is not going to be a free objective that FlyQuest is going to give over, but this plus the Soul are going to be where this game is decided.
Yeah, and VKS are the team that get to drive that and choose the exact moment. FlyQuest are kind of in a reactive seat at the moment. They do have to rely on their full 5, on their durability of their shields from Orianna, from Karma, and try and play safely that way. VKS are in the position where they do get to choose kind of the openings and the area that the team fight is going to be in. We definitely are looking, 2 minutes and 45 seconds here ahead to the Dragon Soul, because that is going to have huge benefits for VKS.
Yeah.
And so they're going to try and use as many of their Vision resources.
Oh, nice route.
Nice little prediction there. Towards this area of the map really early on, and then try and force FlyQuest into a really awkward team fight where they actually have to approach here from a dangerous scenario.
Yeah, I do think this is where FlyQuest does make their stand, though. If you look at the core items on everyone.
Ooh, Inspired wanted to get in there, find that Ishtal impact onto Miru, but now Disamas is ready to turn it around into a full-on 2v2. Disamas and Miru. It's only Miru pulled back by the Impale. The Nocturne damage is absolutely massive. Inspired on the Skarner can't finish any of these kills. It's a 6-0 game favoring VKS. Busio tries to get away. Masu firing off Mystic Shot, but the clone is going to block them all. Miru now going after Masu, who steps forward after the Akali, flashing back over the smoke, trying to make a little bit of distance. The curtain call fires off and Masu flashes back over the wall, but Inspired's not going to do the same. Bawal takes the kill. VKS, 3-0 fight, 8-0 game.
FlyQuest were hoping they could get a 2v1 on top side, but VKS already had a play of their own in mind. They had already made the call. We're going to attack this side lane. Disamas is there. The Nocturne ultimate comes through, and the side lanes are where they are king.
And that's what sums up this game. Disamas is there. Every time something happens, he's the one cleaning up. Bawal is in a 1v2.
Yeah, Bawal now locked up. He is in Mega Gnar, so he is a little bit tankier. Masu and Bwipo chasing after the Gnar, but now with the TP coming in. Busio also ready to reinforce. Masu fires his skill shots a little bit early, but the Akali is so evasive. Miru shows up, keeps his ally protected, tries to juke him out there a little bit. But FlyQuest are just not performing, and I feel like a huge thing about this, not only is Disamas everywhere, Inspired is nowhere. 0-1-0 on this Skarner so far. There are no kills on FlyQuest. Inspired is normally such an engine for this team, and the engine's out of gas in Game 3.
And watching this one more time, Miru's just trying to buy time for when Nocturne can press R, and they just go all in. The CC chain is enormous from a long fear onto Quad. You could see Quad nearly got in range of Busio's heal, but I'd say even if he does, the flank from Trimby was going to be enough to clean them up. Busio also falls for his 3rd death of the game, but we got to get back to live because the Otacon Soul is about to be happening.
Yeah, we've already got the fight trading back and forth a little bit down here. FlyQuest have a massive task in front of them. 3,500 gold behind. Soul point for VKS. The Soul spawning now. If VKS secure this Hex Dragon before the Otacon, it provides them such massive poke with that slowing chain lightning. It becomes so difficult for FlyQuest to try to approach anything. Miru takes a quick trade with Whippo, but it doesn't really matter a whole lot. This Akali with Shadow Flame, upgraded Sorcerer's Shoes, and the Hextech Rocket Belt is so powerful. Anybody he finds with his explosive burst is under so much threat.
And you can tell, they think it's going to be on Masu. They've got the Knight's Vow from Inspired on Masu. They're going to try and do everything they can to keep the Ezreal alive. VKS, they're burning it down, though.
Here we go, immediately.
They're on
Targeting onto FlyQuest. Masu's going to be your target. He's not quite dead yet, but there he goes. FlyQuest bottom lane already down. And VKS have found exactly what they're looking for. Quad's the next to die. A double kill for Miru. Inspired, blasted back over the wall. Blasted straight to hell. VKS 12-0.
They get everything they want and more. Masu was already flashless and barrierless, so when they can get the flank, it is lights out for him. They get the fight, they get the soul, they're gonna get the Otacon, and that is gonna make the Baron and the game likely indefensible for FlyQuest.
And we're seeing it. VKS, the #1 seed from the South, when they are faced with their last must-win game here, they are clutching up.
I mean, I believe it was Sven on the desk who held up the sign that said, "Make it chaotic." For the VKS win condition. The first 2 games were so damn slow in the early game. And now that VKS has found their opportunities to put their foot on the gas early, they've been flooring it all game long.
Masu goes for that single hit on the control ward, and that's all Vivo Kate Stars need to fly immediately on top of him. Whippo, as well, was trying to mark the Akali on the other side of the fight, couldn't make it to the fight in time, and this massive gold lead, as well as the initial one-shot onto the Ezreal, the strongest member of the team, make it likely game.
Yeah, VKS do a good job setting up at Dragon here in a nice open area where they can flank from multiple angles. And you see the precision of Nico getting on at the same time as this Nocturne diving in. As a team, VKS are able to take down the Ezreal that FlyQuest were putting so much effort into trying to keep up. And now VKS with this massive, massive lead.
At this point, FlyQuest is just trying for desperate plays. If they get 1 kill, they'll probably try and force Baron, but here comes the Nocturne again.
Okay, there's your Impale, trying to lock him up a little bit at least. Inspired stays alive with the shield from the Seismic Bastion. Miru just staying alive barely here with 200 HP, but Bawal continuing to pressure forwards. VKS, they go to make their move. FlyQuest tries to respond, but nobody on VKS dies. They're so far ahead.
I mean, they're getting a little bit risky with it. They are still so far ahead. And so FlyQuest are not able to actually get any counter kills there, but there are a lot of objective bounties up on the map. So FlyQuest still trying to get something there. Masu wants an objective bounty off the mid tower, but Morteos is there to clear the wave.
And the story of this year for Vivo Kate Stars has been improvement. I mean, you could see their split 1 was so atrocious, finishing after just a couple of best of 3s, and then with winning split 3, and then even coming into these playoffs, getting 3-0'd by FlyQuest at first, and now bouncing back to this game after losing the first 5 games. They're not a team that quits.
Yeah, Miru killed Busio before you finished your sentence. That was not even remotely close. And now a beautiful double root into a double pop, Blossom into a double kill. Desamas unstoppable for the icing on the cake. VKS, with their backs against a wall in a must-win game, might just shut out FlyQuest in Game 3.
And we were talking about it from the draft. The burden of execution was on Vivo Kate Stars, and they have stood up to that challenge. They did not play passively. They have found the windows to punish FlyQuest, and they are on top of the Baron.
Trimby targeted here by Bwipo. The shutdown goes over to the FlyQuest top laner. At 27 minutes into the game, FlyQuest get their first kill.
They're on the board.
I mean, FlyQuest have come back from some pretty deep deficits themselves. I will say this is also with a Hex Dragon Soul, which is a very powerful soul, but FlyQuest still looking for some angles for themselves. Bwipo does get them on the board. They got their 1 kill.
Ooh, level 16 for Disamis here on the Nocturne. Extra range, lower cooldown, that ulti even more of a threat. You can see that he's got his Sterix gauge as well, working on that 3rd completed item. The Jhin, the only advantage that FlyQuest had for so long was Masu's power farming that we were talking about earlier, but now Morteo's 1-0 and 8 on the Jhin. Infinity Edge completed alongside the Collector and Rapid Fire. The Collector Rapid Fire Jhin, yeah, he does a little bit of damage, but he's kind of like a mosquito. Infinity Edge is where he upgrades to like a high caliber mosquito. He still doesn't do the damage of a hyper carry, but he does a lot more than he did.
Mosquitoes are one of the deadliest insects on the planet, for what it's worth.
Yeah, they're really nasty.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to deal with them. I wouldn't want to deal with Infinity Edge Jhin either.
And Kobe, I like your point here about FlyQuest coming back for more, because logically this game is toast.
Oh, there we go. Speaking of toast, it looks like FlyQuest is also that once again. Inspired
Trimby's dead again.
Turning it around onto Trimby. He'll at least make it a 1-for-1 with himself. Disamis continuing to try to go forward. The root onto Masu doesn't hit, but the curtain call does. That mosquito's biting. It's a double kill for Morteos.
All right, they should go on over to the Baron. FlyQuest have no smite. Inspired is also down. So that should be Baron for VKS, and that is the tool that these types of comps can really use to actually close the door, take a bunch of these towers that are still standing on the map.
And it's likely going to be Baron 50 seconds or 40 seconds before the Elder Dragon spawn. You mentioned, like, my brain is saying this game's completely over, but FlyQuest does have an aura, right? They've won 80% of their games domestically. They have come back from massive deficits. I feel like any other team in the LTA, like, we're already heading off to game 4, but FlyQuest, you never quite know if you've beaten them until the Nexus falls.
I don't know, man. I'm about to call this one. It's looking pretty flatline.
Trust me, 99 times out of 100, I feel like it's over.
VKS has truly arrived here for the finals in game number 3. 2,500 gold lead in mid, 2,500 gold lead in bot, 2,000 gold lead at support, 3,500 gold lead for Disamis in the jungle, up against the player of the year, making this look easy in the Nocturne versus Skarner matchup. As FlyQuest, they know that Elder is their last chance. The great equalizer is the only way to come back into the game. Disamis tries to fly in. FlyQuest is separated. Inspire only locks up the enemy jungler as Bwipo tries to duel with Miro. Three-man shockwave, but it's not enough. Not when you're this far behind. Pop Blossom ready to follow it up. FlyQuest, try as they might, say goodnight. It's an ace for nothing. VKS.
The Vivo K-Stars are gonna push us to a game 4 in this series. They stand up and they're gonna take this one.
They saw the 19-4 in game number 1, the 18-5 in game number 2, but the most impressive score of the series is 22-2 here in game number 3. The LTA South will rise to meet the challenge, and VKS find their way onto the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a series on our hands.
And only a couple minutes longer than the 2 FlyQuest victories. This is a dominant performance of their own, backs completely against the wall, needing to win every single game. VKS extend the series.
The #1 team in the South versus the #1 team in the North.
This is what you hope for. You don't want that sweep. FlyQuest has to still finish this team off.
Lounge, they did it. Vivo K-Stars brought it back. Break it down for us.
I mean, I think the crowd was breaking it down already. This arena almost broke with how loud the Brazilian fans were off of that one win from Vivo K. Well earned as well. Sven, they made it chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, pick Akali, pick Nocturne, pick Nico, turn off the lights, and just fist fight.
Yeah. just scrap for him. Yep. And it felt like FlyQuest, for the first time this series, weren't able to answer in those moments.
Yeah, and you can tell that Inspired, like, he must have felt useless. He was looking for angles constantly. Couldn't find anything. Looking top side. Nocturne was there. Bot side. Hell nah. But we're going to the entire here.
Look Ezra. Yeah, I like it. Ezra, no. Look first target. We're killing Skyner, okay? Yeah? Careful ball, careful ball. I'm okay. Okay, look. Look. Help him, Oriana. Help him. Okay, we can end. Go. Oh my God. Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
I just love how aggressive Trimmy got right at the very end. He was like,
hey, Moitez is going first.
I mean, I also like how calmly they dealt with the shockwave, right? Because it's something that looks so cool visually on our end, but then they're just like, I'm okay, we're good.
Care for the Oriana ball? Yes, okay. Holding the shockwave anyways.
Yeah, it didn't matter that much.
It felt like just revenge for what was like the deathless game that FlyQuest had in the first series in the upper bracket.
Yes.
It felt like a little bit of that.
Exactly.
And there was like a real breath of fresh air coming in. But let's just go through the entire series.
Let's start it. Game one, let's take a look back here because this was FlyQuest domination up until this game. This is how FlyQuest were able to get into this 2-0 position off of Masu having a great game one.
Yeah, and we talked about how this fight was a little sus for VKS with a lot of flashes having been down, some stuff burned from previous engagements, and then this was kind of FlyQuest springing the trap onto them, right? Comes away with a quadra kill from Masu, and this game looked a lot more like the first game these two teams played.
Yeah, I felt like the team fights from FlyQuest in game one were like strong, patient. This, I think, was probably the Masu quadra. Like, they were feeding him quite a bit, but I just thought as a whole, like, they were playing a much better game than VKS. And I was hoping for a bloody series. It started off pretty slow.
It did, yeah. There wasn't a lot of kills very early on, but I mean, Sven, I want to get your thoughts here because Masu did feel like the main character of game number one. As an AD carry, that's like a dream performance, right?
Yeah, I think in the first two games, FlyQuest were playing around their carries much better than VKS were. They were really scattered, but guess what? If you're playing Akali and Nocturne, it's fine to be scattered.
Yeah.
You want to be scattered almost. You want to have more angles, so maybe you should just drop the whole control mage from the back team comes and just play more Nocturne Akali, you know, get a Yone out of here. So. Like, these kind of fights are so hard for the Sivir to play. He's just all alone, can't bounce his W on anyone. So it's fights like these that make it hard to play from the back. And I think maybe VKS should just drop the whole Asir, Oriana thing and just play the, you know, Kai'Sa and Lucian and Ezreal kind of champions and play Nocturne, play Akali, play Yone, and try to keep playing it that way because it's obviously working for them.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty funny because you don't really have much time in between games to change entirely how you play. If you just feel like you're not going to make that adjustment, then adjust the draft to make it better for you.
Yeah, I do think the difference between the game 1 and 2 drafts and then this one is drastic. And it might have been a Hail Mary from VKS. And I'm like, hey, wait, that worked. Let's keep going with this.
Yeah.
Let's see what it takes us.
Well, Emily, I mean, we've talked about some of the Brazilian teams, you know, giving up the power picks in games 1 and 2, and then, you know, coming back later in the series. What are the odds? Was that the strategy, Vivocade?
That's a lot of damage.
I mean, yeah, I don't think so. I think it was Red who was more known for that regardless, as we see Bwipo stats from that game to win. Had a really, really good game on that. Mbessa was part of splitting up those team fights for FlyQuest and then being able to get onto the Sivir and the Azir. But as we talked about, getting into game 3, I actually was a little iffy on this draft because of 4-5. I was like, okay, they gave up the Ezreal, they banned the Viego, which is a little bit concerning to me. But it started super, super early, and this is exactly what you'd want to see from Cade, right? On that initial clear timer, the Nocturne comes in, he gets this Akali into a good position, and Miru kind of just ended up running over this mid to early, or this early to mid game.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a fan sign out there about counting minions. It's kind of tough if the minion at the front of the line is the one that has Nico in it. But there's a part of the draft that you didn't like, I think, Sven, about the Karma pick. You wanted to see something maybe perhaps different?
Yeah, I mean, Karma's not bad versus Nico, don't get me wrong, but I think like Bard would have been a better pick. It's still range support, still good in lane against Nico, but it's much better against the engaged champs that VKS were already making it obvious they're going to pick. They picked Nocturne and Nico 1-2. They're always going to send it with Akali or Yone, and then I feel like Bard would have offered more disengaged options to the carries of FlyQuest and just been better at these kind of early game fights that happen where Booster got caught in the river wouldn't happen with Bard. He could just pour it out of there and get it out with Red. So that's something I didn't like so much from FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I think on the VKS side, the thing they really did here that we didn't necessarily see from them in their first series against FlyQuest and in that first game is that they really, really pushed their advantage.
Yeah.
Miru,
a
known Akali player, ends up with the perfect KDA here, 10-0 and 8. Almost an 82% kill participation and over 1,000 damage a minute.
And we have seen this trend this whole weekend that the mid jungle that gets rolling wins.
Yep.
And for VKS, this is really how it works, yeah.
And we finally got to see Miru on the Akali, like this really high-power champion in this series. He's known for these more melee picks, and like you said, this is more chaos, right? The Nocturne plus the Akali. Yep. I would love to see if VivoCade completely switch that game plan and go for more of this style as we see FlyQuest hard at work here reviewing what went wrong in that game 3.
And as you see, they choose red side. I think FlyQuest, on the whole, is a really strong red side drafting team. The way that they especially tend to save picks sometimes for Bwipo or for Busio in the support role and top. But I also think, again, we talked about the value of red side in Fearless, right? Where if, Sven, you said make it chaotic depending on what VKS are going to draft. Fly now wants that red side to get counter picks, really rely on those deep champion pools that we touched upon at the beginning of the day.
Yeah. One more mistake, it's a game 5.
It could be,
and so that's what you have to have in the top of your mind, because even though we're talking about the draft in particular, I think one thing that Dokla had talked about with in game 2 for the draft is talking about how basically VivoCade stars are willing to drop a wave to take the fight. They're willing to be there first. And for Inspired, who is like trying to find angles upon angles upon angles.
Yes, I think you should open it.
You absolutely should open it.
Oh, he's opening it!
Yeah!
Let's see it!
Oh no.
Zoom that bad boy in!
Come on, bro, come on, bro.
I believe in you. High pressure.
It's
high pressure moment.
Get
it's
him some
high
help.
quality product.
Oh no, no, no!
Oh, we need some assistance. Oh, help. Yeah.
It's a special touch.
That's not a good look
Can
for
we
you,
do
bro.
it? No, I believe it. Yeah!
Oh, yeah!
That's some teamwork right there.
There's
I
always
love that. All right, what do they pull?
That's gotcha.
Anything good?
I don't know what is
they
good.
are.
Oh, there's something shiny in there, I think.
I think so.
Is that a shiny?
Riftbound, but something
whoa! That looks awesome.
I have no idea what that is, but is it good?
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know the rift.
I don't know the meta right now, yeah.
But
that was
take
awesome.
it to the dub.
Yeah.
Especially having one fan member helping you out.
But what we learned right there in that game number 3 to get us back into the series is that FlyQuest are not infallible. They 3-0'd VivoCade last weekend. They will not 3-0 them again. Can VivoCade bring us to Silver Scrapes, or can FlyQuest get it done? We're at a break. Answers right around the corner. Game 4 up next.
Look, Ezra. Go, go. Listo. Careful, Oriana. Careful, Oriana. Kill, going. Kill. That's nice. Okay, Oriana. Kill. Yeah. Just look around, okay. Okay, nice. Can you kill Scar? Try to kill. Nice. Take the flick. Good job. Get Drake and Ataka.
The LTA South will rise to meet the challenge, and VKS find their way on to the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a series on our hands.
think we have the opportunity to show like we can be great too, like better than good. We can show that we against great teams we can like grow as players and like show our improvement, show our clutchness, and we can maybe win the series.
Welcome back, everybody. We got Dokla with us here. First question that comes to mind, Dokla, is what was your reaction coming out of that game? It was a bit of a blowout.
Yeah, I mean, I think VKS drafted exactly what they needed. They had engaged, they had Miru on Akali, who looked, fantastic on it, and they had winning lanes as well. Maybe not ball in, but the rest of the map was good enough, and then they caught back up, and yeah, they were able to win.
How was his Akali compared to yours?
It was good. He team fought well, bought a lot of time in the team fights. He had a really good game.
Hey, you got Tolga at least.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
Yeah. There can be more than one good Akali players.
Okay, we'll take it. Emily, any adjustments that you see in the draft coming into this game here, game 4?
I mean, I think FlyQuest are really, really comfortable drafting on red side. They were, even when people thought like blue side was super, super OP. We've talked about the value of red side and how it can potentially increase, especially in Fearless. Everyone on FlyQuest has such deep champ pools. I really feel like they're just going to be looking for counter picks, either for Bwipo, potentially for Busio in the support role. Those are usually what they tend to save for R5 a little bit more. And I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah, let's investigate a little bit as a red side draft appreciator, Dokla.
Yeah,
what's your thoughts on having to pick red side here?
I'll go back to that in a moment, but for last game, I didn't like the Renekton into the Gnar lane. If you do pick a lane like that, I would like to see a bit more like swapping going on, where you try to get a mismatch lane, because in that game, it just farmed for like 30 minutes and kind of really did nothing. So if they do go for like an even matchup in the top lane, I'd like to see more creativity in their lane assignments.
Or at least a jungle that can gank top, like Sejuani or something like that.
Yeah.
So he's not alone the whole game.
Yeah, I don't think Inspire's going to be playing or ever going to play Skarner again. That game.
He's had enough for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we see the early bans coming through, the Cassio ban, I like that just because we know it's a quad, like
a classic.
So, yeah, something he's super comfortable on, something they might save for a red side draft. Pantheon's going to remain off the table, which I also like because, sorry, Dokla, we did see how they piloted that yesterday, and I thought Desamas and Mirror did a really good job there.
I do wonder if they will keep banning out mid laners, VKS. They have done it throughout the series. They banned Orianna earlier, they banned Cassie now. Maybe Victor is the last champ that Quad has that he plays in almost every series. He often plays the whole lineup of control mages.
Yeah, this kind of raised the priority a little bit of Rise as a pick.
Aurora as well.
Aurora's a good one too.
Well here.
They could ban one and then trade the other two, pick the one that they prefer. Sai is often picked against Aurora. Saw that in the LCK finals last night.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah, this
is pretty good against it when you have double AP soul laners.
Yeah, also Bwipo comfort pick, so they're going to take it away.
Good swap champ as well, like you mentioned before.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Fly just don't remove the Aurora. It has been one of their prio bans this entire series. I actually fully expect that it might be coming through unless they think they have a really specific red side answer to it.
Is a champion that fits the chaotic description. You know, Aurora can come from different angles. The flex pick, the Sejuani ban is interesting.
All right, so
might be
Aurora
a
is up.
ban. They might be worried about the Sejuani Sylas from VKS. I saw that from Quid yesterday, playing the Sylas with the Sejuani jungle. Very strong 2v2. So they are giving over VKS first pick choice of, imagine Rise, Aurora. It's going to be one of the first picks, unless I want to play a Yone comp.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Yone on first pick, but
Sejuani is also a good ban for Yone, so it does make Yone a bit worse.
With like 30 champs up, and Aurora being the pick.
Yep.
What would be a response here for you, Dokla, if you're in this situation?
Most likely Rise. I think you just have push in the lane, and you scale well as well. And yeah, you just handshake the lane and see you in team fights.
Bwipo is a known Rise player top, so they could flex it the whole way and just see wherever the Aurora goes, the Rise goes.
Yeah, and that is kind of the other strength of a potential FlyQuest red side draft. As we see, Rise locked in as we anticipated. And we're never going to believe the inspired Nidalee hover.
And I do wonder, whenever you get to game 4 or 5 and you've just basically abused every 80 jungle pool here, like what the next 80 jungler is going to be. The Viego ban came through last game, so there is a fear of Viego being picked in this game as well. But outside of that, you get really, what, like Lee Sin?
Yeah, you got
Kiana, I guess, if we
like
play
Lee
them.
Sin, Kiana, kind of like Neferi champs. It gets really funny really fast in games 1 and 5.
We have seen things in game 5s that we didn't want to see in scrims sometimes.
Very true. As we have highlighted the potential of Aurora to flex and additionally the Rise to flex, I do want to point out he hasn't played in a while, but Quad has played the Lucian mid
the Lucian
as well.
Don't get your hopes up. That one's going bottom
But
lane.
I feel like I need to cover all my bases.
Okay.
As we see that Aurora's going to
Whoa.
be going mid as the Jax is locked in for Boal on the top side.
Wonder if they pick their full top side here and send that ball into the 4-5. Expecting a brown pick from FlyQuest probably.
I've seen some Jax blinds in the past. This one, there's just a lot of, of course, top laners that are already exhausted in the pool. What's your thoughts on the Jax pick, especially with Sejuani banned?
Yeah, Bwipo is a known counter picker. He might go for like a Gangplank, Garen if he's really cooking. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to go here because he could even do something like an Urgot.
I really like the Rakan pick from Trimby because he's expecting FlyQuest to pick the Lucian Braum combo, and Rakan is obviously very good against both Lucian and Braum. So that's a smart pickup here. FlyQuest isn't really known to play Nami or Melio with Lucian or in general. So he kind of might just counter himself here with the Braum or just pick Bard. Not a no combo, but a very good Bard player.
Okay, there it is. There it is. Bard locked in. It's a fan favorite for sure, especially for Busio. And I'm going to ask you this question as a recovering Garen addict. Is this, if you see these 3 picks, are you just locking the pick in?
No, definitely not. They have too much mobility for you to really want to go Garen here. I'm not sure exactly what the best pick here is. I would guess maybe Gangplank, maybe an Urgot. Since
he loves the Gragas too into the Jax.
Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. Yeah, I think Gragas. Yeah, Gragas is something. It would be his first option for sure.
I've been on the receiving end of that one before. In one of my finals.
I've been on the receiving end too.
You're also familiar with that one.
I want you guys to talk through your feelings on the Gragas.
Yeah. So I was
anyway,
chance to come through for VKS, and then after that, I think the list goes down quite a bit. And
Saya ban, pretty standard. When you see Rakan, you ban Saya. See Saya, you ban Rakan. Nothing crazy.
Actually, Sven, especially going into 4-5, you know, as an 80 carry, a lot of splits, you have careers of just on 2 80 carries. Now with Zai being banned, you're getting your AD on 4-5. Like, what's going through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's not a lot of good picks for Mateo. It's kind of just like whatever goes, so it's up to him what he likes to play. He kind of wants to play something mobile here, so he doesn't get bar ulted on repeat and get caught out. But there's not a lot of mobile champs left. The Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Lucian, Corki, they're all out. So he might be looking for something like Xeri or Tristana even. Like, it's kind of whatever you prefer as a player at this point in game 4 and 5. It's just up to you what you like playing more than what's the best pick. You know, Rula would pick Saya if he could, or next guy will pick Xeri. Mateos, I don't really know his style so well, so...
He did pick Yunara, and...
Yunara is not bad, I think. I think that's not bad, yeah. Lane would be a little bit hard, perhaps.
I'm curious to see what this second ban is here for VKS. They did ban the Gragas,
yeah, the Gragas is out.
Option.
And the Garen is out.
They banned the Garen. I mean,
they know ball.
They know ball.
They've seen the tape.
I want to protect that Jax. Interesting to see the Silas ban coming out.
Yeah, I also think they thought it was a jungle Silas ban, or they think Jax is maybe going into the jungle or something.
That's what I was wondering, if they were covering for a potential Jax jungle.
I feel like FlyQuest's ultimates are really bad.
Yeah.
So it's not really a good Silas angle. So unless they're picking something with a really good ulti here, I don't know why they would ban Silas.
I think
that's a good ulti though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe
There's
that's
the
why.
Maokai coming through.
VKS also would be very heavy AP if they picked Silas here.
True.
Yeah, Jax does considerable AP as well.
Is really OP, so it's fair enough.
If I remember looking at the stats throughout the entire year, Bwipo's counter pick rate pretty damn high. Would love to have 5 pick super counter.
Oh?
The Viego hover.
Oh.
Once again, was an expected pick, but I think picking Viego into Maokai Rise would be really difficult.
It really goes one way or the other.
Yeah, either you get really fed and you're unstoppable, or you're pretty useless and you can't really get your resets going. And I think, you know, VKS comp is definitely a win more comp. If they're ahead,
A lot of ADs have been attacked. Trimby is actually a troll, I've realized. The entire series long, he's been hovering picks that he will not play.
I'm gonna guess Yunara or Seri.
But that one, okay, he's once again, he's just teasing us. He's teasing us. I'm not going to bait.
He's hovering the Heimer every game.
While we're waiting on it, all of the top lane picks that we have mentioned have been banned except for one. Here's the Yunara. It's the GP.
GP,
are you feeling
Urgot are the top 2 that come to mind for me for Bwipo. Outside of that, I'm not too sure what he'll play. It'd be a surprise if he goes something like a Jace, especially.
Inspired is probably going AP, so some sort of frontline Urgot-ish would be not bad, I think.
I've liked the Urgot comps if you have like Kaisa and Axel. There it is.
Yeah.
Has he found his wife? Yes, yet.
There we go. The Urgot locked in.
Nice.
Sven, what's your thoughts on the FlyQuest composition?
I feel like the first few was a bit whack with the Lucian, Rise, Bard. It's a bit of nothingness, but I do like the Urgot. If he wins lane, it's mega break. You know, Rise can like help him a lot in the early game. So if they win side lane, it's a good comp. I think they have Bard to move around the map, and Monka can provide vision for them. So I think if they win side lanes, FlyQuest, they will take over the game very fast. But if they don't, they might have a problem.
Yeah, this is definitely a one-item comp at least for FlyQuest here, where everyone spikes roughly at one item, and VKS, they have a really good teamfight comp and a lot of resets on this team. So I'm expecting a pretty bloody game around objectives here.
Emily, do you think it ends with this game?
I mean, this is a competition that I feel like FlyQuest can pilot really well. It's going to come down to me whether they do get that side lane pressure, because VKS have such insane snowball potential. But yeah, I slightly favor FlyQuest's comp.
All right, time to hear from the casters. Take it away. Game 4 starts now.
Thank you very much, Lounge. Welcome back, everybody. The first 2 games of this series were slow for about 15 minutes until FlyQuest won big fights at objectives and then snowballed the game away. Game number 3, VKS took it upon themselves to drive the action early. They found success, and in doing so, had the most dominant win of the entire series to keep these finals alive. Now in game number 4, they've got that reset potential the Lounge was talking about, and they're going to have to deal with FlyQuest for a second time in a row.
And I feel like we're seeing some really high-level League of Legends. The fact that they had the burden of execution on themselves in Game 3 and could accelerate against FlyQuest, the most patient, disciplined team we have in the league. And then also, just to me, watching this Game 4 draft with the knowledge we had from Dokla and Sven and the draft mirroring it, these picks are picks that look like it could be a Game 2 or 3 draft. They managed to both find a level of comfort and cohesion, so I'm really looking forward to a well-played Game 4.
And speaking of these picks, we do have a lot of star picks for players. Miru has been the centerpiece for this team a lot. Aurora has been one of the most banned champions versus VKS, 3rd most banned over the entire split. Plus, on the other side then, you've got Busio's Bard, which has had highlight reel after highlight reel made about it. And so we are going to start to see some real fun stuff come out in this game. I think, Flowers, you will be happy with the pace of the action.
Yeah, and down in the bottom lane, one thing I'm immediately taking notice of, Summoner Spellbook for Trimby, but the Electrocute on Busio's Bard really wants to play for that extra laning power alongside Masu's Lucian. Remember, Lucian is normally a champion who is associated with his best friends, Nami and Braum and Melio. Bard is not in that friend group, but this time around, they're changing up the pairings, and I want to see how aggressively they can play the 2v2.
Yeah, Lucian making some new friends here. And I think most AD carries would like to make friends with Busio's Bard, because if you're on the receiving end, then it's going to be a bad time for you. Meanwhile, though, the mid lane that we were also looking at, Miro is able to get the push in here with the Aurora, and the Aurora plus a Viego jungle has a lot of burst damage, so very threatening possibilities of picks, with both Aurora and Viego also having a lot of mobility that FlyQuest are going to have to respect when they're looking for vision around this mid lane.
And as much as we do want action, I feel like this is a bit of a threshold comp for FlyQuest, so there'll be a threshold of whether or not Rise and Urgot can become durable enough to survive Viego Aurora burst. Because that's what VKS is going to be trying to do in teamfights. They have to approach from a lot of angles. They have to fight fast, whereas FlyQuest is a little bit more plotting in their engage. They want to kite the fight out with the Maokai. They want to Bard ult to prevent your engage, and then have the sustained damage of the Urgot and the Rise later on.
Yeah, they definitely want to deny those resets to this VKS comp. Meanwhile, Bwipo on the Urgot, we saw he just goes in. This is what you want your pushing top laners to do. Gets vision on enemy jungle. The confirmation over there.
So one thing I want to remind everybody about Urgot, because he has different level power spikes from a lot of other champions, level 9 is much larger for him than some others because it makes Purge become a toggle instead of a cooldown ability, and level 13 is also huge on this champion.
What about level 3?
It's your final upgrade on your shotgun knees, but those shotguns, it's hard to stay in close range when you're forced to flash back underneath the turret. Disamus, again, putting pressure on early. It's not a first blood this time, but it is the flash out out of Bwipo.
Yeah, that's really great for Disamas. Still is able to get an early flash burn, even with getting scouted out a little early in this game. Still, plenty of time, goes and gets the bottom side Scuttle Crab and just go for his reset, clear back up towards top side because he cleared from top to bottom before. So you can just position yourself once again to now try and prey on this flashless Urgot.
Yeah, and getting Boal in a position to play aggressively is pretty huge. Busio just trying to be a little bit cheeky before collecting those heals.
Yeah, look at that little reset there, interrupt by him, and the minions, I believe, did group up pretty nicely in the aftermath. That looked very even down there. It doesn't really matter. So we'll see about the second recalls, because we're heading back and should just be full clears once again.
Yep, just making sure that our junglers can stay farmed up here.
Look at this, though. Trimby's taking his support recall timer to head up through mid lane, as is Busio. So it's kind of mirroring the Bard possibilities here, knowing that Busio is going to look to make some action.
Yeah, not to mention both teleports already burned mid lane, so if you can get a small advantage, it's one of these games where I feel like if Rise gets gold, that's the best path towards FlyQuest victory, so I think Busio's going to make a lot of visits to mid.
Ooh, that Cosmic Binding just barely missing out on Morteos there. Trimby going to follow through on the Magical Journey, but does not find the Gleaming Quill. Those Cosmic Bindings, it looked like that shouldn't have probably hit anything, but I've seen those hit before and attach to the wall, and if it does, you take a lot of damage from it. As Disamus, once again, going to be up here on the top side. Bwipo tries to make space here with a Disdain. He'll lose half HP, but he stays alive. Problem is, that wave is in a real bad spot, and he's already used his teleport.
Yeah, he nicely buffered the stun there, so gets his dash distance and does remain safe. As we set up, though, the Viego clearing up towards the side, it does put, as you say, a lot of repeat pressure here onto the flashless Urgot, and since Boal's got his wave nicely in front of his tower, he's got easy access to his money.
Yeah, nice fog there by Quad running towards the side lane to allow Bwipo to shove that lane out, kind of rescues that gank.
But the problem is, Quad is 1 minion away from hitting level 6 on the Rise, so the Realm Warp was not available. But while also hitting level 6 first on the Jax, so even if they would have had the extra man, it could have been difficult there for FlyQuest's side. You can also see Disamas closer to level 6 on the Viego compared to the Maokai of Inspired. Bwipo steps forward there with a quick trade onto Boal. Again, remember, once he hits level 9, that Purge becomes a toggle. Until then, you are still using it as a cooldown-based ability. Disamas wants to take this second crab. This will be level 6 if he secures it. If Inspired takes it, level 6 for him instead. Scuttle Crab at 1400 HP. Bwipo gonna move around here, try to help his jungler take this, but no, it belongs to VKS. Just barely misses out on having the level 6 there.
And I'm really curious to watch Inspired specifically in this game, because Flowers, you and I were talking between games about how that Skarner performance looked really underwhelming by Inspired, and he made a lot of fairly questionable plays that almost looked like tilt plays. And as much as Inspired is the best player in the West, in my opinion, he's still human, and to me, his weakness is he is a bit of a tilter. There's been games in Split 3 where the team is not doing the things that he wants to do, and he will almost die as punishment. I can think of a specific game in Split 3 where he just started hitting Dragon because he wanted the team to come, they didn't come, and he died. That's kind of what that last game felt like to me, where they were just hoping for a 0-kill to 0-kill game. Quad dies to an early gank, Busio gets caught in River, and suddenly the game is in a bad state. So I want to see if he's able to untilt, recover, and put up the type of performances that we're used to seeing from Inspired as the player of the year.
And one thing that I want to point out with him, usually when you see Maokai's, one thing that you can tell about their build, they almost always go with the Liandry's first for that little bit of extra damage, extra harass there on the saplings, but then sometimes you follow up with more AP, sometimes you follow up with tank. He's got the blue smite, which is more of a utility type of smite compared to the red one, so I feel like this is going to be more of a tanky Maokai, depending on Lucian and Rise and Urgot to deal all the damage.
Yeah, at the very least here, going to go into Liandry's first and get some of that burn, make the saplings super annoying at the very least.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, he's definitely a tank. Another tank jungler is very team reliant as they start up the Grubs and Busio.
Oh, Busio hitting Miru as now the culling forces the flash. Without that summoner spell, Masu would have got the kill, but Masu also took a ton of damage there from the turret, meaning he's down to 100 HP as well. Grubs have been started by FlyQuest, 1-1 as DeSamus moves forward and steals away the second. 2 out of 3 Grubs claimed by the FlyQuest side, but there's more VKS members nearby, so that means FlyQuest aren't going to find any follow-up fight. Or are they?
Got him.
VKS are the ones moving forward. Busio's in danger. He finds a stun on DeSamus, and he manages to get himself away with both summoner spells.
Yeah, Busio, he trades 1 flash for 2 of VKS as DeSamus and Trimby both go for the kill onto him. He still does escape with his life, and FlyQuest come away with 2 of the Grubs there. Ultimate being used by Inspired as well, kind of on the way out, but Trimby actually teleporting down to the bottom side. Maybe it's a trailing play in that 1v1.
Might be looking to turn something onto Bwipo right here as Bwipo's just trying to get the wave in.
Yeah, tries to use Disdain to get away, forced to flash. Nice moves from VKS.
Yeah, and overall, a lot of aggression happening in a 0-0 game. You can see FlyQuest not just trying to full stall, they're trying to make aggressive plays. This whole sequence started because Busio and Masu were almost able to kill the Aurora, so plays happening all around the map. You also notice how VKS really need to all in for that initial reset, and I feel like being down flashes on both the Rakan and the Viego is going to make that pretty difficult for them to do if we end up seeing a fight at this first Hextech Drake.
All right, well, we got pings already from FlyQuest to move over. Masu was able to get mid lane priority first, so he gets in there. They clear out 1 ward, but the controller in the back of the Dragon will stand.
Remember that in games 2 and 3, the first Drake was taken rather quickly. In game number 1, it was very slow. This one's not quite going to be as slow as game number 1, but it is still not going to be a soul rush type of game.
For sure, but I still think FlyQuest is going to be quite happy with what they just accomplished. They have 2 out of 3 objectives towards the feat of monster slaying, and I think importantly, the Rise and the Urgot have avoided death early on because it's really, to me, this game is still going to be about the Rise. If he's able to get killed in the side lane, or if he's able to get really tanky, he will win the 1v1 pretty hard against Aurora if he doesn't get bursted by it. So really watch Quad and how well they protect him this game.
And after his recall, that Rise is going to try and push very heavily on top side, uses his teleport to get back out there, but there's super deep wards behind him too. All over there you see the blue wards from VKS, and right now, Trimby is moving in.
They're setting the squad.
So they have full vision of this area, and they want to prey on him.
Okay, we'll see how safe he can stay. Just continuing to farm those minions for now. Trimby's going to take his Blast Cone. Quad continuing to just posture aggressively here, but staying a little cautious.
Three-man gank on the way.
He stay? Are his spidey senses tingling? Maybe, maybe not. Trying to make the distance now, but immediately the engage coming out from Trimby. Quad in danger here, tries to take the Realm Warp to get out! Quad, with the miracle escape, survives the 3-man collapse.
Ooh, cutting it close there. Flashes into the other side of the Realm Warp, does escape. Still VKS are able to get a tower plate off of it. What is going to be the response here from FlyQuest?
I mean, really good play. Normally when you see a 3-man dive in one lane, there's going to be a counterplay on the other side, but FlyQuest doesn't have that set up. So yes, Quad did escape, but they still get the plate, they still get the summoner spells, and they still deny Quad the gold.
Well, Masu should at least get 1 plate here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, down in bottom, the 1v1 continues between the Jax and the Urgot. Still nobody dead in that matchup here just yet. Slight lead for Boal, but really nothing to send a postcard home about. Masu and Busio now going to try to put some pressure onto DeSamus, maybe steal away a Gromp. Instead, they will just force it to reset, slow down the tempo of the Viego there. Inspired will now have the opportunity to take this top lane Scuttle Crab uncontested with the control given to him by his bottom lane duo. I mean, overall, not really meaningful gold leads anywhere in this game. The most meaningful is in the bottom lane there between the Yunara and Lucian. Masu has built up about a 300 gold lead for himself.
And Flowers, your Urgot here for Bwipo, fully maxed out Purge at the moment. He's been spamming it as he's walking back. It also synced up with his Black Cleaver timing on the Urgot, which is another big item power spike for him. So we'll see if there's any sort of play on the other side of the map, because we mentioned all the wards from VKS on top side, but bottom side is the side that is lit up for FlyQuest. And they've got some deep vision here around this red. DeSamus, I don't think he knows about the wraparound.
Yeah, Trimby wants Quad yet again. He should find him there with the edge of the grand entrance, but it's not serious damage this time. You still get the quick, snappy Aurora burst, but Quad's a very tanky Rise.
And this is what we're talking about. DeSamus, they're trying to attack him on his Krugs. He got the big Krug.
They get his ult, actually.
Yeah, defensive Heartbreaker to get back in the range of the turret to make sure that they can't try to full commit to just take him down.
So it's a little bit of a map trade right now where Trimby has probably spent the last minute and a half top lane as they're threatening Quad, who's flashless, actually push him off the turret with the fear of getting dove by the full undodgeable Aurora combo if Trimby had landed some CC. But he's going back in now.
Yeah, Quad's ready to step back up. Another Rune Prison there onto Trimby. Quick rapid-fire machine gun of spells with the spell flux into the overload, forces Trimby back with 25% HP.
And VKS know that Busio could be on the roam up the top side, and he indeed is. So they do back off after that.
Ooh, nice interrupt there on the recall. Tempered Fate from Busio, but you can see there the Viego mist from around the wall. The harrowing path saves Trimby.
It does. Busio trying to be as annoying as possible onto Bard. I think the next big fight's going to be around the next Drake. But for me, in terms of the game plan, I like Vivo Cade Stars. They're heavily targeting the Rise.
Ooh, and now
Busio does have Flash.
Yeah.
They're heavily targeting the Rise, whereas FlyQuest, I feel like, is making sure Bwipo's in a good state. But I still really feel like if Quad gets set behind, it's going to mean very good things for Vivo Cade Stars. So Quad on a bit of an island, I feel like, trying to survive this onslaught from Trinby and Decimus.
To his credit, he's done a good job on that island, and is still staying, very, very, competitive for himself. Is working still towards the Rod of Ages completion here, so he can start that getting stacked up. But early Merc Treads goes a long way in survival and trying to outplay some of this pressure.
He might be stranded, but he's got a shelter, he's got some food, he's managed to build himself a fire. He's
investing in his 401k, I feel like. That's the tier and the ROA. He's like, no matter what, I'll still get some transforms later.
All right, now down in the bottom lane, Jat, you already mentioned Bwipo hitting level 9, has the fully leveled up Purge, means he can toggle this whenever he wants. Level 11 now ticked over for the Urgot, so Fear Beyond Death up to level 2. That Urgot ultimate is actually such an insane teamfight mechanism if you get the big AoE Fear execute.
Interesting that they are showing the bottom invade from Busio, but Inspired is actually topside. So they're splitting their support and jungle moves at the moment for FlyQuest, and Inspired...
Masu wants to try to force something here with Morteos, but a Tempered Fate to keep Masu alive, as now the Maokai ulti comes in to try to back them up as well. Redemption to heal Masu, but Busio's now in danger. Miru wants to go in between worlds, but he can't find the chance. Bwipo looking for the assassination, but he's not in range.
Are you kidding me? Busio's Bard is a cheat code. The fact that they lived through that after Masu flashes early and gets caught by Trimby. Redemption, Bard ult, healing him at exactly the right time, and that delays this 4v5 for Quad to get some damage on the turret.
Okay, it allowed the top side to get pushed in. Quad on Rise does get the minions into the tower, got a little damage on it, and now he wants to contest.
Yeah, he dodges the grand entrance, but now Disamis, he lands the Spectral Maw. There's a redemption. Quad staying healthy, healed up through that one, and Quad's interference is enough to stop this Herald. Meanwhile, the entire time, FlyQuest is taking the Dragon. They're going to secure Drake number 2 and the feats of Monster Slaying.
This is great for them, buying time with that fight mid lane. Quad then extending the tempo lead. Not to mention, they don't even have to trade this. They pulled off completely to the Rift Herald, which could potentially allow them to take it with their next tempo as Quad gets his Roa and teleports back on the map.
Yeah, more impressive stuff from him on the island there, delaying and stopping even the Rift Herald attempt. So no objective traded over on the bottom side though.
Ooh, that was just barely out of range. Boal looking for the counter-strike with a half HP Bwipo.
Let's see now, because Busio maintaining vision and kind of roaming around to keep track of VKS. He's kind of also allowing Inspired to clear the rest of your camps because Maokai does not want to fall behind. Inspired keeping up very high farm on this Maokai because Busio is creating a lot of time, being annoying. He actually can keep on power farming through here, so is going to get the bop camps. Maybe he wants to play off of Bwipo. He has another Maokai ultimate ready to do so.
This is a game 4 that feels like a game 5 with no kills yet at 17.5 minutes. But now Inspired and Bwipo are going in after Boal. They immediately mark him with the Fear Beyond Death. Twisted Advance ready to follow it up. Into the grinder he goes. First blood for Bwipo.
And this turret is going to allow them to get feats of strength. The 2 Drakes, the 2 Grubs, and the turret. I love how this game has felt so tense as that is the first kill at 17 minutes.
Disamis coming down now. Going to find Bwipo at the Krugs, but
but this is not a fight you want to take. Heartbreaker to safety, and Bwipo's not
Feeling
done.
strong.
He's in a 1v2, and he likes the odds. Bwipo, so powerful here on the Urgot, now goes in for the disdain, point blank, but he doesn't have the damage. Bwipo overplays his hand and falls.
He flashed in because there was a third on the way. Let's see what FlyQuest can do with that pressure. Yes, he does go too far, but that was essentially 4 people that were drawn bot. Boal, who was killed, and the 3 who eventually killed Bwipo. So they kill top turret with quad, and they start the Rift Herald, but likely have to back away.
Yeah, Bwipo got a Gatling gun, and he wanted to use it there.
He just wanted to keep using it, man. He got addicted to the feeling.
He chased off the Viego and got a little bit too hungry there. See about the ramifications of it. Will it be more than just the 1 kill for VKS off that?
And the critical thing about that, look at Bwipo's EXP. He's about 20% away from 13, and if he's level 13, the cooldown on each shotgun leg is halved compared to level 12. So it would have been so much easier for him to get that kill with just a little more EXP.
Yeah, but now he's got no flash, and because of the death timer, they're going to be late on this Rift Herald attempt.
Okay, Herald secured by VKS. Feeling good about that one, as Inspired has to try to get away. Busio with a tempered fate, buying some time for the team. VKS now on the run, as Inspired's ulti flies out. Boal again, locked up with a fear beyond death. The culling comes through. Miru's gonna be the target here. Masu flies in, he's going way far. Bwipo takes Boal out, and Masu stays alive. Tisamas goes in for the first reset, but what else can he do? He dies, a double kill for Bwipo, and FlyQuest get a 2 for 1.
This game is on a razor's edge. You could tell Inspired was not wanting to give up that Rift Herald. He stuck around in a 2v4 and nearly gets one shot by this engage. I'd say Bard's ultimate saves him to delay time for the rest of FlyQuest to arrive.
Exactly, the ultimate, and then also he landed the stun onto Morteos right there before, so he got the cleanse out early, and then once Inspired fires off the ulti from his Maokai afterwards, allows them to chase through.
And then Masu, I gotta think that must have been a misclick. That is nearly suicidal. Ends up actually costing him his life, but it is traded for the Viego after he went in for the execute.
And technically, if we're counting up the extra cooldowns, the Viego flashed over the wall to make sure that he could get that. So that is an extra flash in addition to the 1-for-1, but it seems like it's not just Bwipo getting super hyped up in this game and going for blood.
Yeah.
Everybody is getting into the pace now.
And you can feel the tension knowing that VKS bounced back with that 22 kill to 2 game 3. Even though this was the slowest first blood in the LTA playoffs, it hasn't felt like that. The pace of this game has been high as they're constantly trading tempo and gank attempts.
Big thing now, 45 seconds until the third Drake is live. Both Drakes so far have been secured by the FlyQuest side. Otacon also on the map, but he's on the opposite side of the rift. In the previous game, when VKS had all that early soul pressure, Otacon was right next door. It creates a much different situation compared to the split map. As Miru steps up and level 13 Bwipo with those maxed out shotgun knees is waiting in the brush. Miru already using the weirding. Bwipo tries to go in. Otacon gets aggroed. Fear Beyond Death finds Miru, but where's the rest of the damage? They gotta try to take him low, and he's down. Busio gets the kill. Trimby's got to try to get away, and FlyQuest go for the tempered fate. Disamas, beautiful disengage there with a heartbreaker, but now Boal's got to be careful. FlyQuest looking for the jacks.
Yeah, he's got nowhere to go. He's in the alcove. He is trapped by FlyQuest.
Bramble smash to slow him down immediately with a twisted advance. Boal is the target, but where's the rest of the damage to take him out? Quad finally arrives, picks up the kill, but the Rift Herald is summoned up here in the mid lane.
And Otacon is going to be FlyQuest. It's about what VKS can get on the other side. They've just given that away, knowing their true soul laners are dead, but they crashed the Rift Herald mid, and they're likely going to delay this soul unless Bwipo's feeling it. He's got a huge gold lead on this Urgot, and he's going in with Busio.
He's got Busio next to him, 4,000 HP here for the Drake. Bwipo steps up, but a TP's coming in for VKS. They're putting the damage into Bwipo, but he and Busio want to go on a magical journey away.
That's one.
Trimby's first to die. Bwipo's in a killing spree, but it'll be traded 1-for-1. The Dragon will lose its patience and head back home. Now Inspired's in the area, but there's nobody else that can show up in time.
He has ults. Do they want to go for a long play? They do.
Here comes the ulti. Inspired and Busio still around. Inspired walks up, but no, it is secured by Disamas. Quad has arrived. Is there any bit of cleanup? Inspired with a twisted advance. Busio
goes Tempered Fate. It stuns them both out as Desamas falls, and so does Inspired. Another kill goes over. Miru is down, and FlyQuest have taken the Otacon, lost the Drake, the kills 4-8, favoring Fly.
And in all the action, FlyQuest are the ones that come out on top. Even with the Dragon taken by VKS, FlyQuest now have control of the map. Let's take a look at the re-engage. So the exhaust was used on Quibbo early, but then Busio creates the magical journey, and this takes everyone away from Dragon. Look how
it does.
low
The patience on Drake is so crucial here. Barely resetting to delay this re-engage. No Bard ult, but there is a Maokai ult, and Inspired is playing on that Razor's Edge, risking giving the reset to Viego, but the W to avoid the stun, and then the Bard ultimate as well to prevent that execute allows them time for Masu to get there. And yes, some pretty big gold going over to the Aurora with the Maokai kill. Overall, the play is in the favor of FlyQuest.
Yeah, Aurora stepping up there does mean that the Aurora also went down. So we are keeping up the pace here at FlyQuest. They do increase the lead a bit, but I think the biggest determining factor is going to be the Otacon here. With the pace of the game, we're going to get a lot of petals, extra petals off of kills too.
For sure, and I do feel like this game is in Bwipo's hands, which can be a blessing and a curse. We talked about earlier how Quad was left on an island and FlyQuest put the energy towards Bwipo. He's got that lead now, but he's really playing on the edge with it. He has delusions of grandeur in this game as well, trying to hard carry. He already went too far in the bottom lane. He did die in that Dragon contest 2v4 as well, so he's the one with the 2,000 gold advantage, and he's got to play well with it.
This is his favorite item spike in the game, is the Sterix Gauge that we're talking about. He loves to just throw himself into the middle of enemy teams now. So he's got upgraded magic boots here for the extra magic shield, plus the Sterix Gauge shield for him. And it's at a breakpoint right now where Boal still doesn't have second item on Jax because of the large gold lead that Bwipo has. So FlyQuest might have some sort of timing where they can look to get their fight.
And another big item here, on top of the two 401k items that you talked about earlier, Jack, with the Rod of Ages and the Seraph's Embrace for Quad, he does have an Unbroken Seeker's Arm Guard, massive playmaking tool. So both solo laners on the FlyQuest side have very powerful survivability items.
And also, in my opinion, the upgraded Mercury Treads from Feats of Strength are OP in the side lane, because any of these sideline fights are never one-shots, so you're getting multiple rotations of that shield. So Quad against Aurora, and even the little bit of magic damage that Boal's Jax will do makes Quad feel very strong inside.
Quad finds Boal here, and just look at the damage from the Rise. Boal immediately just backing off. I don't want any of this.
Yeah, you can tell when the Jax spits out his ward like that, he's like very scared and knows he has to get away. So controller dropped down by their tower as well. And Quad, this guy has done so well without a lot of focus from his own team, without a lot of extra resources. We're talking about the island. He hasn't even ticked over his Rod of Ages yet to full stacks, and he's already level 16. So he is going to get an extra bonus level there as well. He really has been commanding this Rise in the side lane.
But I do want to go ahead and cash the expectations here for FlyQuest, because remember, VKS has a very powerful reset team. FlyQuest, we've talked about their discipline before, and despite the fact that they've built a powerful lead for themselves in this game, they must continue to stay disciplined.
Correct.
One big fight where Desamas gets an immediate reset, where Miru gets a reset, where Morteus is hitting multiple targets with the Runon's Bork combo. You've got a serious problem on your hands, no matter what the advantage might look like.
Quad just ticking level 17 with the Rod of Ages completion, and I just have this feeling, Captain Flowers, that this game is going to be decided by Bwipo. He's going to do something chaotic that Vivo K-Stars is going to try and counter, and that's going to be the thing that advances the game. It's that or the Dragon Soul, but with how confident Bwipo is, I think we're going to see Bwipo play first.
Okay, he goes in for a Q. Immediately, Disdain onto Trimby, chasing after the Vivo K-Stars support. Bwipo leads the charge. Busio coming up behind him. Now FlyQuest looking to send in the whole team. Desamas could be in danger as the Maokai ulti swoops through. Trimby is already dead. Morteos follows too. Tempered Fate is not
required as VKS's jungle is a graveyard for Brazil.
As soon as he gets Turk's Cage, you know he is throwing himself into the enemy team, and now FlyQuest will throw themselves at a free Baron in the aftermath.
And they can't relax here. They're trying to play off this power spike. Busio and Quad are going to go for a turret and a kill.
Here comes the Realm Warp. Miru, he shows up in time to at least try to cover a little bit for Boal, but the bottom lane tier 2 dies as Baron is claimed, and the FlyQuest gold lead doubles after that fight.
And they're going to want to keep their tempo up because Infernal Drake is still on the map, so they're teleporting back in and will not want Vivo Cade Stars to be able to get tempo. So teleport, Inspired already setting up saplings. They're already thinking about the next play.
Keeping up that pressure. Let's see about the collapse. Do they want to try and punish anyone? Bwipo's just going to put some extra damage into the mid tower before they retreat to their dragon. This one, of course, is just soul point here, not actual soul for FlyQuest. So Vivo Cade Stars should definitely not go contest that one at the moment. They are far outgunned. Just try and make a cross-map play, pick up an objective bounty if you possibly can.
Quad's Rod of Ages is now fully evolved. He is level 18, and nobody else in the game is even level 17. He has a fully completed Zhonya's Hourglass. This Rise is an absolute raid boss alongside Bwipo in the top lane, who is 3,000 gold ahead. And Busio's Bard, who we brought up at the beginning, is also very far ahead, but the raid boss might just get shut down. Quad trying to wait as long as he can. Ooh. He hasn't even used his Zhonya's yet, and they're just dropping bodies here in the top lane. Quad finally using that Zhonya's and the Tempered Fate to perfectly keep him alive. The flash of the wall. Quad still alive. Finally shut down by Morteos. Inspired and Bwipo looking to get a little bit more back as Miru and Morteos try to escape. Inspired keeps pushing forward.
And Masu's ending the game.
Masu's ending the game at the same time. Lucian's in the base with a Baron.
They could win right here.
Miru and Morteos cannot get away. Miru tries to channel his recall. Bwipo is still chasing. Morteos trying to kite it out. Trimby finally back alive. Masu's got another minion wave coming up. FlyQuest will not end yet.
Quad Missile almost comes early right there, and they're still chasing down the delayed kill onto Morteus, just toying with the making sure his respawn is as late as possible so they can continue to take advantages with this Baron. What a sequence.
Yeah, the map now is wide open for FlyQuest to take. Very big delay, 40 seconds left on the respawn here for Yunara. So it's going to be FlyQuest, reset and spend your money and get back out to duty.
Let's give Flowers a chance to catch his breath. That was about a minute and a half of absolute chaos as they try and go for Quad. But this has been such a great series, Kobe, between the North and the South.
Yeah, Quad created most of that time
he
had to keep on casting for there. I mean, he's able to use the stasis. Then they have Busio following up the stasis with his Bard ultimate of his own. And even as FlyQuest come to approach to end this series, to end this game, I think that the South and VKS should be very proud of the year that they have had, especially, with their international showing at MSI. This has been, the best year for Brazil in a very, very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. With split one going 8 games to 1 for the North, this split has been 14 games to 7, and it's a big fight here.
Inspired is the target. He's taken down before anybody can save him as FlyQuest swoops in to try to get something back. But VKS are defending themselves. Everybody on FlyQuest very low. Whipple's on a rampage though, and VKS are collapsing. Morteos cannot find the damage. Tisamus, the only one left alive.
That might be it.
Quad, Masu, and Busio. FlyQuest pushing forward, looking for the end of the game. Quad is low, but he can recall and teleport back in for the game-ending push. Tisamus has to survive alone.
They're going to have supers crashing from the other side as well, so they want to end right here.
Tisamus about to die. FlyQuest onto the first Nexus turret. They have been the best team in the North all year long. They have conquered the best team in the South twice in a row. Let there be no doubt. They are the best team in the LTA, and FlyQuest are your first and only LTA champions.
And based on the reaction, it feels like business as usual for how insane that game felt to watch. FlyQuest is calm, cool, and collected, and looking forward to their next challenger.
They really played into the action in that one.
Whippo there on the Urgot, charging in head first. Masu ending the game at multiple points there on the Lucian. And there it is, the LTA trophy. That is a beautiful trophy right there.
The legacy of this FlyQuest team in North America, winning Summer Split in 2024, winning Split 2, winning Split 3, and now winning the first and only LTA Championship. They are the best team in the LTA.
What an incredible journey they have had this year. They have been the team to beat for everybody here in the North. Vivo Cage Stars seriously stepping up and rising to the occasion here to challenge them at the LTA Championship at the finals. But ultimately, they too could not conquer the task that was felling FlyQuest. This is the best team in the Americas. This is the best hope for the LTA heading into Worlds. FlyQuest will carry that banner proudly.
And their only slip-up really this entire year was the one loss to 100 Thieves in Split 1. Gakgos also getting to lift the trophy. He was a part of getting here with their 3-0 over VKS, but I don't want to underestimate how difficult it is for a team this dominant to stay this dominant, because the people that they're beating have so many more opportunities to improve, so FlyQuest just had to continue to keep the pressure on themselves to maintain this level of play.
Such an impressive team here, and it's been a really fun journey to watch them grow and see what FlyQuest have been able to build over the last couple of years.
They have truly built an impressive team here in competitive League of Legends. And now that they have claimed their victory, now that they have raised their trophy, it's time to toss things down to Kangas on stage for an interview with a victorious FlyQuest.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Congratulations to FlyQuest. Congratulations to Quad. I wanted to chat with you first here to talk about that series. First off, fresh off of a win, the first and only LTA champion mid laner. I want to get your first reactions from the series. How did that go compared to your expectations?
It was pretty easy, maybe without game 3. I was kind of hinting game 3, yeah, but the other series is pretty easy, yeah.
Now, I think a lot of people expected another 3-0. So what was your thoughts about Vivo Cade and how they were able to take at least one game off of you?
I think because mid laner really like to play like some melee team like Silos or Akali. I mean, he played really well in game 3. Also, I was hinting this game. So yeah, that's all.
Did you feel like you had to change your play style or adapt to what Miro was doing? Because he is a tough opponent. A lot of people in the South were saying he would be their front runner for Player of the Year for Southern players. So how did that affect your game into Miro?
I don't really change my gameplay, but this year I just tried to change my gameplay because I think my weak point is kind of not aggressive. So this year I tried to aggressive, and then last game, I get enemy 3 ulti and I'm survived like this. Yeah, just I try to aggressive.
All right, trying to be aggressive. I love to hear that. How aggressive are you going to be going into Worlds now? Because you just claimed first seed for the Americas. Looking forward to Worlds. How confident are you in your own abilities to perform there?
I mean, we hopefully, maybe you can go final in Worlds. Hopefully, I'll try to hard.
Finals in Worlds!
Yeah, I hope so. I'll try my best. Thank you for cheering us.
All right, well, we'll be cheering you on as well, Quad. Thank you so much. Let's get Inspired over here. Inspired, I want to chat with you. Oh, are you going for one more? Okay, Inspired's a little busy right now. He's got to do a photo opportunity. Well, let's grab Masu instead. Masu, let's get you over here in the corner. Inspired, you just cold shoulder me. Take your moment. You got that. You deserved it. You deserved it. Masu, congratulations on the win. Again, also, the one and only LTA 80 carry champion. Congratulations on that. I want to get your thoughts on the series as well.
I mean, the series was pretty easy because my team was playing pretty well. I feel like individually, I didn't do as well as I should have.
You just got booze over there for saying that one, by the way. I don't know if you heard.
I don't know. In the Azrael game especially, I feel I was in a position to carry, or I was in a position to at least make the game easier for my team, but I wasn't able to, so I'm just going to focus on that for next time.
Well, the crowd's behind you. That was a great performance. I know you're always a very modest guy, but now I got to talk because you also will be going to Worlds in the future. That's the next thing in front of FlyQuest. It's not your first time at Worlds. You were there your rookie year. What do you think is different about you this time around now that you're preparing for another World Championship appearance?
I think right now I'm a lot more aware of the game plan and kind of the role that my champion has in the game versus the enemy champions and with our champions. I think me and Busio have gotten a lot better at playing together. We've gotten a lot better at just like laning everything. So at MSI, I felt pretty comfortable playing with him against all the world's bot lanes, so I'm pretty confident.
So where do you think you rank then? As a duo, as a bot lane duo, where do you rank globally in terms of power scale?
I don't do that. I don't do that.
Oh, yeah, how about this? How about this? Instead, do you think you're better than all the European bot lane duos?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Maso. I know that your family's always watching, always cheering you on. Do you want to give any shout-outs to anybody at home, either family members or anyone else?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching all the time. And I know my dad is probably watching right now, so hopefully he's happy.
I'm sure he is. I'm going to guess that he is. All right, Inspired, now it's time. You can hop over here. Sorry, I had to do it back to you a little bit right there. But congratulations on a win, the one and only Jungle LTA champion. And you came into this series very confident. We had an interview with you before the series where you kind of chuckled and said, yeah, we're going to win. And I know that a lot of people will chalk that up to confidence in your abilities. And FlyQuest is the best, but it takes a lot of work to be the best. So I want to ask you about that. Reflect on the work that you put in this year and the rewards that you're reaping now being LTA champion.
I mean, overall, I think we didn't really get so much better than last year. I think we just became way more consistent. I think last year we already knew how we want to play the game, but I think this year we kind of perfected it a bit. And yeah, our games are more solid, I think. And I think that's why we're winning every series, I guess, this year. I don't know. I guess we lost one in first split, and ever since then we didn't really lose many games. Yeah, I think the consistency were the best team, and yeah, I guess all the work that we put in was worth it in the end, so it was nice.
Absolutely worth it. I will say some of the other series you lost were to LPL teams at MSI, Anyone's Legend, BLG. So going into Worlds, are we going to beat an LPL team? Can we beat an LPL team in a best of 5?
Yes, we can. For sure we can, but I think it's a different way of playing when we play against Asian teams. So we have to go into it to switch our mindset a bit, not be scared of them, and because at the end of the day you're playing against very big names. When you go to international tournament, then that can sometimes get into your head and you can play differently. So I think we need to make sure that that doesn't happen, and we just take all the practice that we'll be able to get before the tournament starts very seriously, and hopefully we'll be able to compete.
Well, we'll all be cheering you on, obviously. Final question for you. LTA Player of the Year, a well-deserved award. But I want to give you a chance to also shout out anybody else on the team. Who else do you think deserves a shout out that maybe hasn't gotten as much of one?
I mean, everyone, starting from coaching staff and managers to all the players. I think everyone did a great job.
Shout out to the entire team. Thank you so much, Inspired, for the interview. Let's get Bwipo over here, the wide man. All right, Bwipo, I got to start with that last game, pulling out the Urgot, a champion not a lot of top laners are willing to pull out, and you played that very aggressive. So talk to me about why you wanted the Urgot there.
I mean, we ran out of physical damage champions, so I had some other picks prepared in Jax, but whenever I need a physical damage top laner, I like the Urgot in Jax, and he scales pretty well.
Now, something about when you play Urgot, it feels like you just are always going in. Is that something about the champion, or is it just something that you felt confident and that you needed to be aggressive in that game?
I mean, I think Urgot is a huge stat-checking champion. He's very simple-minded champion, so I think what you want to focus on when you're playing Urgot is farming enough so you're strong enough. And then when you're really strong, you kind of just bulldoze through the enemy team because there's no frontline champions tanky enough to handle how much max health damage he does.
All right, fair enough. Well, the Urgot got you the win. Congratulations on that. Any final message as you're preparing for Worlds now ahead of you?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for everyone for supporting me anyway. I mean, it was really nice to hear from the people that did support me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwippo, for the interview. I'll let you get back to the rest of the team. Now can we get Gakkos? Busio, I'm gonna save you for a little later. It'll make sense in a moment. Gakkos, I wanna chat with you for a bit. I know you didn't get a chance to actually compete on stage today. The crowd's behind you. You did 3-0 in the series that you did play. So tell me, what was your summer like here playing in North America?
I mean, it feels so good. Also today, I didn't do any mistakes, so it feels really good.
Perfect gameplay from Gakkos, if you think about it. If you really think about it. All right, I know that there's still a lot of people cheering for you. I've heard a lot of cheers for you, signs for you. What message do you want to give to everyone supporting you?
I mean, thank you for supporting me and keep supporting me. I will try my best in next seasons too, so yeah.
The future of the league right here. Thank you, Gakkos, for the quick words. And now I do want to chat with Busio, the Bard God himself, and your Kia's final MVP. Congratulations, Busio. Half chanting MVP, half chanting Busio. They're synonymous in this moment. I want to get your immediate reactions to the series and how you performed.
That was hype. I really like the arena here. It's completely packed. The energy was just amazing. The trophy looks sick, so I'm really happy, and also shout out to my teammates.
Shout out to the teammates. And the Bard gameplay, man, this champion is also becoming synonymous with you. I love it when a pro player just takes a champion and owns it. So what is it about Bard that you love so much as a pick?
I think I just know my win condition, you know? You gotta get a little funny. You gotta be wide around the map. If you do the normal thing, you're not gonna be too useful. So it's just about looking at the whole map and knowing where to be.
Get a little funny with it, okay? So as an Emerald Bard enjoyer, what advice would you give for me and maybe some of the other lower elo players out there that want to pick up the champ?
Watch my stream.
Watch his stream, twitch.tv/Busio. How many O's are in it?
How many O's?
Yeah.
2, I guess. Busio lol.
Easy. Busio lol. Now, Busio, last time I chatted with you on a final stage, it was the conference finals, and you had some words for Europe, and I'm going to put you on the spot. G2 3-0'd earlier today. You just 3-1'd in your finals. So does that change your perspective of how NA is going to do against EU at Worlds?
No. We lost the game for more practice, and EU is light work.
Thank you so much, Busio. Any final words that you have for anybody out there supporting you?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to the fans, but I'd also like to talk about the Mad Hatter augment in Arena and Gamba Anvil. That should be nerfed. It's so OP.
All right, so some balanced advice as well for the team.
Yeah, and if the fans could agree with me, then maybe we can start a movement and get that nerfed.
If Freak is watching right now, take notes. Let's get all of FlyQuest with the trophy one more time. Dallas, Texas, give it up for your one, your only, your forever LTA champions!
It's us now. That's insane. That was insane. A+ call out for the Mad Hatter rework.
Yeah.
We
He is
need
not
that.
wrong,
We need
by
the
the way.
nerf.
Gamba Anvil is OP. We need to nerf it. I agree with him, 100%.
I just love how any content piece he's in now, he did this in the episode I was in with pros. He's like giving people arena advice. He's like, you should play arena. This man is the biggest proponent of arena as a game mode outside of the devs themselves, I think.
He sounds like an arena gremlin at this point.
He is. Haven't you walked out and like they're just all playing on
That's
PCs?
true.
Yeah.
That is true.
It is very common after scrims. I see like the entire FlyQuest in the same lobby and arena. I'm like, hey, can I join that?
He's taking it home with him. He's taking it home with him. Busio Masu, all like
bot lane carrying it out.
2018 IG, carry it home, Jackie Love.
We were telling stories about that earlier.
Jackie Love and
Camera,
Bao Lan.
actually. Yeah.
Balanio. No, that's
the two of them could barely lift the trophy.
That is true. And this one looks
But
heavy as hell.
these guys look great. They are carrying that trophy with confidence, with poise. Stopping to sign something.
Oh
big
my goodness,
carry-off.
incredible.
Look at the talent.
But talking about the journey, for this whole year, FlyQuest has been impressive. And just the focus on Busio and Masu has been good reason throughout the year. They have only gotten better and better to be on a stage like this.
Yeah, I think it's super, super impressive how much they've grown over the course of the year. And that's actually where I want to get your opinion, Sven, because you've been in these scenarios where you are just consistently at the top of the region. And I'd like to pick your brain on, I guess, how difficult it is to like find those angles to continue to improve when you're like dominating this hard.
Yeah, it is hard when you're at the top for a long time, something I'm very familiar with, of course. FlyQuest, I think, can attribute a lot of their success to their coaching staff. They have a lot of individual coaches, Mithy for support, Arrow for ADC, and Nuda for mid lane, right? So they have a lot of people that can help them improve. Gakos and Whipple kind of play off each other, right?
True.
So they have a really good support system in their organization, which I think helps them a lot. And I also think when you're ahead, when you're on top, you have to shadow box a lot. You know, ask yourself, this play worked for me, but was it good? Or was it because I'm just better, right? So there's a lot of that in scrims and such. So I think FlyQuest can thank their coaching staff and their structure a lot too, as to why they're here for so long.
Nice.
At the top.
That's true, because even hearing from Inspired in his own interview, he basically just overrolled that shout out, be like, well, shout out one person. No, I'm shouting out everybody. Because to be as consistent as they were this year, especially in a region where a lot of the times they're like, no, we need to be able to shadow box, like you say, and be better and better even when some of the practice partners aren't really there.
Yeah.
And now they're looking
Like
on
us.
towards Beijing, or China as a whole. And then, I caught that one. And they're going to be going up against tougher opponents, and they want to be better going up against that one. That's going to be a lot of work. So, I mean, shout out to Vivo Kate Stars for being able to take a game and look so much better in this weekend. That boot camp must have been amazing for them. But still, FlyQuest, as much as it is for some people, there are going to be some haters out there. They're going to be like, oh, stop talking about FlyQuest, or yes, they're dominant, but what else? Like, no, they're going to keep doing it again and again, and you need to find competition to be able to stop them.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I do also want to shout out Cade because I think they came in, they did look a lot better today than they did in that first series. So I think talking to a lot of the Brazilian talent, Brazilian fans, they were just like, okay, we want a game. They did get that game.
Yeah.
They did get to show off, again, even against a team as tough as FlyQuest, how well they can pilot a composition once they're ahead. I really thought the difference between their first series against FlyQuest and then their series against 100 Thieves, and even their series today, was like night and day. You could obviously see the improvement, and you could also see the confidence they had gained. So I hope they can go to Worlds with the takeaways that they've had from this LTA Cross Conference play and continue to improve as a unit.
Especially since I feel like the conversation around this team has been inspired, but especially in the finals, it felt like... Yeah, and Busio now. But it felt like when it came to the finals MVP run, it was either going to be Whippo or Busio. Both of them had a really good series, and so that was kind of, to me, changing that conversation. If you're going to an international, if Whippo's able to have a performance like he's able to have today, if Busio is able to have a consistent performance like this, that's where that hope comes in from. It's not just a one-man show. There's a lot of players on this team that can really run it.
Also speaks to the volumes of how every player on there pretty much said, yeah, I didn't play so well today, actually. It's my whole team was just really good.
Yeah.
Or like, yeah, I could play better in this series. Or I into that one game.
Oh my God.
They're just focused on moving forward, which is nice to see. And they all, credit each other for carrying the games, even though they each themselves play really well.
And this is a shout out to Masu. You're starting to piss me off. I swear every time we do an interview with Masu, he's like, I didn't play that well, or this. And you're like, brother, you had a quadra this game. Or like, you had an incredible, you're just focusing on one moment. All right,
Look,
at least our line, say something.
You make a mistake and it's like hard to get out of your head. I vibe with that. I understand how that is.
That's why we need to frog you and frog him. Frogging, of course, is for people out there.
Someone tweet Masu the frog.
Yes.
Frog him?
If you know what we're talking about, we'll inform you later.
Yeah, basically it's like if you're being too negative on yourself, we just frog you. It's an image that we have here. But that being said,
Thank
let's
you,
pull
Chroniclers Discord.
Let's pull up our Samsung SSD champions of speed for the summer. This includes both LTA North and South. So let's take a look at it and see if there's any pop-outs for me. I mean, the fact that we have Pro Delta and Leza just reminds me that of kind of like, even yes, LCS and CBLOL are coming back. That doesn't mean you don't stop watching the either or. I'm now for sure going to be watching the South.
What's happening down in the South? 80 carries getting kills at 1 minute into the game.
Action. Wait,
1 minute
and 2 seconds is
102.
I mean, we've talked about level 1s. I think the kind of level 1 mind games is something that we saw from Cade yesterday, right? I saw a lot from these Brazilian teams domestically. So yeah, you just try to catch someone out level 1.
It's Bioforce,
Kill him.
the fastest full clearer of all time.
I like that Ayla is
the CEO of full clear.
Ayla's tied with Top Lop, which amazing name. Just gonna put that out there. Never change it. Don't change as a person, and don't change as a name. But a message for you people. Upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com and learn more. I will be doing the exact same thing because I think I need a new SSD. My PC's been having some trouble, so I'm going to take that chance and opportunity.
I think it might not be the PC holding you back.
Hey, calm down. I'm changing my peripherals. All right, if I want to be able to play as good as Busio.
Then you will climb. That's the issue here.
I'm changing everything. All of my peripherals must go so I can get something new going.
Speaking of Busio, you guys already heard it. We've talked about how much he's improved over this split in tandem with Inspired. Busio, finals MVP. Congratulations to him.
Very well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that Bard game I think is something everyone's going to look at.
Highlight reel, so.
He's just so crazy on that pick, and it is really great to see, kind of like how Kangas shouted out, one of our supports kind of take a pick and really, really make it his. As we look through some highlights, this is from the Lyon game where he ended up flashing out and then continuously keeps going back in to stun up key targets for his team.
He pops right back in, but I was like, wait a minute, I'm going to at least get one person.
But he's not done. Here he comes. He's coming back.
Come on, Quad's holding him back. Guys,
no.
Protect them!
Oh. Yeah,
and then I think the next one that was a big favorite was his Alistar game as well. He had a lot of great moments on that pick.
Had that one engage at the Herald fight that sealed the whole game. He was the one who started the engage, tanking him a lot of spells. But I think that the Bard game was what really solidified the MVP in this game. He was everywhere, and he saved everyone every time.
True.
I can't count him on times like Qual was like 1 HP in this game, got Bard ulted, Sonya something, flashed somewhere, Bard portal out of there. He was just 1 HP the whole game, it felt like.
Saved Masu mid, the top play, where he was able to save Quad for a little bit of time. I was like, everyone is rooting for Quad to come out.
For a really long time.
For so long.
So much on him that fight, so it was completely worth it. Yeah, I think a lot of people also had a great series. Master had a good series. He might have some mistakes here and there, like you said, but I think he played an overall really solid game. Yes, it was not necessarily hard to play in the Corki game, like you just hit the front target, but I think he had a good series. I think Whippo, besides a few oversteps, which is classic Whippo, he had a good series as well. The Ur game, he was playing really well. I think if Boosie wasn't so crazy on Bard, he would got an MVP for the series.
That's, by the way, the third finals MVP for a support outside of, you know, Vulcan and Biofrost. So like now etching his name in the history over there.
I'm kind of surprised that like there's no Aframu or no Koji J in there as well.
Because Aframu ended up winning like a split MVP.
Oh, yeah.
He ended up getting that.
That's not bad either.
Yeah, true. And I'm gonna say right now, if we had a split MVP, Busio would have followed too. So like, I feel like for North American history, Busio's really starting to etch his name.
The Busio lawyer over here.
True. Hey, I'm dressed.
Biggest Busio defender.
I'm dressed for the occasion. I'm dressed for the occasion. But you better stop right there. You guys thought this was going to be the end of League of Legends for the year? Hell no! World starts on October 14th!
I think no one thought that.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. But like, hey, there might be some people. But before that, we still have promotion tournaments, all right? Luminosity, Conviction, SDM Tigres, and Estral. They're all competing to take down Disguise for a spot in the LCS, which is crazy because Disguise came in, played in the LTA. Are they just going to leave without even being able to play in the LCS? That would be insane.
That actually would be kind of insane.
They come in, only play in the LTA, that one-trick pony, they're not going to let it happen, all right? They're not going to let it happen. So this is their chance. But of course, tune in not only for October 14th, but for October 4th for that promotion tournament. 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. We'll be here at the LTA North channel. A lot of League of Legends to be had.
True.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't do well if I'm not staying up late watching League of Legends at all times. I don't really really know what to do with myself, but thank you to all of our partners across the Americas for their support of the LTA and League of Legends esports. We couldn't do it without you. It was actually amazing meeting so many people in person here at this event from the LATAM and the Brazilian teams. That was really, really great for me. I don't know, it meant a lot because I wasn't able to go down to Brazil in Split 1, so it was really, really awesome to meet them in person.
Yeah, not only like being able to see a lot of the, you're right, the Brazilian community, the Latin American community, everyone has been incredibly friendly. A lot of the sponsors have been really friendly to us. And I mean, even just seeing people in the booth and the fans, we saw the Mo Truckers out there. We saw a lot of people.
Shout out to them.
We shout out to the Mo Truckers. Shout out to a lot of people. Shout out to the production, even though like I wish there was a camera in the production just to be able to see their beautiful faces.
Yeah,
but
shout
that
out
is
to our producers
exactly
keeping us in line.
But to hear more from FlyQuest in just a few minutes in our Champions press conference right here on the stream. But that's going to be it for us. That is it for the LTA, I suppose.
Thank you, Sven.
Thanks, Sven.
Sven was
Thank
great.
you guys for having
all
me.
Weekend? No, you're awesome. Great to have you.
But we're going to be seeing you very soon. We're going to be seeing you at Worlds. That's going to be it for us. And congratulations to FlyQuest one more time.
VKS came out swinging yesterday, and we're going to see if they have what it takes to bring it to FlyQuest here in the arena in Dallas today.
Watch me, watch me. Yeah, I'm so tanky. No flash Galio, no flash Galio. Focus Galio. We win hard.
Yeah, I'm here.
Drive and ult. Drive no flash too, Poppy no flash too. Take it slow and just keep strong.
Yeah. Rolled it. House flash.
FlyQuest in this game so swiftly, 19-4, the Slam game won.
Take it slow, I'm winning.
I'm low, okay? I'm low.
Come on, okay, I will not go. I don't want to going in. I will dash it.
Azure is anything.
Run flash that too.
I can't help.
Okay, everyone. I bolt. Sivir ulted. Nice.
Nice job.
Go in the bot. Yeah. Nice.
FlyQuest are smacking VKS around and not wasting any time doing it.
Our Nash is out, but it doesn't matter. Our Nash is out, but keep going. Looking. It's fine. Kill him. Kill the Beagle. Just fight together, guys. We need to kill Yunara. Okay, Yunara's pumping, guys. Yunara's low. Yunara's low here. Yunara has everything. Oh, nothing, sorry. Nice. We can end top, maybe.
Let there be no doubt, they are the best team in the LTA, and FlyQuest are your first and only LTA champions.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for the post-finals press conference with all members of FlyQuest, along with a few fans that stuck around. Shout out to everybody that stayed for this. So we have a lot of members of the press here. We also have a couple of questions from online, whether through social media or our own broadcast questions. So we're going to get to hear FlyQuest thoughts on some of these, and I believe we have our first question already prepared. So
We do.
Hey, this is Cloud Sidki. Congrats on the win. The energy was very electric. People were very happy and just like loud. My question specifically for Bwipo, they were loud for you, but in a negative sense, they were booing you. How did it feel to raise the trophy and then still get boos?
I think it makes sense. I don't think I behaved very appropriately in the last few weeks. I think ultimately, I'm very grateful to FlyQuest for still giving me a chance to get to play. I want to shout out the people at FlyQuest that have taken efforts to re-educate me on, how to be a better person, and be more inclusive for everyone. Ultimately, I'm working on myself, re-educating myself on my takes, and also, I think I was not very perseverant. I was really bitter because I got denied a fist bump, and I think I overreacted extremely hard, and I regret that. So ultimately, it makes sense. I've got a lot to learn, a lot to grow as a person, and I'm grateful for everyone that's still giving me the chance to.
All right, thank you for the question. And we have another one prepared already.
Hi, I'm Dark Serenade. Congratulations, guys. I'm a big fan. My question is for Busio. When you guys win Worlds, what would you drink out of the Summoner's Cup?
I would drink Olipop.
Do you get a raise for that answer?
I'm being serious. I would drink Olipop. It's my favorite. And if you're asking what flavor, I would drink cream soda.
We were all curious, so thank you. How many hats does this next gentleman have? Okay, we got another one.
That's for me to know and you to find out. So first of all, thank you for making a pretty quick series. I think I can still make it to K-Barbecue and run to Cloud9. But anyways, how do you plan on celebrating? Anyone can answer.
You know what? I want to hear from the coach first. We haven't heard from Nuke Duck yet.
We're gonna go to a big team dinner. Not KBBQ, sadly, but we're gonna get steak dinner.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Steak dinner. Wait, Masu, I heard that you cook steaks. Mahira actually asked that question earlier. So how do you cook your steaks? Like, are you grilling it? Are you air fryer? What's going on?
Mithy is more of the grill guy, and I kind of saw him do it, and he was pretty good. But I either just sear it on a pan, or recently I've been reverse searing it because I'm too much of a noob. So
what is reverse sear? I'm more noob than that. I don't know what that
put it in the
means.
oven first and cook it to a certain internal temperature, and then you sear it on the pan for the crust, and then.
Is this cheating? Wait, Mithy, you seem to be the steak expert. That sounds like cheating to me.
It is a bit cheating.
No. That's just how you cook it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm the noob here. All right. Well, do you think that you could cook steak dinners for the team if that's what's planned? Steak dinner for dinner?
He already did.
I've done enough feeding, I think so.
Okay.
I also have a follow-up question for Busio. So usually when you're the greatest of all time, they call you the GOAT. Would you consider yourself the BOAT, the Bard of all time?
Valid question.
I mean, I think Carrie is a better bard, but I'm second. I'm the second boat. Yeah.
Would that be S-B-O-A-T, Spoat? Second best? No.
I think so, Kangas, yeah.
Okay,
got
thank
it.
you. Thank you. No one liked that joke. All right, we have one more coming in here.
Hi, I'm Basil from FlyQuest. First, Masu, sorry for spreading misinformation that you burned your steak. The fire alarm just went off 6 times. And I think Gakos is scared. So my question's actually to Busio. Will you play Arena with me?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
The Riz Master strikes again.
Take notes, Kangas.
Okay. It looks like we have a couple more here, so let's move on to the next question.
Hello, gentlemen. Congratulations on your win today. I'm Super Bren. I'm with LTA South. And because we're going back to LCS and CBLOL, we're being told, obviously the independent leagues are coming back. This can be to any of you that have experienced the LTA Championship now. Do you think that this cross conference should continue and that we should continue to play against other regions? And does that help you improve for like true international play like MSI and Worlds?
I would love to get inspired thoughts on that one first, because you've played in multiple regions kind of most recently, I suppose.
And I think the way it was made for sure put way more, like from outside of Brazil, way more eyes on the Brazilian team. Because I'm going to be honest, like to the previous years, there were so many leagues to follow that I didn't really follow CBLOL. But now that we actually got to compete against them, like I had to pay attention way more. And the fact that they also had the opportunity to get 2 teams to Worlds instead of 1 also gives like players more, I guess, like they want to play in the league way more because they feel like it's a high chance to make it to Worlds, because obviously every player's goal is to make it to Worlds. So if you have higher chance of making it, you are more likely to play there. And I also think that it was a good experience to play against teams because it felt like international tournament before we even went to international tournament. So that is good for experience. And I do believe that all the Brazilian teams, they really enjoyed as well the process of playing the teams outside of the region, because as I said, only 1 team from their regions usually make international tournament, so they don't get to practice against international teams. And now the fact that they had the boot camp in the middle of the season to come to LA and play against all the NA teams, and then now they had the opportunity to top 3 teams come and play in the playoff, I think that for sure gave them a lot of experience, because as I said, before it was just 1 team going international, now it was way more.
Cool. Whip, I'd love to get your thoughts also, because you worked with Brazilian teams in Split 1. I remember you were even in some content working with them. So do you feel like they improved and that it was beneficial, like for both regions, for NA and for South America, to kind of improve with each other?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think I want to shout out Boal. I think in the games 1 and 2, he definitely had some stage nerves. But once games 3 and 4 came around, I feel like he warmed up and played a lot better. And that's exactly what I want to see when I'm performing against someone, is ultimately like I want them to push me as well. So, you know, big shout out to him. I think he should be proud of how he performed today, because I think my team is maybe a little better than theirs. So it was nice to see him try to make a gap in the 1v1 at least.
Cool. All right. And there's one more from the press for right now before we move on to some from online.
Hey, it's Cloud Sitki again. My question is actually to Mithy. FlyQuest today and or just in general plays this style where a lot of times you'll give up early objectives, early dragons, you'll try to get gold in the map somewhere else, and then you'll really pick your fights, and that's worked. I think you guys only dropped like 2 series in Split 1. But then going international, playing against teams like AL, BLG, like even the Korean teams, they don't necessarily, if you pick your fights, they might just outfight you, and like they're more aggressive, they push the pace a lot more. How do you guys prep for that? How do you do you have to shift your play style, and what's the process going into Worlds for that?
That's a loaded question. I mean, I think the main thing is our style. I think a lot of credit goes to Casper. I think he has kind of he does really well consistently in our team, and we've kind of tried to adapt to how he wants to play, and that's kind of how our style has evolved. It's just about the profile of our players and how we can make everyone at their best. And we worked on some stuff this split, and I think Quad showed today, especially in the last game, and that you can play your own game, play for yourself, get strong and stuff. So I do not feel afraid of what can happen to us internationally in that sense, like the macro sense, or like how we contest these teams. I think the early game is just something we're going to have to work on, because they're just better prepared in laning phase and all that stuff, and we're going to have a few weeks to experience that and to learn from that, and I'm feeling confident that we can put up a very good fight against whoever we play.
Thank you.
All right. Well said. And it looks like we're going to move on to some of the online questions here. So up first, this one is from Ronnie with 3 Ys, in case anyone was wondering. Question for Bwipo. You've watched the first game against VKS from the sidelines, but returned today and were one of the pieces that led to FlyQuest's victory. So from your perspective, have you seen improvements from both teams since the last bout? And if yes, what were the improvements from each team?
I mean, like I mentioned, I think in the third and fourth games, I think they were a lot more focused on making sure that they had good conditions in the game on their individual champions. I feel like if I had any feedback for them, I feel like they were overgrouping a lot in the first two games. It's also a focus I had with Gakos when I was talking to him and helping him improve. I think it's definitely the biggest step when you go to the next level. I think that personally, like FlyQuest is a great bridge to compare yourself to international competition on the Asian side. We may not be better than them straight up. We can take games off of them, but I think it's a very good bridge, and I think that a big part of that is because our players don't let themselves get walked over. We make sure we have good conditions in the game, and then we team fight. I think a lot of players that haven't had that experience, they kind of overforce grouping for team fights and getting in a good position for a team fight, but they're not as strong as they should be. So, a huge shout out to Gagos for that first series. I'm really proud of how he played, and I really hope that I can continue to support him so he can have a great 2026 as well.
Well, I'll be paying very close attention to that 2026. All right, up next here we have Sons of KS. This question goes for Abusio. Being named MVP in the final LTA is a historic moment. So looking back, what do you think was the most important lesson that you learned throughout the season? And how do you see that lesson helping your growth as a player heading into Worlds 2025?
My most valuable lesson is that you need to be responsible for your condition in the game. You know, what already Mithy and Buppo were talking about. Like, I'm playing a champion. I know my champion better than my teammates and what I need in my condition, so I need to contribute to that condition by making sure I'm taking fights that make sense for me and having a strong voice. And it's still definitely something I have a lot of room for improvement in, but it's probably the biggest improvement I made this year, yeah.
Can you remember any moments where you felt like your voice was like a big reason why a team fight was won or why a game was won? You're like, yeah, that was my moment right there. Like, any games come to mind?
I can't think of one specific moment because it happens all the time. It's just like, yo, this guy's 6, I'm not. Please don't fight. I'm useless. I'm going to get gapped. You know, just giving that strong voice when you don't want to fight. And then on the opposite end, yo, this is such a good fight for me. Go, go, go. Just that's like the basic level of it, but it applies in like all aspects of the game.
All right, Quad, now next question. What's the worst call that Busio's made?
I don't know.
Okay, maybe you're not close enough. Masu, I mean, you got a lane with the guy. Clearly, something's gone wrong.
The worst call he's made? I don't know. I don't know.
All right, if nobody wants to flame Busio, I won't make it. You got away this time, Busio, but I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Too consistent, says the audience. All right, next up is from, I'm going to butcher this one, Itatiaya. This question is for Bwipo. You've been following the Brazilian League of Legends scene more closely over the past year. Compared to the first split of this year, how do you assess the evolution of the South's gameplay and play style? Even though you only face VKS stars in the Cross Conference stage, how far do you think they can make it at Worlds? So I guess a question about kind of the overall evolution of the region and then also VKS at Worlds.
I'm going to sound a bit like a broken record, but it's what I've been working on with Gakos. Obviously, making sure that you're really strong individually in your game and then carrying. You know, it's something that everyone in solo queue learns, but for some reason when you go into competitive play, you notice that rookies are like very scared of doing that. Just telling your team like, hey, I'm not going to be at this dragon. I'm going to farm, get strong, and then I'll carry. They're like, no, I have to group, I have to TP. And I think that Brazilian teams have gotten much better at that, playing their own game and making sure that they're strong. And then at Worlds, I mean, I really hope that they have a strong showing. I think the gap doesn't have to be that large if you draft to your advantages. I think that ultimately, if you're going to play against an LCK or LPL team and you're going to play their meta, it's going to be a disaster. You know, if Aurora top is really strong, probably don't want to see Whipple play that. So, you know, you got to be honest with what you're good at and play that. And I really encourage that for everyone that comes to compete at Worlds. That's what the Asian teams do too. They make sure that their players on what they're excellent at.
Yeah, by the time you hit Worlds, often the opportunity to improve on other champions has kind of passed in the year, right? Yeah. All right, next up is a question for Masu. Last year, you had a standout performance at your first Worlds. After having time to reflect, what skills do you think this version of Masu will bring to the table that your rookie self didn't have yet?
I think this year, in general, I'm just more consistent. I still have inconsistencies, but now I'd say I don't make random plays or random moments as much. I try to keep the game plan in mind keep the conditions of my champion in mind and try not to do something that is like too out of the blue or something that can ruin the game for me and my teammates, or something that can just ruin the game for me. So I just try to keep like a stable game, especially on stage. I think that's the biggest difference.
All right. Well, I would also love to hear from one of your coaches about that as well, because I feel like it sometimes can be hard to talk about yourself.
No, just tell me that Masu was like capping basically, because like that's exactly the opposite of what he does actually. So like that was just pretty funny.
So what do you think he actually does then?
What he does well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean what he does well is like that he like always pressures the maximum basically. Like he's the kind of player that won't usually just like follow what his champ's supposed to do and then just play with like that as the like overarching plan of his champ. He will have to like experience like mostly every micro decision to like always be able to squeeze. So yeah, basically just the opposite of what he said basically. Yeah, he's like he squeezes maximum in my opinion anyway.
All right, well, you know, take it or leave it. Either answer works. Next question is from broadcast, again for either coach here. Just an opportunity to reflect on the series, specifically Game 3, and how things kind of got away from the team, and then your reaction to that going into Game 4. So I don't know, Nuke, Duck, or Mithy, if either one of you want to take that one.
Yeah, well, they like picked Snowball team comp, which is, you know, probably was the way they were going to beat us, and then they, like, we fought them, like we played bad early game, and then their champs had too much damage, and then I don't think we could do anything really. So for the last game, we tried to just pick something that could like, you know, fight them. But of course, if they're willing to pick like the most like, let's say aggressive early game champions, we usually don't play those. So yeah, I don't know. The focus was to get something strong that wouldn't get like run over, and that we could like contest them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we're going to have to close out here shortly, but before that, I want to go down the entire roster here, and real quick, it can be one word, it can be a full paragraph. What are you most excited for heading into Worlds? Let's start down with Busio. So, what are you most excited for heading into Worlds?
Beating an Eastern team.
It's been a long time, man. Can we talk about that? How many days? I had that track at one point, over 1,000.
I don't know. We're just very close all the time, and I'd really like to do it, and we're all trying our hardest to do so.
Any specific team that you got your eyes on, and what's going to be the biggest difference maker versus them?
I don't have the scouting or anything, or like my target. Literally just beating anyone and playing some good League of Legends would make me happy. Yeah.
Man, I set you up to beat Carrier with Bard, but it's okay. I'll give it to you. All right, Masu, again, what are you most excited for heading into Worlds?
The same as Alan, pretty much, just playing against Eastern teams and scrimming against them. It's always fun. It's always good practice, so I'm looking forward to that.
So what I'm hearing from the bot lane is EU just doesn't matter. Like, you're just not even on your
Well,
radar.
no, you as well, because G2 is looking pretty strong, and MCO is also good, so I'm excited.
Shout out JoJo. All right, Quad, what are you most excited for heading into Worlds?
Just, I like to play in big stage because I don't know when I can come back to Worlds, like next year or like next year, I don't know. So just I like to play it in big stage.
Taking it all in. Shout out Quad. All right, Inspired, what are you most excited for heading into Worlds?
Probably Chinese food, maybe dumplings. Yeah, I think some Chinese dumplings. I'm more excited about that.
Chinese dumplings. What's your favorite dumpling? Like pork dumplings or what?
Any dumpling.
Any dumplings,
maybe
doesn't
even
matter.
Chinese hot pot, like it's also.
Fried or soup dumplings, though? Do you like it fried dumplings or soup dumplings?
As I said, any of them.
Any.
Like, all of them are good. Yeah.
No preference.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, now I'm hungry, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't eat anything yet today, so I just have food on my mind all the
Nothing?
time. No, nothing, actually. I ate some pineapple between the games, but like, I'm really hungry.
Wait, okay, you only ate pineapple today. How is your stomach lining doing?
I don't know, I drank coffee and I'm chilling.
No, that's worse. What?
It's fine.
Is this normal behavior before a finals?
I don't know, some game days I can eat like a little bit. On the other ones, I don't really eat nothing. I mean, today I didn't really feel like eating, and I just drink coffee and eat some fruits. Yeah.
Coffee and pineapple, the breakfast of champions, I suppose. All right, sorry, I'm just reacting to that one still. What are you most excited for going into Worlds? That was the question.
I think supporting my teammates. I really want to see them shine. I think they're exceptional individual players, and you know, after what happened in the last few weeks, I kind of came to realize that I'm really privileged to play on this team, and I really want to see them shine because I think they deserve it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, all members of FlyQuest, and thank you again, everybody who stuck around for the press conference. Give it up one more time for your one, your only, your forever LTA champions. And we'll be cheering you on going into Worlds. Thanks so much. And thanks everybody for tuning in. Shout out everybody on the broadcast. Shout out everybody who casts the games, covers the desk, everybody on socials, everybody behind the scenes for making this product work all year long. We'll see you at Worlds.
Go make some fun.